Metallic says this is the peaceful place. They'll be back after the debate. While you go enjoy your debates. We'll be here all night, of course. Be happy to have you when you return. Well, thank you, Birdies and Danny Grex. I appreciate you helping with our first goal. And we're already to 10,000 likes almost. Almost. Just a little further. But if we just keep tapping that screen, make sure we hit the repost button, share it out, so that it goes to your followers, FYP. Or just think of someone in your list who might believe and might be able to question. Is there someone like that who you might share the live to? Thank you for the follow, Regla. And of course, thank you all for being here, tapping that screen, sharing the live out. We're almost there. There it is, 10,000 likes. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. Christina says that they're just here for the voice. It's enchanting. Well, thank you, Christina. I hope that hearing the voice, you might hear some of the words and question whatever it is you believe. As I hope we all do. Question our assumptions, challenge our assertions. It is that we believe what we believe. We've got 25 people watching. If we all tapped, well, I guess we'd hit 10K in just a matter of minutes like we did. If we all tap a little more, maybe the FYP will pick us up. It seems strange that we're not finding any believers requesting up. Do they prefer when there's more questions for them to consider? Is this too simple? Too straightforward? Do I need other questions that they'll never really get to entice them just to question if they can question at all? Catfather says, I questioned my atheism yesterday and asked Jesus to reveal himself for me. Nothing. Atheist still. Well, Catfather, I mean, I guess a Christian might say to keep at it. Let us know if you yield any results. I'd be curious to know what revelation from Jesus might be so convincing that it would cure you of that atheism. Good evening, Delilah Scissors. Good to see you again. Both Siding says, I need this after spending 30 minutes in a Christian life. haven't been in a Christian live in months. As a viewer, I mean, I don't think I've ever been on panel in a Christian live. Not that I'm aware of. But I don't seek out joining panels very often. Disrespectful and awful for disagreeing. I definitely don't get that. Good evening, Cat DeWitch. Good to see you. Welcome in. I see. Christina says that they have no proof. Or they have only proof, not questions. A believer has no doubt that makes you a seer. That doesn't need blind faith. I'm trying to understand the way that's worded. You're a seer that doesn't need blind faith. You're saying you don't believe. You've seen and you know you have proof. That seems more questionable than assumptions. Seems like assumptions, really. But I don't know. Running tag. Well, what did you expect? Did you expect to actually get to question the reasonability of their assumed grounding? Or, I mean, it's tag. They don't tend to like questions. Oh, I think we might have a request. Oh, well, I mean, we can see how this goes. Hello, Chew. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 49 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do believe in a higher power.
And what is your
Definitely.
higher power?
Well, I guess you could call it a god. I mean, I can't think of any other name you could put on it. But yes, a higher being.
A higher being. What is it that makes this supposed being higher?
Well, he came before me. He came before all of us, and coincidentally, possibly created us.
So it's a higher being because it came before and possibly created.
Possibly. Whether it... No. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
I was just trying to figure it out. So you think it possibly created things? You think it's higher because it came before? But when we say that it came before, what is it that came before?
well, whatever created us.
By whatever created us. So you assume that something created us.
Yes. I mean, just look at us. Just look at the human being as it's supposed to be. It's such a complicated and thwarted thing. It's not funny. It's and when you look at everything else that's on this earth, we are just that little bit different to a little bit different, but
So
also
you're saying,
everything that is here that we live on is also inside of us.
I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, Chu, but let me see if I have understood even a little. Are you saying that because we are here and we seem somewhat different than the things around us, then therefore we are created? Is this like humans are special, so we're created?
Yeah, humans are a little bit special. I mean, if you take the human body, for example, and you break it down, it is one of the most complex things on the face of the earth that isn't funny, but at the same time, we still have DNA fragments of every single thing that's been on this earth inside of us.
We have fragments of things that have been here inside of us. And you think,
Especially more in like DNA structure. It's as I said, the human body is so complex. It takes
sure,
a menagerie of so many different things
really quick,
that make
Chu.
us who we are.
Yeah, I gotta speak past you
Yet
for
at the
just a
same
moment.
time,
I'm gonna real quick speak past you just for a moment and thank Delilah, Scissors, and Bats for helping with the gift goal. Also, thank you, Bats, for the hand hearts. Chu, I've got to know. You say that we have all these pieces of DNA inside of us from things that already exist on this planet, and yet you conclude somehow that we are specially designed to be unique or different. I'm curious, if we have all those pieces within us, does that not indicate more that we, like everything else on this planet, evolved naturally on this planet? And we just happen to be at this stage in development that we are.
well, I guess. Well, I guess that the body is just one aspect of it. I guess, yeah, and I mean the next thing obviously is just the human mind and how the human mind works, and the human mind will work without the body sort of interacting, but at the same time we need that human mind to make that body interact.
You're saying a human mind
Then,
will work without a body. I'm not
well,
100% sure what you mean by that. But if you're
it's
saying...
more so that
Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just think if you're saying that the human mind is somehow apart or special or unique, and still, what makes that indicate a design at all?
Well, the ability for us to think, the ability for us to grow, the ability for us to learn lessons from previous experiences. It's
Do you
all.
not think other biological organisms do those things?
I think they do, but probably not at the advanced rate as what us humans are doing.
I'm sorry, what? You say nothing is advanced?
No, everything does procreate exactly the same way, but it seems like the human mind is more advanced than just the everyday creatures. Well, I mean, that's not saying that the everyday creatures know more than us and are probably more spiritually aligned with everything else that goes around them than what we are. I mean, but the ability for the human mind to dream, to daydream, to think forwards in time, to think backwards in time, to rationalize, problem solve.
How did you verify that other organisms don't do that?
I mean, I didn't say that. I said they probably do, but at the same time, we probably do it a lot more quicker than what a lot of natural animals actually do it.
Than a lot of animals.
The thought of self.
Does that seem? I'm sorry. Does that seem like it's something designed or unique, or could it just be that we have reached that point that others have not?
I think it's something very unique. I think it's something very, very unique. To look in a mirror.
Oh, go ahead.
And recognize oneself is something unique, I think.
Have you looked to see what other animals have passed, so to say, the mirror test, if it's considered passing, to recognize self?
Yeah, I do believe
and
it was.
Animals. Are there animals?
Yeah, I do believe it was the kangaroo that was the first one to become self-aware.
I'm sorry, the kangaroo, you think, is the first animal besides humans to be self-aware?
To become self-aware, yes.
What is it that informs that? What makes you think that the kangaroo is the first animal to become self-aware besides humans?
I guess it's written in a Dreamtime story.
In a Dreamtime story. So, is this stuff?
It's an Aboriginal.
Yeah. So this is a legend.
A legend, yes.
So
maybe it can't be proven. It can't be disproven.
Sure. You say it can't be disproven. I don't know. I wouldn't know I'd need the details, but I'm not looking to disprove anything. Is it possible that science could indicate otherwise?
It's possible.
Does that matter to you? If science were to indicate that other species were self-aware besides humans, would that make us less likely to be designed or more likely?
Well, I think all species are self-aware. But as I said, I think the first species to become self-aware was the kangaroo. But as humans, there's just certain things or ways our bodies have been constructed, and there's certain things and ways that the mind fires that just obviously overtakes any sort of primal animal.
You think that there are certain ways that our minds are designed, you said? Why is it that you assume design? We've been over self-awareness. Other species show it.
Yeah.
We've
I don't know if you class it more so as design, but it's just the way it works. I guess design, but
if it is the way it works, why do you assume something made it work that way?
spirit.
I'm sorry, I said why, not what. Why do you assume that some spirit makes it work that way?
It's just how life works.
Chew, are you
All
actually
life.
capable of questioning your beliefs, or do you just kind of say
I've
them?
questioned my beliefs so much over my lifetime, it's not funny.
You say
I still
that.
question it today.
How is it that you question the idea that everything is just designed because it just is life, or whatever it is you said?
I mean, you only have to sit in nature to see how it works. It's like every single living thing has that sense of the so-called Holy Trinity. It's mind, body, and soul. Even trees. Even trees have every single living thing has this.
Chew,
There's the same
somebody in
thing,
chat.
three things that.
Sorry, I was
Sorry?
cutting you off. I shouldn't have. Somebody in chat was saying, "Look at the trees" earlier. It's kind of a standard response from certain theists is when, what is God? Why do you believe it? Well, look at the trees. They just exist in this way that is just so perfect, and therefore, because they are so perfect, well then, God. It's kind of what you're saying here. Things just exist in the way they exist, and because they exist that way, well, then therefore, God or something like it made it all that way.
No, I'm speaking more about the Trinity of life:
What do you mean, Trinity of life? What does that mean?
mind, body, and soul.
So what is a soul?
That's a good question. It's I guess it's something you're born with. It's something that you die with, and I think it predates everything on who we are. It's that spark. It's that 21 grams of
Interesting. You'd mentioned
of
21
life
grams.
when we fail and die.
I wonder if you'd look into that experiment about the 21 grams and see if it is what you think it is. But
I've
you
checked
say,
it out.
yeah, well, interesting. So you say it's the spark, it's that 21 grams, it's the thing that was before us that we're born with and die with.
That little light, that tiny little light.
I hear you saying that, Chu, but you say that tiny little light. What is that tiny little light? What makes you think that there is such a thing?
I feel it. I know it's there. I interact with it. We all interact with it.
Okay, Chu.
It's that thing where you could be sitting there trying to decide something in your mind, but then that little something at the back of your brain says, "Hang on a second.
How?
There's a right and wrong here. There is something bigger."
Hang on, Chu. I think Raccoon has a question.
No, that's
Good
okay. I
evening,
think that
Raccoon.
this is fascinating. This is fascinating to me. How do you tell the difference between I don't know and it must be supernatural, it must be divine?
That's a good question. I mean, I
I'm
could say I don't know, but at the same time I could go, well, there's there has to be something.
So, what drives you to believe that it is divine or supernatural? Is it simply that you can't accept an I don't know?
No, it's something more than that.
Have you ever had an I don't know that you can just sit with and let it be a mystery
Many
rather
times.
than ascribing it to something supernatural?
Many times.
Do you have an example?
No, not off the top of my head. Sorry.
That's fair. That's fair. Also, I wanted to know too, when you declare something divine or supernatural, do you stop learning more about it?
No.
There have been, the reason I asked that one specifically, because there have been a few things that Thrayle's brought up in this conversation that do have a scientific explanation. But it does seem that because you may not be aware of it, or you may not have looked into it, that we're ascribing something supernatural to it, which is a totally normal thing. I mean, but humans have done that since the dawn of consciousness, right? And so it's like, you know, if you don't understand thunder or lightning or illness, or even how the any type of cosmology works, the celestial bodies will attribute them to gods. Do you feel that that may be playing a part in what you do now? Not that that's wrong, but do you feel like that may be something that you tend to do, or you have done?
I don't know. From what I just understood, you were just talking about the weather, whether the weather can predict certain things. I don't know. Could you possibly try and rephrase, or just ask the question again?
Okay, let me rephrase a little bit. So, there were a couple things that Thrayle brought up that were things that do have scientific explanations, that it seemed that you may not be aware of the explanations behind the thing. If you find out that something has a scientific explanation that you had previously ascribed to a deity or to some supernatural power, how would you still then attribute that to God? Would you still attribute that to deity? Or would you think that the scientific explanation would eliminate the need for a supernatural one?
Honestly, the first answer that jumped into my head is, I think that's something that I would have to live to be able to give you an accurate answer on. It's going to be a speculation.
Well, I know that you used a couple examples, but I can't think of them now. Do you remember what you were bringing up earlier that were kind of ascribed to something supernatural?
Right. Well, he was saying that our self-awareness was something supernatural.
Right.
That we were the only ones self-aware except kangaroos, and that
No, I think all life is very
I
self-aware.
apologize, Stu. That might have been a straw man.
Yeah,
That all life is
now even
that kangaroos were first to become self-aware. Was that not accurate either?
no, that's accurate. But as I said, that's part of a dream,
You had said
an Aboriginal
we
Dreamtime story
understand.
here in Australia.
Yeah.
It's
You had said that
Oh, that's right.
yeah, it was from the dream story, the Aboriginal Dreamtime story.
Daydreams, memories, problem solving. You were saying that those were uniquely human qualities.
not human. No. It's just every living thing. Every living thing has, I guess, the Holy Trinity. It's mind, body, and spirit. It's mind, body, and soul. Every living thing can
The
feel.
soul
Every
is-
living thing can think.
Life spark.
Every living
right?
thing comes from source. Exactly. It's
So you're saying everything has life spark, everything has mind, and everything has a physical body.
exactly. I guess you
So,
could call that Gaia, whether that be
Gaia.
life or the world spirit or life spirit.
Why would you call it that?
It's just the closest, I guess, label I could pick up that could explain the entirety of everything. I guess. I mean, it could be known by many different names in many different cultures. So,
Where did you learn that label specifically? What makes you lean on that one a little bit more? Like, is there a connection to the origin culture of that term? Or like what is it exactly that makes you think of that word?
it was just the first one that popped in my head.
So does it mean anything to you, or is it kind of just like a filler word?
No, it has meaning. As I said, it's the spirit of every living thing, and on what we're living on. It's what we live on is alive. Everything is almost alive. The air gives us life. The water gives us life. Everything gives us life. The trees give us life. Everything works in harmony with everything else, just to sustain us, to keep us walking around.
And so where does God play into that? Do you think that God
Well, I
is
guess
necessary for natural law?
I guess we as I said, we come back to that Holy Trinity. That's
We
the
don't have
Father,
to,
the
though.
Son, the Holy Ghost. No, we don't.
So why?
And as I said, in different cultures across the world, it could be called many different things. I mean, there's nothing to say that from what I'm saying is right. It's just the best articulable language I can use to
I
describe
completely get
it.
what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying. I guess what I'm trying to do is explore what you believe, right? And so, why? I guess what makes you believe in the Holy Trinity? Like, do we actually need it? Why do you believe we need it? If natural law kind of explains all of those things, if we don't need the Trinity to explain these things, because there are consistent natural laws, what is it that makes you cling to the Trinity idea?
I mean, for me, it's the only thing that makes sense. We have three separate things which are solely. Sorry, we have three different things that can be totally detached from one another, but yet at the same time, we cannot exist unless they're all together. And I do believe that once a person can possibly align all three and get them on that same vibration, that I think that we could do some absolutely wonderful stuff.
What makes you believe that a spiritual belief is necessary for an understanding?
Well, you can't deny it. The spiritual is around us everywhere.
Well, we
It's
can.
everywhere.
So, do you think that saying science explains how takes away from your idea that the divine explains why, or God explains why? Do you think that they cannot exist? Like, what they? You think that one dismisses the other?
No,
So if
not at all.
how would you tell the difference between something that you don't understand and divine intervention or a miracle or something spiritual?
I mean, there's a lot of things I don't understand.
But do you give from?
I mean, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm trying to figure out the best way to articulate this. I struggle with articulation sometimes.
Me too.
Well, when it comes to spirituality and feelings, it's really hard to articulate, right? But like, when I'm looking at the examples you gave earlier, where there are explanations for things, but we did ascribe something supernatural to them, like how this was kind of my first question. How do you tell the difference between a natural process that you may not understand and something divine?
Well, you have to question it. Just
But
like the prompt says, I was always taught you question everything. Question everything.
but here's where I struggle a little bit, and I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just saying that this is we've been given examples in this conversation of where you bring up something, it's your understanding, and you're ascribing it to deity. You're ascribing it to a design, you're ascribing it to a creator, and you're saying humans have this, and it's not uniquely human. You're saying humans have this, they advance at a different rate, they have a different understanding of self or problem solving or memories or daydreams, and the truth of the matter is that's not uniquely human. But because you believe that it's uniquely human and that kind of proves your spirituality and it supports your spirituality, it doesn't look like you've looked further. And so I'm kind of seeing like, you're saying you keep questioning, but the information to counter the claims you've made, even in this conversation, is already out there. So when do we stop questioning?
I guess if you've ever experienced anything paranormal yourself, but I don't know. For me, sorry, now my brain's going into overload, but
Okay.
It's good.
it's okay for me. I need all three to be able to make decisions. And then that's not answering the question. Like
That's okay.
certain things I've witnessed, certain things I've seen other people go through. It's all just sort of life lessons, I guess.
Sure. But what
I mean,
about
I don't know about yourself, but I mean, I can recall a certain instance once where I was picked up by nothing and thrown against a wall. So I don't know how you could explain that.
Wow.
The only thing that I felt, and I felt it hard, was a lot of anger when this thing touched me, and there was almost nothing I could do to stop it. And like I'm a big guy. I weigh like 130 kilo. Like this thing picked me up and threw me against the wall,
how do you
and I have no explanation for it.
right? So where's the line for you? And again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, so I'm so sorry, but I'm still not clear. Like,
Chew, hang on, Chew. We can hear your plastic bag or whatever, and it's kind of drowning out Raccoon's question.
Sorry, I'm trying to just roll a cigarette. Sorry.
that's fine. So where do you stop seeking answers, right? How do you tell when something is truly unexplainable, as you've described your experience, versus unexplained right now?
I don't stop seeking answers. I still question everything.
But do you, when you're seeking answers for this specific experience, I do wonder, are you seeking confirmation for a spiritual experience, or are you seeking potential for a scientifically backed experience? You know what I mean? Like, is there bias in your search as well? Do you think? And it doesn't matter either way. I'm not invested either way. I'm just curious.
Look, no, not really. I can that whole experience was I do believe that I was separated from my partner and kids. They were on one side of the country. I was on the other side of the country. They came over to see me and my sister for Christmas, and I do believe that my ex-partner, she brought something with her that I did not like, and I did not want anywhere near me. And I think this thing picked up on exactly who did not like me in the slightest.
I get
Seems
that, but do you
interesting.
remember the question that I asked?
Sorry, what was the question again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I know that feeling, Rekha. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, do you feel like when you're seeking, because my question was, when you're seeking explanations for something, because you're saying you question this experience all the time. My question was, do you seek things that will confirm your bias in this being a supernatural or spiritual experience? Or do you seek things that may give you a scientifically backed explanation? You kind of answered my question without answering my question. It does seem like the bias seems to be leaning towards the spiritual experience. It doesn't seem like there might be very much openness towards an explanation, but I could be wrong here.
Yeah, no. I think it depends on what's happening at the time and what you're questioning. I guess with the example that we were just talking about, that it sort of only led me in one direction.
Do you want the supernatural to exist?
From what I've experienced, no. But at the same time, it's just happening all around us. We can't stop it.
I don't
It
share
exists,
that
and
experience per se. And so that's why I ask, like, when you're questioning yourself and your experiences and your beliefs, do you feel like it leans more towards supporting the idea of there being a supernatural that does influence your life, your fortune, your experience on this earth? Or are you seeking more of a scientific explanation that may provide answers that are not supernatural at all?
yeah, okay.
Know what I'm saying?
I do, yes.
There's no wrong answer, by the way.
There sort of is and there sort of isn't. Look, from what I just described, and what happened that night, I knew right then and there, whatever had attached itself to my ex-partner was now attached to me, and I think I did that on purpose to get it away from my family.
How can you say you think and then say you did it on purpose?
There were certain little things that would creep up and show, like my eldest daughter would start to act a certain way,
Yeah,
and I knew that wasn't her. So I was very, very scared. I was very, very worried for my children. So I basically invoked this thing to come into my body, and I said, if you want to fuck with anyone, you come here and you fuck with me. Excuse my swearing. I don't mean to swear. I think if you want to mess with someone,
your partner brought
you come here and mess
home.
with me.
You said your partner brought something home.
She did, yes.
And that something, was it an object, or is it, you assumed that it was a spirit of some kind? I
believe it was an actual demon.
She brought a demon home. So, do you hear how you make assumptions that, well, first, that demons exist, then that what she brought home was a demon, then that it was attached to her, then that it was attacking the children, then that it came into you and attacked you. These all seem like pretty large assumptions. How did you verify that the demon exists at all?
Just feeling. I think it was my spirit that picked up on it the most.
You say feeling, and your spirit picked up on it. How did you verify that that feeling was accurate?
Just the way things were happening, certain things, just little things, little things.
And you assumed those little things meant other things.
I knew it did, especially.
You say you knew it did.
Like,
is that an assumption, or is that something that you
all,
have good reason to claim knowledge of?
It all sounds like just a made up story, but
No. But do you feel, could there be a natural or a psychological explanation for what happened? Do you feel? I'm not saying is, but
no,
could?
I do not think so.
Do you feel like you have ever heard a story about some similar symptoms or experience, and you have assigned that perhaps to some psychological issue or a natural explanation? Like, when you hear stories like this, do you always buy into that it's a spiritual attack?
Not always.
Okay, so it could be.
But what I had to do to, I guess, exit or banish this so-called spirit was so intense it wasn't funny.
What do you mean?
I used to meditate a lot.
Okay. What was intense?
After sorry?
What was intense that you had to do?
Okay. So after my partner and kids had gone home after Christmas, I ended up moving into another place, and the first night I was there was just something irritating me and chewing at the back of my brain.
What did you do?
I took a 20 minute meditation, and I started unpacking my bags into this new place that I was living, and I pulled out my set of chef knives. I used to be a chef. Now it's the first time in my life I've ever picked up those knives and thought of them as weapons.
What did you do?
So
TikTok friendly
I stood
language.
at the end of my bed. I let my mind go. I fell totally into meditation. I had knives in my hand, and where I'd put myself was at the bottom of a foothill, and there was basically a demon sitting on his throne at the top of the hill, and he just kept sending horde after horde of these monsters down to try and get me. Now, in the back of my mind, I had my 3 children standing behind me, and that was the only thing that kept me going. Now, I must have fought these things. I fought these things for hours.
In your meditation.
Hours.
Yeah.
In meditation, and probably in real life.
Probably in real life, but Chu, do you have any evidence that there were demons in the
guy I was living with? Yeah, the guy I was living with heard a lot of noise and heard a lot of
hunting and speaking out loud.
Yeah, basically, I'm basically standing at the end of my bed, shadow boxing with knives.
Yeah, sounds wild, Chu. I have to ask you, does any of this verify that these things are anywhere beyond your mind?
Well, I guess it does in the end.
You say it does in the end. So far, what we've heard are that you feel certain things, and that you meditate on those things, that you for lack of a better word, sounds like you imagine things. So how is it that you verified that any of this is not your imagination?
Well, this simple fact of the matter, I was there doing what I was doing. There's no, I wouldn't never normally.
I don't see how that
That's
verifies
just
it's not your imagination, but I think Raccoon had a
yeah.
question.
That's okay. What I will say is this, is that when we say imagination, oftentimes people will take that as a dismissive word, and that's not what we mean, right? What happened with you, and again, we're looking at the psychological, right? We assign stories to things that happen to make better sense of them. We are storytellers. Our hearts are poetic. Like this is what we do to make sense of the world around us and to make sense of the unknown. And so, I would like to think, or just at least pause at this perchance, right? That like with this negative energy attached to something, and then you taking it home, you battling it, you are just moving, you're going through a lot in your life. The symbology of this experience is strong, and it's not something that I would just throw away. It's still meaningful, right? Like shamanic journeying, meditation, the visions that we see, the way that our brain organizes, that's useful. All of that's a useful tool that we can utilize to better organize our thoughts and heal things. But how could you say that it was an external spirit rather than a symbolic or internal experience, right? Like, and there's nothing wrong with it being a symbolic or internal experience. It's still just as meaningful. You still made just as many goals. Like I'm going to say this. I don't know how familiar you are with fun guys, right? But this experience exists on a psychedelic level, right? Where you will literally have visuals of things that are going on that are causing internal strife, and then you create this physical image and battle your way through this physical image or get rid of this physical in some way. You're throwing suitcases into the river, or you're pulling spikes out of it, whatever it is, right? You're creating this symbolic imagery of something going on inside the head. And so, like, this is not a unique experience, and it's also not an invalid one. But what I would ask is, what makes it a real one? What makes it an external experience? What is it that tells you this is an external spirit rather than an internal experience?
Okay. Well, I guess, as I said, I was battling and battling and battling. I felt myself that I was being overwhelmed, and I felt as if my kids were in a lot of danger because I couldn't hold a lot of these things back.
That's also not
so in my
really like that. All right.
Just no,
Also,
please, just. There is
You're
a good
talking
point to
more
this.
about the feeling and what happened in your mind. Can you tell us?
There is a very good point
Sorry,
to
but
this.
can you tell us how you verified any of this was an external experience?
Well, the day after I was done, all pressure was lifted on me. I have
You felt better.
never.
love it.
I've never.
I see.
I've never. I can't even remember the name of the word.
That's okay. That's the thing. What if I told you that I have experienced a very, very similar battle? And it was, this one was not specifically like, it wasn't, you can still reach these like head spaces, not even with psychedelic assistance. You can reach these with deep meditation. You can reach these, you can reach these in trance state. It's not unique. It's real. What you're explaining is real, and it's not unique to you. There are a lot of people who've gone through the same type of experience. But
Depression is the word I was after. I have not felt any depression since that day.
great. No, I love that. This is actually why they use these types of tools to help people with depression. Literally, right now. It's happening. And so that's again where I'm like, all right, this is not a unique experience. And that's why I'm saying I'm not dismissing it at all. I love this for you. I love that you had the experience. I love that you fought you literally battled your demons in this experience. But what is it that tells you that it was a supernatural one rather than a symbolic or internal experience? The brain is an incredible thing, and the brain is a storyteller. The brain will piece together things and create a narrative. That's how we work. That's how we operate. Is there
I had to
anything
alter the
outside
way
of your feelings that tells you that this was an external spiritual experience?
I was thinking, because there was nothing I could do that would get me close.
Do you have an answer for
close to the
True.
close to the goal that I needed to get to?
Wandering away, though. Can you repeat back Raccoon's questions so that we know you heard it?
Sorry, you have to ask the question again.
That means you didn't hear it.
I'm very, yeah.
It's happened several times. She's asked questions and you answer some other way away from the question. She's managed to get somewhere with the question still, but I need you to hear her question if she's willing to repeat it.
Thrayle, did you know that your live goal was completed?
I forgot that my life goal had been completed. Thank you, Rav, for pointing
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here for that. Let me go ahead and thank Joe, Danny Grax, Bats, and Yerza for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. But yeah, if Raccoon would like to repeat her question, only if she'd like to.
I'm going to do this one more time. All right. So, this is the third time that I've asked. Okay, how do I reword this? Let's make it simple. We understand that the experience that you had is not a unique one, and that it can be explained by headspace, such as trance state. It can be explained by psychedelic enhancement, right? It can be something that is experienced when somebody's going through something that makes them a very emotionally heightened place, right? This is something that happens. I'm not denying that it happened to you at all. What my question is what is it that makes you believe that this was something external, internal? Not internal symbology, not an internal interpretation of your feelings and your life and the things you had to. What is it that makes you believe this was an external spiritual experience?
That's a good question. Very good question. It's actually something I've never thought about.
Love that.
With the question that you just asked, how can I prove that it's
not proof, but would you be willing to ask yourself and explore that? Are you willing to, or are you kind of just
definitely. I've questioned that thing that night many times over and over in my. So, and I've even asked other people if they've experienced the same things and or similar things, and if they felt it was as real as what I thought it was, as real as it was. So yeah, definitely.
Are you open to the idea that it is not a spiritual experience? Or is that like super impossible for you? Like you're like, no, it was a spiritual experience. There's nothing else.
No, I've questioned that as well. I was like, well, was it just my brain just trying to work itself out? Like,
what was the answer that you found?
Undecided, because there's been other things that have happened. It's still one of those things. And I think it's going to be one of those things I'll question it until the day I die, especially with the other stuff that's happened. It's everything is questionable, and you might not have a direct answer for it, but I was there. I lived through it. Whether that be in the real world or the spiritual world, I mean, I was there. I'm sorry, I can't give a better answer.
You're totally fine. I'm just
maybe if I thought about it a bit more. And
Rev, did you have a question?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought you were jumping in there.
I guess I do have one question. Why is it important to have spiritual experiences? Like, why is that a value added for you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're the person who's having the spiritual experiences, I presume.
I mean, I don't see why we all can't have spiritual experiences.
That wasn't the question. The question was, what is the value added of having a spiritual experience?
It's the feeling that you get when you're undergoing what's happening is so real. It's like more real than real life.
Surreal. That's what
It's
surreal means. Super real.
It's bigger than surreal. It's like if I don't survive this, I'm not gonna survive. I'm dead.
Have you ever had any experience like that that you would deem non-supernatural or just like perfectly natural?
Yeah, I've had a couple of quite a few different out-of-body experiences.
So why did you deem this one supernatural and those ones natural? How do you distinguish between them?
Just for what I had to go up against. And the end game, I had to. If it wasn't for my brain reacting the way it reacted, I probably had the only way you're going to get close to this guy is if you feign that you're injured, feign that you failed. Make him believe that he's won, and he gets you up in front of him, and that's what I did. And once he held me up in his one hand, I pulled that knife from the back of my pocket and I cut his head off.
You pulled your what?
I pulled a big knife from the back of my pants and I cut his head off. It was the only way I could get close enough to him.
You can't say that. Sorry. I didn't invoke that.
You just kind of made him repeat it.
Sorry, I thought he said knife. What is? I just didn't know what
he did.
As I said, I didn't want to say that.
He was trying to be cautious.
Well, fuck. I'm sorry. I was like, what did I just hear? I just didn't know what I was hearing. I apologize.
But I had to act like I was very badly hurt, and I'd lost.
Did this happen in real life, or were you saying that this?
It was all in my mind.
So you had a weird dream, is what you're saying.
Well,
A conscious dream at that.
All in your mind.
Sorry, I'm having trouble. Like, I mean, I have daydreams and dreams and thoughts also. I'm having a hard time understanding, like, what the circumstances are that produced the thought or the experience or whatever.
Was this in relation to the other event, the meditation? Are you talking about that? Shoot.
Yeah, this was the end
meditation.
Of it.
Okay.
Yeah, this was the end of it.
He was meditating, Rav, because he was trying to clear himself of a spirit that his partner or children's mother had brought to him.
The distinction between and correct me if I'm wrong too, but the distinction between something imagined and something spiritual is how deeply it affected you. Is that correct? How strongly you felt about it?
Yeah, correct.
Hmm.
But as I said, like previously, probably a week and a half before I meditated on what I meditated, this, as I said, this thing picked me up and threw me against a wall in pitch black.
So one time when I was sleeping, I felt somebody, like a small hand, like punch me in the back. And it was like so real, but there was nobody there. Like that was clearly a dream. Like I didn't actually get punched in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's I don't think we realize like all the stuff that our brain like does. You know, like our brain, sometimes, how do I say this without being offensive? Like, are you aware of everything your brain does or thinks, or all of your brain's behaviors?
No.
Okay, so
And I mean, I know that there's certain chemicals your brain can release that can put you into these dazed ass states. So
I got a question. How can anything in nature be supernatural? Isn't that a self-defeating statement? If it was supernatural, it would not be in nature. The moment something enters,
couldn't you say this the same thing? It's all energy, and everything is energy.
I don't think you want to take that route. Just
Yeah, we. This kind of goes back to the beginning of our conversation, where it was like, how do you determine what is actually spiritual and what is simply things that you don't know? Right? Like, because when we're talking about you feeling physical sensation and saying that must be something spiritual, that tells me that you don't know, perchance, that the brain can create physical sensation without physical touch. Were you aware of that? For example, phantom limbs. Like that's only one example, but like there are many, many, many recorded examples of feeling something, a weight on your chest during sleep paralysis, somebody touching you, or getting this frisson of sensation, and it may be something that's like subtly picked up on. And a lot of people will ascribe these things to supernatural occurrences, but they do have scientific explanations, right?
I guess.
You guess?
I don't know. I don't know how you could scientifically explain that. I was going to bed. I walked into a dark bedroom, but the second I stepped into the bedroom, it went that I took 3 steps in and I was picked up and thrown against the wall.
So you
And that the darkness was so dark it was swirling. Like it wasn't as if I walked into a dark bedroom. It was as if I just walked into straight darkness itself.
Is this an experience that you feel that you can question?
I've questioned it my entire life since it's happened.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like you're actually questioning it. It feels like you're recounting it, and I would say, in some regard, celebrating it. Like, for example, I have a brother who had a horrible experience while he was on some subway, and when he tells the story, he sensationalizes it. I'm not saying you're sensationalizing anything, but I am saying that it sounds like you are celebrating this as an experience that you cherish. It doesn't sound like an experience that you're trying to question. It sounds like something, a memory that's near and dear to you. Um, and like when when we could talk about how I felt about my brother's story because it was horrible, watching him doing what he was doing. But for him, it was this sensational experience, and he took off all his clothes at a concert. Let me just say that. Just whatever. Anyway,
Thanks, Rav. Thanks for the visual.
my pleasure.
I
Well, I felt like when you say something and you leave it to like the imagination, like
It's always going to get worse than
yeah,
what really
exactly,
happened.
exactly. So I just figured I'd nip it at the bud. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it doesn't sound like a thing that you're actually questioning. It sounds like something that you actually cherish. It's like a core piece of your existence. Which how does that feel to hear that mirror held up to you?
You,
Good sir.
hello.
We can hear you now, Chew.
You're probably right because, as I said, since that day,
Hard to hear you. You might be covering your microphone with your finger or something.
Since that day, I have not had a problem with depression ever since. It was like depression just left my body, and there is not an ounce of it left.
It's not typically how depression works.
You're telling me it's. Look, there's not a lot of people
Chew.
I've not told this story to a lot of people. I've told my dad. That's probably about it.
Mhm.
It's
You say that since then
something I've
depression has left, but is it possible that you're just not registering the feelings you once would have considered depression anymore? That now you're just not thinking of it that way.
By the way,
I don't know. I think that's something. If you've ever suffered from depression yourself, you get that weighted down feeling, and you're always sort of second guessing yourself. It's that is just I don't get any of that anymore. It's
You don't second guess yourself. You
I
never
don't
feel
second
weighted
gu-
down.
Yeah, yep.
I feel like you've second guessed yourself a couple times in this conversation.
Agreed.
Of course, but that's not with depression.
Oh.
You could second guess yourself with a, oh, should I have had that bacon and eggs this morning? I don't know.
Could it be that you have found yourself a new positive outlook that just doesn't consider those actions to be depressing anymore, to be part of depression?
Quite possibly, yeah.
How long ago was this?
This was probably about 15, 16 years ago.
How old are you?
I'm 49.
When were you diagnosed with depression?
I never ever was, but
Okay.
I knew I had it.
Okay.
You had feelings of ennui, feelings of weight on your
Yeah.
chest, feelings of sadness. And I'm not saying it wasn't, not to minimize it.
Well, it's
But
more than that. The want to do self-harm, the want to end it all. Just you're not happy with where
do you
you
think
are.
that
You're not
those?
happy with.
Sorry. Do you think that it's possible again that you have, through this experience, found a positive outlook that has given you that
Oh,
clarity?
definitely.
And do you think that it's possible that that experience? Well, let me just rewind that question. Does that experience have to be real for you to enjoy the benefits of that.
No, it doesn't. But the I guess the after everything that's happened, that's real. That feeling, it. As I said, that there's no more of that depression left anymore. It's
When I
gone.
told you about people who have had similar uh, mm, symbolic experiences, who have had similar stories that their brain created when they had had either a trance state or a high stress state or a psychedelic state of mind, how they had organized their thoughts in this storytelling way, fought the demon, for lack of a better word, and then came out on the other side a little bit better. Do you do you feel like I was okay. Do you feel that those stories also are valid? Do you think that those are spiritual stories? Or are you seeing that this could happen outside of a spiritual experience?
I mean, I can see it can happen outside of the spiritual experience, but at the same time, you ask the question of those who have succeeded. I have to then turn around and say, well, what about the ones that didn't?
What do you mean?
What about the ones that lost the fight?
Do
If
you
they went
have
through the
any
same sort of thing. I mean, I've lost a lot of friends to self harm.
Yeah, true. You say that you've lost them to that, but then do you ascribe demons to all of those instances?
No, not all.
Okay, so I'm not sure how you would even verify demons in somebody else's life or somebody else's situation. And I feel like we've kind of been at this for about an hour.
Yeah, we've talked about.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that you're really questioning anymore, at least not right now. And maybe another time, some different answers. But I hope you go away asking more questions. Go ahead, Rev.
Can I ask one more question? What do you think are your big takeaways from this last hour?
Me?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, man, yes.
Sharing a personal experience. It's something, a very, very, very personal experience.
I see.
But at the same time, like, a lot of the stuff we were talking about before wasn't just about what I dealt with in my mind. We were talking about other things as well, mind, body, and spirit. The fact of life.
I wonder if you'll go away from this with any questions at all, Chu, or just the feeling that you got to share your experience. I hope that you do find some questions.
Isn't that frustrating? I mean, like, yeah, jeez.
We've had some people in queue for a while now. I don't know if they're still there, so we're gonna start with Dina, I guess. Hello, Dina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm over 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything
Thanks,
like
Chet.
I believe in Spinoza's God. Okay, and basically, Spinoza, is very pantheistic. If you want to assign a god, if you will, then it's all of nature. It's the universe. I revere nature and follow science.
You're a believer of nature and a follower of science, and you say you believe in Spinoza's God.
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that this is an actual mind behind everything, or is it just the word God to
Well, I use the term God actually. Actually, to be honest with you, you would consider me. Most people would consider me an atheist. because I don't believe in a deity or deities. I think that, I don't know why my voice is giving out on me, but I believe that nature is magical and beautiful and wonderful, and I think that there's an interconnectedness in all things, and I think that in itself is majesty enough, if you will. But I'm very much a believer in science, and I was very interested in what that your last guest had to say. I would have loved to have talked.
With the opportunity, I do bring up one new guest at a time, so had I questioned you first, there's a chance you could have been here. But Dina, I have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
If you don't believe there is a deity or a god, besides the universe itself, why not?
Why not? There's no evidence. I think that religion was created by men, for men, and only men. Okay? I think that through all the religious writings, I think people are basically born with empathy or compassion, and if they're not, they're probably psychopaths, all right? We all have the ability to empathize with someone in need. They've done experiments with small children and showed their capacity for empathy, and it was there. It's not something that's taught, it's just something that is within us, it's human. I think that God, if you will, and what your last guest was saying, I thought it was very interesting. And the fact that many times, because we're so indoctrinated when we grow up into certain religions, that many times our negative emotions, the things that happen to us that are negative experiences, we often assign to demons, or, what did I do that was wrong, or the self-loathing, so to speak. Hello? And I thought it was very interesting. I would have loved to have talked to him. But anyway, that's my belief. So if you're looking for someone who believes in God, probably drop me down.
I do have a couple questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I
Ralph.
always ask atheists to stumble across a few questions, and I'll let Ralph get to his first.
Sure, go ahead.
Who was Baruch? Who was Spinoza?
Baruch Spinoza. He was basically, I believe, in the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. But he referred to God as of nature. It's basically, if you look, he's a very interesting individual. Einstein was a believer in Spinoza's God, so I'm in good company. Basically, it's a pantheistic sort of view. In other words, those people that revere nature, that understand that things in nature are interconnected in many ways, okay? That we're made of stardust, if you will. I'm not by my computer, so I can't articulate as well as I would like. But look up Baruch Spinoza, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Basically, people that
he was an Enlightenment philosopher.
Yes, he was the first Enlightenment philosopher. He's from the 1600s in Amsterdam.
All right.
Yeah, no, I the only reason I ask is sometimes people say that, and look, I'm not trying. It wasn't like it's meant to be like a test, and also I think it's an important thing to talk about because he really is the first person to begin to discuss these topics. He's the first person to exist outside of his community, outside of his religious community, and not unalive, which is
they burned at the stake, so to speak. Yeah.
And I think it's important also to give context that he was a Jewish person who was a result of the Spanish Inquisition and ended up in Amsterdam. His family ended up in Amsterdam as a result of the Spanish Inquisition, and that his views on religion were very much a product of not only his Judaism but his.
And you people are everywhere.
History. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
You're Jewish as well, Dina?
No, I'm not. I'm an atheist. You could call me a secular humanist. I mean, there's a lot of labels you could put. Pantheist.
I think what Rav is asking you is, do you have Jewish heritage?
No, I don't.
Did somebody also say "yeah, buddy" when I said "yeah, buddy"?
You guys are all over the place. I said, "Yeah, buddy."
I think
anyway,
you meant Jewish people. That's why I
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. But those are my beliefs. And yes, I am an atheist. I don't believe in any organized religion, so to speak.
Was Jacob an ancestor of Noah?
You asking me?
Yeah. Rav?
According to the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, then we're all Jewish.
Nice.
All right. Okay. I think your mother determines whether or not you're Jewish, doesn't she? Isn't it defined by the mother?
There's discussion, but yeah, mostly.
Yeah. I can tell you my
But
mother
anyways,
was not.
before we wander too far away from questioning beliefs, here, Dina, you, what would convince you that a God does exist?
Proof. I'd have to have evidence. I would have to have evidence. It would
What
have to
kind of
be.
evidence?
I'm very much an empiricist. In other words, if I can't see, touch it, if it can't be proven in that sense, so to speak, then I'm not going to believe it.
Can you imagine what might serve as empirical evidence of a deity?
What might serve as? Oh, I don't know. Maybe if I was standing in a crowd of people and all of a sudden we saw an angel come down with wings and say, "I am Michael, Archangel of God." That might change my mind a little bit and say, okay, let's
That was
see
one of my favorite
here.
movies growing up, Michael.
Oh, yeah. So it's all very interesting, but I think in reality, I think religion has done more harm to so many people than what it's helped. Some people, it's a crutch. It's the basis for how they live and who they are. And I, for one, don't feel like it's my responsibility to try to change their beliefs if that's their lifeboat. But it certainly isn't mine.
That wasn't the question, though. It was really just what evidence. So Michael coming down saying, "I'm Archangel Michael," you would then believe in the God.
I'd say, yeah, okay, let's.
If the God
yeah.
if the God was presented to you in such a way that you believed it to be there, would you worship it just by nature of it existing?
No, I wouldn't.
What would convince you to worship it?
That's a tough question. I don't know that I would. I really don't. I'm so firm in my beliefs, and it would be hard for me to change because what I do believe can be proven. And you get into science, you get into the workings of the universe, so to speak, or just in life around you. All right. You were talking earlier about our brains. Okay, I think it's term temporal lobe seizures, when suddenly you feel like you've been touched or you hear voices and it's just out of the blue. Everything can be explained. And it would be difficult, I guess, because of my antipathy toward organized religion itself. And if it was in any way in line with that, I would probably not do that, simply because if you read the Bible, there's so much misogyny and xenophobia and just no.
A couple things. Is that the only one? Is that the only concept of God that exists? Is the first question, and then the second is, what is it? And this is kind of for Thrayle and for Dina, but I don't know that that's. You just let me know. What is worship?
Worship.
I leave that up to the person being questioned.
Okay, I'm thinking about it. Worship. Worship is when you hold something, you revere something. Okay.
Do you revere nature?
I do. So I guess I worship nature, don't I? I mean, if you're going to use the two words interchangeably, when you revere something. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Raccoon has a question.
I think they're distinct.
Okay. Well, all right.
This is a Socratic questioning, Sage.
So my
Sorry, I
question.
get impatient sometimes.
Oh,
Go right ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Rekka.
Oh no, that's okay. I honestly, this is the first time I've ever heard about this concept, Spinoza's God, and it's fascinating to me. I wonder why you began the conversation by introducing this idea of Spinoza's God. I believe in Spinoza's God, rather than just saying you're an atheist. What is it exactly that you get out of saying that?
What do I get out of it? I don't get anything out of it. It's basically what I'm doing is I'm describing my belief system. And
Also
as an
invoking.
atheist,
It's also invoking Einstein. I mean, like you directly quoted Einstein.
I said that Einstein also believed in Spinoza's God, so I'm in good company. But
Well,
no,
I wonder why you would say, I believe in Spinoza's God, rather than saying I'm an atheist. What is the difference in response with those two things?
well, the difference in response is because if you're an atheist and you don't believe in a deity or deities, okay, and in Spinoza's God, there are no deities, so to speak. You're basically aligning nature with God, not
Why
a
would you say
deity.
Spinoza's God and not nature then?
I could. I just chose to use Spinoza's God because I
And
think,
so, yeah, I love that.
yeah.
Thank you. I guess that's where I'm at. Is like I understand that. I wonder, is there a quality of conversation, or is there an aspect of the conversation that's a little bit more in depth, or what is it exactly that you're getting from the conversation and saying Spinoza's God rather than nature? You know what I mean? Or the universe, or whatever qualities of
What am I
conversation.
getting from it? Because I think
Yeah.
I think it better describes the idea of pantheism or even secular humanism, or it's just a label that I put on it.
Is there anything
It would be better, I think, for this conversation if I said pantheist. Okay, and there's all different types of pantheists, scientific pantheists,
Yeah.
so on and so forth. But yeah, it's just a label I put on it. I was in a live the other day, and a person brought it up, and I said, "Oh, absolutely, absolutely." And so I kind of took that from him because, yeah. And of course, I've read about Spinoza, and I knew who he was, and I thought, yes, absolutely. Before I'd always use the term.
I think Spinoza used the term because he felt in awe of nature.
Exactly.
He wanted to
exactly.
give it like reverence.
Well, there's another
Exactly.
piece also that he understood uniquely, that the praxis of Judaism outside of its, or he felt, I guess I should say, that the practice of Judaism outside of its original context, or to try and replicate it outside of its original concept would be anachronistic. That was his heresy.
Okay.
Can I?
He also thought it had a divine nature.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to push. I don't want to push back, but I just want to evaluate a little bit more. So, like we decided a moment ago that reverence and worship were synonymous, but I feel like reverence is a feeling and worship is an action.
Nice.
So,
Yeah. But
worship would be the action that you take because of the feeling of reverence.
How does one revere nature? How does one actively revere nature?
Right.
By being environmentally conscious, by caring for the trees that you might have on your land, or the animals under your care, or ensuring that you're not doing anything to further pollute the land or the sea, or land or the water, or that in a way is worshiping, isn't it? Because that is an action. So that's why I use them interchangeably, I guess, because not I guess, but it is an action. Anytime you take measures to ensure that you're bringing no harm to the environment because you're mindful of what you're doing, you're in essence worshiping in your own way. It's not the regular way people most, get down on your knees and pray. No, it's your action.
Are you sure you're not Jewish?
Absolutely.
It's very
Absolutely. Oh, okay. But no, not Jewish.
That was a wonderful explanation. Thank you for that. Because I really wasn't trying to like give you any pushback.
Oh, sure. No, and it probably needed more clarification. It's just, it's very late at night. I'm not very articulate, I'll be honest with you. But I think it's an interesting conversation.
I think that was beautiful and very articulate. So.
Same.
So anyway, guys, it's past my bedtime. I would have so loved. The thing that I wanted to ask that guy is if anyone witnessed him being picked up and thrown against the wall. And the other thing that I wanted to say is just very quickly, when I was in my late teens,
Dina, I'm going to stop you there. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you answering the questions.
Okay.
But we are ready for a believer to come up, and I don't need a story related to a previous guest. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Absolutely.
Take care, Dina.
Unceremoniously dropping people as usual.
Consider that initiation. I do that to everybody.
Apparently, Thrayle gets impatient too.
I do. I would like to move on to a believer who believes in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. If there is such a believer in the queue, well, stay in there. I'll probably get to you. There's a very good chance that most of the people in front of you are ghosts.
Ooh.
We'll know soon. But we will bring a bat up to bring a Bats up, I guess, if Bats is there. Bats is connected. Hello, Bats.
Oh, Thrayle.
Let's see who is in line first. Takes a moment to clear each ghost out.
Do you like that distinction between reverence and worship, Rav?
Oh yeah, that was nice. Top notch. Also, Bats, good to see you. I didn't see your message on my live last night until you had already left the space, and I'm just checking in to see how you're doing.
I'm sorry, I don't remember being in the live.
No, that's you. It's okay. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
And really quick, let's just remind everybody to tap the screen, share the live. Don't forget that you can post or even repost. That's what I meant. Repost or re-repost the live, or even maybe add it to your story so that people on your following list will see it on their FYP. I can get words out. I really can. But I also need to make sure that before we bring up a new guest, while we're waiting for the queue ghosts to clear, definitely need to make sure and thank Heather's Descent, Angel, Dancing in Duality, Bats, Shannon, and Jace. Thank you all so much for helping with that previous goal. Let's see who else is in the queue. Maybe.
So I was just in Z's live, and Z and I like to talk a lot of shit, right? And so you started saying that, and I had to like stop myself from the snarky comment I had queued up because I was like, oh, I'm not there anymore. This is not the place that you do that.
Are you saying you had to self-edit because of the space?
We find these truths to be self-edited.
Well, I don't know if it's self-editing as much as just like, speaking to the audience that you have, not,
Dress for the job you want.
Right. Like, there's certain ways that one, conducts themselves. There's certain places you conduct yourself a certain way, and just had to remember.
Thank you, Danny, for the wacky, waving, inflatable arm flailing tube man, otherwise known as an air dancer. Thank you for that. Oh, I pressed the wrong button there. Hey, Nick, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I think I do. Thanks for having me on.
You think you do? What is
Yeah,
that
definitely.
idea?
I have a belief in God, yes.
You have a belief in God. What is your God?
Yeah. So I like monism or something like that. So I think the universe as a whole is what I associate with God. And I only talk about God to make contact with other people who like that word, but I'm not attached to the word God.
So you wouldn't call it God, monad?
So here's the idea, right? So I think if I ascribe to the universe the property of it being intelligent, like I believe that the universe as a whole is intelligent. That is like tantamount to a belief in God.
You think the universe as a whole is intelligent. Why?
Right, yeah, okay, good. So I think there's two properties I'm describing. One, that it's intelligent, and then here's the other property is I believe the universe has interactions with all of the individual humans. Like Christians would call it like a personal relationship with God or whatever. And it's like, why do I believe that? Well, like, because in my experience, I've found that the universe is playing games in a way where you can influence it and it can influence me. And so like through time, I've done like experiments to like prove to my own satisfaction that like the intelligent universe is playing the game with me.
I see. So you've made the assumption that there is an intelligence to the universe. You've made the assumption that it communicates in the ways of religion and spiritual experiences, or purported experiences. And you've made the assumption that you have found a way to communicate with it and play games interacting with it. And then you've confirmed those assumptions. How?
Yeah, so I agree with all that, except I wouldn't call them assumptions. I would call them hypotheses, normal scientific method.
So you made a layered hypothesis to you assume that there's an intelligent universe that interacts with others and that you can interact with it by playing some kind of game, and then you tested that hypothesis.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and then I think everyone.
Why would you start that deep into the assumptions and not test the first assumption first?
Well, sure. If the universe is just intelligent, but it had no way of interacting with us, then we would never be able to test if it was intelligent just on its own, right? There has to be communication or interplay, right? And then the second assumption also requires the first, because if there was only interplay but it wasn't intelligent, then I would never be able to recognize it. It would just be random interaction. So only intelligent interaction is enough for me to get the notion of a game, which then gets me the notion of feedback.
So, and you think that you have had intelligent interaction with the universe?
Precisely.
Okay, I think we might be done with this conversation if that's the tone you're going to take.
Oh, sorry if you're tone policing me.
No, I'm just
was
not down with the
congratulating
condescension. So let's move on.
Tongue policing? Oh my gosh, grow up.
I'm just not down. With condescension. We can move on to somebody who's capable of a mature conversation.
Yay for mature conversations. Although I feel like I'm not exactly, whatever. I do okay.
Nick, grow up a little bit, dude.
I mean, he could try again, but I'm just not gonna proceed with a condescending attitude. He can take the time to adjust. If he's actually open to having his beliefs questioned, well, then he's welcome.
As we say in my house, don't be a turd.
Mm-hmm.
Little respect goes a long way.
Do we think... Yeah, I don't think he's willing to try again. Let's move on to somebody else. Hello, Daphne. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35. So 35.
I can barely hear you, but I recognize that voice and age. How have you been?
Been being.
What was that?
I have been being.
You have been being.
Yes. I am simply being as best I can.
What was that, Kat?
That's all we can do, right? Just be.
Yeah, it's about, kind of. I'm trying to be safely. Yeah. It is what it is. I think I said my piece in the comments. The only higher power I believe in anymore, for the most part, as a universal objective truth, is life. Life itself is the only thing that allows any of us to function and operate and connects everything. You can't falsify that for anything that's alive, so that's what I've got to say.
Is life a category that we describe?
I mean, it could be, and if you want to look at it.
Why would you point to the unfalsifiability as a theoretical virtue?
Because, I mean, I guess you can have artificial life in a sense. Like, is that not what an AI version of something would be? If it's just if it's an LLM or something, it's not technically alive, breathing, requiring nutrients and bodily functions to exist, but
Generally in science, falsifiability is a theoretical virtue.
Well, I'm not saying so. Is God can you scientifically prove God?
I don't think he would be able to say that you could.
Yeah, so I'm life isn't a science thing. It's a fact. It's just a fact of existence. It's not really a science thing.
Life is a fact of existence, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But my question was, is it not just a category that we describe and we define the parameters of what is life and not life?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's what...
So is it just at what point does life become...
Death?
No. At what point does life become from moving elements and molecules, and what point does it become what we call life? And is there something special about that delineation?
Well, I think the elements and molecules are life, and that's where the issue of the higher power and the God comes into it, is that people try and have some sort of power or authority over life to either deny okay, this is you're worthy of life now, or with my belief in accepting a God, I guess, or it's I don't agree with one entirely to say I give you the power to be this all powerful life granter, because nothing has shown me it's able to be completely unbiased, or I don't see, I guess I don't envision a God as a supernatural, it always points back to God as being some sort of human form in my mind, and that's my struggle, because people are not perfect, and I don't think anyone can completely remain somehow unemotional, or their own personal feelings or outlooks.
It's back to God being some human type entity, but Do you believe that the god of life is some human type entity?
Not. I think. Not really, because like people can create life themselves. Like a man and a woman get together and procreate, and that creates life. So, is there a god somewhere that's actually like making that happen, or is it the biological functions and processes of the people that have created that life? You know.
I would say the biological processes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in that situation, the people themselves are gods creating life. But if you tell everyone that they are God, you know, that kind of makes danger.
Where does life come from?
Well, that kind of is like a mystery of people's minds for like evolution. Is the Big Bang, or is it creationism? You know.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, where do you understand life to come from?
Oh boy. So this is like it's a multiple part answer, I guess.
I'm not trying to like quiz you on biology, by the way. I'm not trying to like put you on the spot or anything.
Well, no, it's I guess my understanding of it is like, I feel like kind of controversial, and it's like I used to think that like, okay, we're all equal, we're all created equal, which fundamentally is true in a sense that we all need the same very basic things to survive. Water, air, sleep, you know, food. Those very, very basic things. So I'm like, we could tell everyone, all right, let's just clean the slate and nobody has any resource. Like, we're all naked and afraid and back to hunting and gathering and have to like, but that, you know.
Sorry, I'm not trying to like be rude or anything, but I was just asking you where you think life came from.
I don't know. I don't fully believe that just either way.
How did people get here?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, and
Fair enough.
I don't know if we're meant to understand that.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know.
Great answer, Daphne.
Yeah, I can see reasons to support like the Big Bang and evolution or God and creationism, and so and those are like the only real like options that people have been given. Even if you go with like there is like who put God here to create all the humans, you know, you can. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
How does that feel?
How does it feel?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't really. It doesn't bother me. Like I don't need to know where we came from. That's not the issue. Like I'm more worried about what I'm doing with my existence here, I guess, and like how do you make that a more enjoyable, a better experience for not just like myself, but other people, like to get life working more cohesively in a way that people can enjoy their experience while they have it, rather than stressing about where it came from. Never know, and to worry about that just wastes the time that you do have here. So.
Daphne, you being up here is never a waste of time, and I appreciate you answering the questions that you have. But you know I'm going to move on soon to a new guest. I appreciate you. I really do.
I was just saying hi. It's been a while.
I'm really glad.
You sound good.
Yeah. I'm working with what I've got, and it's constantly changing here. So right now it's mellow.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Love you guys.
Really appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions, and we see you again.
I'm sure you will, maybe, if they don't kill me first.
Was I too hard?
No.
No.
We know Daphne. She's been.
Yeah, I could tell that there was subtext, and I just didn't want to push too
Yeah.
hard because it sounds.
She wants to be questioned, so nothing wrong with that.
Okay, well, yeah,
you did great.
I guess I would have asked. Also,
out.
yeah, okay, I would have also just asked, if they're still listening, I would have just also asked, why don't you know? If you are interested in knowing, or it's maybe, and yeah, those would be my extra questions.
Great questions, really.
Oh, thanks so much.
I hope she heard them. Hello, Sakir. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, hi everybody. And thank you for having me. Appreciate the questions.
Can I get your age?
36.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And what god is that?
It's God.
Is it a particular god from any faith practice, any doctrine, or is it just a thing you've come up with?
Monotheistic God. It's God. The origin, the source. He has more than 1,000, 10,000 names, but it's God.
Do you learn from him and his wants, his desires, his intentions, his existence at all from any particular source, doctrine, or is it something that you have just decided?
All sources. I'm a studious. Okay, I don't have any certifications, but it definitely took 7 years of my life. I also study Buddhism, Hinduism, esoteric, magic.
I'm sorry, you said Buddhism, Hinduism. You named a practice with no gods, a faith with thousands or millions. And then, so what is it that informs your singular God that you were talking about?
What is it that informs?
Yeah, you said that this is a god, the god. You referenced that it is like all of those gods. I want to know what god it is that you're talking about. What informs you that there is such a singular monotheistic entity?
All right, I'd ask you the same question. What informs you of energy?
Sakir, I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't say anything about energy. Why are you trying to attack beliefs I haven't presented?
No, it's an analogy.
Are you here to debate?
It's an analogy. I'm making an analogy.
Are you here to debate?
I'm making an analogy. I'm answering your question. I'm making an analogy.
I'm answering my question.
If you stop interrupting and allow me to explain, I will. I guess you are attacking me, but it's
Salam
okay.
alaikum.
I'm not attacking you. You asked me a question. In response to my question,
yes, you asked me what informs me of God, right? And I asked what informs you of energy. Even if you cannot see it, you can feel it.
Why would you just assume that he is informed about energy in the first place? And why would what informs him about energy matter?
Really great question. I appreciate that. Because energy is proven, so it's easier to make an argument if we can base it.
Obfuscating and not being forthright in the first question.
I'm just going to mute him for a moment because I have a feeling that he's going to try to interrupt. So, Sakir, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is not a debate. I'm not interested in debating you. I'm not going to prove your God wrong. I'm not here to tear you apart. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to ask you questions. And if you can't respond to the questions, if you're not interested in engaging in questioning, well then, why are you even here? You'll have to unmute to respond to that.
Gotta click the corn dog at the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
Well, there's a certain decency in allowing people to continue their argument, right?
Secure. All I had to do was go to your page.
If you're not actually engaging.
How gracious of the guest to let the host continue on his own live.
I did. I muted my microphone.
Okay. I must have had a lag there. Was I understood? Did you tell me why you requested up in the first place?
Yes, to make the right... I liked your questions. I liked the way you guys try to question people on their beliefs. And I really like intelligent arguments. I'm not here to try to...
You keep saying that word, and that word shows me that you aren't here for what we're doing at all. We don't argue here. There's no argument.
I understand. I was not arguing. I was just making an analogy. You guys made it into an argument.
Interesting.
I'm not sure you know what an analogy is.
Yeah.
Analogy is, yes, I know exactly what an analogy is, sir. An analogy is just giving you an example of onto a different point where you can relate to.
Do you remember what the first question was?
Yes, I do. What informs me of God?
No. Yeah. The first question was actually your age. So the second question was, do you believe in a God or God's higher power? The third one was, what is that God? You said the mono. The guy. We're like 7 questions in. What is it that informs you of this God, this monotheistic God?
Great question. What is energy? So it's a moving force.
A moving force?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Moving force?
Great question.
A force that moves or a force that is moving?
So I'll have to make analogies, right? Because we are talking about very philosophical, but also...
How is it philosophical to say energy? What is philosophical about the existence of energy?
Because it's not material. It's not material. It's not something we can. Sometimes we can see manifestations.
Energy is not material.
Sir, if you would just stop interrupting, I'd appreciate. Because that's not decency. When you talk, I listen to you. Please,
why can't
don't interrupt me.
I'm seeking clarification.
I understand. I will clarify if you allow me like a few seconds to explain. Thank you.
Why can't you just say I'm a Muslim and when
I am a Muslim, but I did study everything, and I'm answering your question. What does it bother you that I'm a Muslim?
Studied. We're asking about what you believe.
Yeah, why are you ashamed to disclose that?
I'm not ashamed. Guys, why are you attacking me and not allowing me to answer?
Nobody's attacking you.
Are you afraid?
Do
you want to hear the question, like the right answers only, and you don't allow your guests to continue? That's not
secure. We're not listening.
I thought philosophy was wrong anyway.
Okay, energy has manifestations.
We're not
like God has manifestations.
For specific answers. What we're looking for is
seem like
honest
you do.
answers.
It seems like you do.
No, we're
you
looking
keep interrupting
for
and you keep getting off point.
An honest engagement, and you're and what informs you of this God?
I said God.
God informs you of God.
No. His manifestations inform me of him. Like manifestations of energy inform me of energy.
Manifestations of energy.
Sir, this is not correct. You're acting with me in a very different way than you acted with your other guests.
It's the way you are
You're
acting.
being very aggressive.
It is the way you are acting, Secure.
It just tells me who you are, sir.
Security
just
is the
tells
way
you
you are
who
acting.
you guys are.
You are acting.
No.
I thought
You
you liked
won't
us in the way
let
that
me
we ask
continue
questions.
and you are evasive. You are not actually.
Sir,
engaging.
I'm not evasive. You are being aggressive, interruptive, and
How
you
am I
won't
being
listen.
aggressive?
If you
That's you.
if you
That's
weren't being evasive,
you know what?
if you weren't being evasive, you would have told us that you were a Muslim right off gate. One, if you
I am a Muslim,
you
and
keep
you did
using
not
the word
allow me to say that.
you
You
keep
did not
using the
allow me
word
to say
You're
that.
arguing
oh,
right now.
okay.
You're interrupting.
See,
me.
and
You
yeah,
know what
we're talking
influenced
over
of
me.
You guys being disruptive. You are talking over me.
We're just going to mute him. He doesn't
So
seem to
you
know how
keep
to. Go ahead, Kat.
you were not honest from the get-go, right? So when you're asked if you have a belief in God, oh, he's gone.
Yeah, that's good. That's for the best. He can run.
Mm-hmm.
He's afraid of the questions. He's afraid of actually being honest about what he believes. He's afraid of calming down and having a conversation. He has to make it an attack as soon as it's focused on what he acts. There was that too.
Right, not nice, Martha. I know.
Good morning, Martha.
I'm sorry that I missed you last night. I was sleeping. I very much needed to be sleeping though.
It's weird, sleeping at night. Strange concept.
It was a very strange concept. I had just been awake for too long to not.
How bizarre.
I need a new thing to sew because I finished my last thing.
What?
I don't know.
Do you think it was? I mean, well, never mind. I pointed out the. Man,
That was fine to point it out if that is what he believed, and he was just being evasive about it. I wonder.
That's what frustrates me. Like, why not say the damn thing? Exactly. Like, why not just say the fucking thing?
Why are they always evasive about it? Why are they hiding from? Like, why? If you believe this thing, you should be able to say that you believe this thing. And if you are not willing to do that, you probably should believe a different thing.
I think this is the way that they're taught to argue for Islam in order to convert people.
To what? Like, not lead with that?
So like, they don't want to lead with like a very general argument of like,
yeah,
usually it seems to be a necessary existence.
Yeah.
And then they'll build on that argument to get you to commit to that there being a God.
That's yucky.
Well, but that's the same thing as tag. Also, like, they're not saying they're a Christian. Like what's his name will never say he's a Christian. Darth Dawkins will never talk about Christianity. He doesn't care about that. He cares about the tag art.
That's yucky and like dishonest.
You don't say.
I don't like that. And it works, doesn't it? It convinces people.
I don't know that it convinces people.
I didn't mean like tag necessarily, but like this tactic.
Hello. Hello, Waffles. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm sorry, my volume is very low. I could barely hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I get your age?
Oh, I'm 29.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Kind of, sort of. I was raised Pueblo Native, so our beliefs are kind of meshed together with Christianity. But from what my elders told me, there is a spirit that resides over all of us, soon to be the Earth Mother, and then the Sun Father, who helps provide. So I guess, yeah, you could say I do believe in gods. And then, of course, the Christian part of me was like, oh, there's a benevolent God. And I got baptized and all that stuff. So I kind of have like bits
Three
and pieces
gods.
of knowledge from both sides.
Well, do you believe, though, in the Sun, Father, Earth, Mother, or do you believe in the Christian Creator God?
It's pretty safe to say that I believe in there's more than one.
Thank you, Martha.
Yeah, from us, it's the Son, the Father, the Grower, the Provider, the Mother, the... No, hold on, I got that wrong. The Son, the Provider, or not... Yes, the Son, the Provider.
Why are you trying to remember something that you were taught as opposed to saying something that you believe?
Yeah.
Because it's been a long time since I've had to really think about it.
Is
But
it what
it's
you
not
really
a constant
believe?
thing.
Is it what you really believe? If it's just
Yes.
something you remember,
I
have
do.
to remember.
Not something I have to remember, it's something I believe.
So you believe in... I'm sorry, it was Son, Father, Earth, Mother, and
Yeah.
and that somehow is that the God set you believe in, or is Christianity part of that too?
Christianity does play a role in my development, I suppose.
In your development, but not your beliefs now.
Yeah, they have virtues of God, and then in the other religion, there's virtues of nature.
Virtues of nature. So in your religion, is it in your beliefs now, Waffles, do you believe more in God or nature?
Nature, I would say, solidly.
Do you think that nature has some mind or intention, some will or force that wants for you and answers prayer, hears you? Anything like that?
I wouldn't say it has a will, but it has an intention, and
What
it can't
intention?
influence me directly. Sure. Help. I mean, what? I mean...
Grow and nurture, help.
Yeah. Grow, nurture, help, and I think I like to do that with my friends and family and stuff.
Does nature have other intentions?
Nature can be black and white. I mean, there are some animals who hunt for survival. There are some people who do shitty things in the same sense. It's black and white. That's kind of the way I tend to look at things. But obviously, the bad should not be praised.
The bad, how are you determining what's good and bad if it is all part of nature?
Causing harm from survival is different from causing harm from spite.
Ooh, that's interesting. Is the need to survive determined by the individual, and what happens when that need to survive comes in contact with other people that need to survive? And
I
what
would
if
say
those...
yes.
Shouldn't those people who need to survive strive to communicate in order to recognize their mutual survival?
So the thrive to survive usually isn't triggered until it gets to the point where there's no chance of conversation.
Yeah. And isn't that need to survive then a wonderful reminder of the need for conversation?
I mean, when your instinct to survive is caused by somebody trying to do you harm, it's kind of really hard to kind of get that connection. You're just trying to live, and there's somebody who is clearly trying to hurt you, so you got to survive. You got to protect yourself. there's no conversation after that. Like, what happens to the people who can't converse language-wise? They don't know how to express their feelings. All they know is hostility versus gentility. And you can tell it in a person's body language if you really look at them. Like if they start puffing out their chest and clenching their fists and just trying kind of a sign of aggression. But if somebody relaxes and unclenches their fists and, you know, shows kinder eyes, the tension in their face relaxes, then it's easier to assume that they are there to talk. But sometimes there are people that just don't want to talk. So yes, survival is necessary, and sometimes you kind of gotta go into that mood and keep yourself safe.
I wonder if you're speaking about specificities at all.
Explain specificity.
Talking about, who are you talking about? Are you talking about any people in particular?
No,
I just feel like this is so universally human, and I'm just wondering if you're bringing your own experience, that's all.
No, not all of my experiences. Would you like to specify what experience you'd like me to bring up? I can.
No, I just,
I have
I have just only heard wisdom from what you're saying, or a novel idea, or something that I have not heard before that makes me think of something. And I just want to hear more of it, that's all.
What was the wisdom?
That people, say what you said again about survival.
When somebody needs to survive, they're going to do whatever they can to survive.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's pretty easy to read body language, and a lot of people kind of don't know how to control theirs. So yeah, there's going to be conflict. That's just a given.
I'm wondering if people today are feeling in a constant state of survival.
I believe so. I mean, look at the world around us. It's constantly trying to divide everybody. Through one reason or another, it's just dividing us, and it's making everybody scared and make a group to protect themselves, because that's how humanity works. We're a pack people.
A lot of people say that they can read body language, but the evidence, when tested, doesn't bear it out.
I mean, that's true, but you can tell when someone's being overtly aggressive as to somebody who's being kind. It's not that hard to tell, especially, let's say you're at downtown, because downtown's usually the place where people who display
Do you think
more
if someone
tend to go.
do you think if someone presents themselves with body language that says that they're kind, that necessarily entails that they're kind?
No, there's manipulative people too, and that's another thing we gotta watch out for. See, humanity is not one and done. It's you have the floor. Whoever was talking, sorry, I was turning my...
Well, I was asking you, where is God in all of this?
No, there is no God. This is humanity.
That's a shift from the beginning of this
What are we
conversation.
talking about?
Well, God gave us free will, didn't he?
Come on, you don't believe that. You don't even believe that. There's not a chance that you believe that. I want to know what you believe. You seem like an interesting, conscious person. Why don't you just tell us what you believe?
Just says random things he's heard before.
Mm-hmm.
He's just regurgitating.
Blow the wheels off, man.
What wheels? It's a boat.
I'm floating.
Fuck. Sorry.
All I know is I'm pretty sure I'm happy.
What is
I
it you
take care of my
believe
family.
as far as gods go? Do you believe in gods? Do you believe the...
Yes, I do believe in gods. There are gods that do different things and help us in different places in our life.
Why do you believe
do they
anything to do with
exist?
Christianity? What does Christianity have anything to do with your life?
Isn't Jesus a god? A god of forgiveness? A god of redemption?
So I could ask a question. Why do you think that God within a Judeo-Christian sense, and this is the only time I would ever use that phrase, why would God in a Judeo-Christian sense be a person?
He's not.
You
just said
I
Jesus.
said I God. I never gave it a gender. I never
talked
gave
about
it
Jesus. You said Jesus was a god of forgiveness.
I didn't give him a gender.
I didn't say man. I said person.
You just said him, and that entails the gender.
Oh, Jesus.
There you go.
Why would God be a person?
Okay, then. I mean, if that's the case, yeah, God's an omnipotent being with
Omnipotent.
no form. He's just given a name.
So that's not the answer to the question, though.
No, it's not.
I said, why would God be a person in a Judeo-Christian construct? The full name, Judeo is the qualifier for Christian. That's why I fucking hate that term. Anyway, why would God be a human in the Judeo-Christian in the Jewish or Christian
saying it
construct?
if you don't want to say
I know.
Yeah, don't fucking say it anymore, Rob.
God damn. All right. Why would God be a person in a Jewish or Christian construct?
God is whatever the individual thinks he is to them.
In a Jewish
what do you
or
think
Christian
it is?
construct?
I kind of went on a rampant
in a Jewish or
place
Christian
where I
construct,
set my
God
gods
would be
to
whatever
mortal settings.
Hold on a second. God in a Jewish or Christian construct would be whatever people want God to be?
Pretty much, yeah. He's teaching you how to be a good person. Isn't that what religion is meant to do? Be a
I'm
good
not
person.
sure that's
I don't think we're actually having a conversation. I really do. It feels like just words that have been prepared, and we're starting to shake them out of order.
Can I address something real quick with the guest? You keep saying that God. Okay, so let me run it back. Actually, when asked if why God has to be a person, or if God has to be a person, you said, "Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't." But when I refer to God, I say it, unless I'm talking to somebody whose religion anthropomorphizes God, and then I use whatever pronouns they use. But I just general God, I say it, and you keep saying he. So you don't actually believe what you're saying. Like, you don't actually think that God could be whatever it is, or that God doesn't have to have a gender, or that God has way.
I can't always understand how people think or perceive the world. I'm speaking as if I perceive it, but I like to pull back when I understand
But we're not asking how other people think. We're asking what you think.
The question was, why do I think differently than you think? The reason is why I think the way I think, because I do, but I also want to be open to let you tell me how you see.
That was never a question. I don't know why you just said that was her question. Go ahead, Kat.
My question was, you said that God doesn't have to be anthropomorphized or personified, and it doesn't have to be gendered, and this, that, and the other, but that's not what you think, because you think of God in a gendered, anthropomorphized way, which is evidenced by the fact that you keep saying he. The only reason that I say it is to see it in that way.
Also, I'm not convinced I said God he. I think I said Jesus he, because I also do not refer to God.
Not anthropomorphized God, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was raised a certain way, and maybe I do have a little bit more to learn. Teach me.
And I'm not saying that it's wrong that you anthropomorphize God. I'm just saying that, like, for you to say that you don't seems dishonest.
We're not here to teach you. We're here to ask the questions about what you believe. And
kind of.
What do you believe?
I think we've already talked about this.
I don't know.
Oh my fucking god.
I think we did. I think he's
That's
hit a wall.
Yeah.
Where Waffles, I appreciate you being here. Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have clearer answers. Really quick, I'm gonna go ahead and thank Jim. Also, 3 Pips, Enki, Jace, Danny Grax, and Michael V. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you.
Thrayle, did you see that text that I sent you? Not text, the message on here that I sent you a while ago. That was like a couple hours ago.
If you sent it a couple hours ago, I was probably live, so I have not checked my TikTok messages.
Well,
Did anybody else? I'm sorry. I feel like I got frustrated there. Was I wrong? Did it sound like he tried to tell us he didn't do that and then immediately did it?
I'd have to listen back, honestly. I feel...
That seemed a recurrent theme with him, that he would say one thing and then show evidence of holding another idea.
Yes.
Okay. I was like so frustrated.
He didn't want to be pinned down to a belief to question. And he would resort to vague phrases and slogans. And we were getting nowhere.
Hosea 11:9 was a real eye-opener this afternoon for me. And I think, sometimes people talk about the numbers verse that says God is not a man that he might lie or something like that. But Hosea 11:9 literally says God is not a man, as opposed to the notion that the notion of God is not a man that he might lie is comparing God to people, right? Like it 11:9 definitively says God is not a man.
That's interesting, Rev.
Yeah.
We do have a new guest.
Sorry. Hello, new guest.
Jeppy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 55. I'm Swedish.
55 in Swedish. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Jeppy, did you hear me ask the question? I asked if you had a belief in a god or gods or anything like it. Oh. Well, we learned that he's 55 in Swedish. Cool.
I was going to ask how the fish were.
Maybe he took offense to the fish in the comments.
Crap.
This will be exciting. We've spoken to Rhetorical before, but they seem to think this is some kind of, I don't know, competition. Yeah. Do you think this is a competition, Rhetorical?
Life is a game.
You were in the request queue. Did you want to be on panel?
I thought it was a highway.
Oh. I want to ride it.
They don't seem to be there. It's not 2 versus 1. What do you mean versus?
Yeah,
There's no competition
no,
here.
I'm here, but the
Great.
host
Let's
and
start at the
yourself are the
beginning.
same. Okay.
Let's start at the very
Alpha.
beginning. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Well over legal age.
Okay, so you won't be direct with your answers. I'm gonna need one more time. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
Great. Do you have a
Why are
belief
people
in
afraid to
God
share
or
their
gods?
age?
I don't know. It's strange, but it doesn't bode well for the conversation to follow. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Nothing rock solid.
Nothing rock solid. So not a belief. Is it more thoughts and musings, ideas?
A seeking.
You seek what? You seek answers. You seek
Seeking
I'm predicting
understanding.
this is going to be cryptic.
I do not claim to know everything.
Nobody's asking if you know things. We're asking what you believe, right? That's the word that's on the screen 3 times in different iterations.
Okay. I believe that from the time an infant is born, that infant is then indoctrinated by those that surround the infant, and the infant doesn't actually have a mind of its own until it develops an identity within its persona of understanding.
Interesting. So this is not the kind of belief I was asking about. I was asking.
When did you change the background to human development?
Right, I didn't. Definitely didn't. I was asking about beliefs in gods or a godlike entity.
The question to the development in which you speak of the conversation is, yes, I am I'm able to adjust my belief structure.
I think he's responding directly to the questions on the screen instead of the questions I'm asking, so he's not respecting the format, in which case he's just kind of trying to be as frustrating a guest as possible, and I'm just not interested. He's welcome to try again, but I don't expect that to go well.
Fun guests tonight. Have they all been like this?
Turds in the punch bowl.
Well, who would do that?
Must be bad luck.
Well, if it wasn't for bad luck.
I saw the culty guy again earlier.
The culty guy?
Yeah, remember from my live the other night?
Oh, yeah. Culty.
He came up and...
The loop of sound?
The loop of sound. Yeah, Sage remembers.
He has like 4 accounts. He's been through here several times with his alt followers. 4 accounts, loop of sound, or at least 3, and then several followers.
Well, it was Jim Roberts in Chinese Live, and he came up screaming about accounting, and like accounting, and then Tiny kicked him, and then all the other accounts came in the comments, and it was super culty and weird again.
Accounting.
He straight up was screaming about accounting.
1, 2.
He wants to exchange energies with you.
3.
But like,
do I hear
how
a
often does he
5?
come around? I don't know. I just like, I don't know. It's just like he gave me the ick.
After 5, then you got to go with the 6, 7.
Yeah, I love 6, 7. I think it's one of the greatest things of all time. Truly, I mean that's absolute sincerely.
I think your kid's knock knock joke is one of the greatest things of all time.
Thank you. That was one of the best nights of my life. That was so good. He's a surrealist and he didn't even know it.
So, if anybody would like to request up with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and get us back on topic before I what the fuck us, because I think I'm about to. Let's move forward.
So,
get your age for TikTok, TOS?
19.
What year were you born?
88.
That's too bad, Slick. I don't.
88 is
buy
37,
flowers.
you goober.
My dog is barking and she doesn't ever bark, and I don't like that.
Maybe it's a goat.
You're not
goat?
You're by yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, like really by myself. Like he's in Wisconsin by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't wanna be all by myself.
Cut it out, Sage. Also, that I went to high school with his son, and he would say when he would punish his son, he would say, "Why don't you go sit in the corner, all by yourself?" It's true.
Martha's brave. She's just like, go look.
Go look. I would too. With a flashlight.
She said it again.
Yeah, she's like, go look. And while Cat
Oh,
goes
look out
to
the
look,
window.
there you go.
Maybe it was just some wild pigs, you know?
That's possible.
Smelled funny.
Whatever's going on with Alive tonight, it's probably the Jews' fault.
Oh, God, Sage.
Sage.
I don't know if you can even say that.
I think we have to drop you for that. At least momentarily. Even joke or not.
Oh, I know it was a joke, but
just
I think on principle though. Yeah.
For the live, everybody tap the screen. We're only at 32,000 likes. We could be a lot higher than that by now.
Yeah, especially considering there was like 10,000 in the first 3 minutes, literally.
Well, they were very enthusiastically trying to get the rest of you in here. And now that we're here, we can enthusiastically thank them by tapping the screen and getting even more people who might be able to question their beliefs to stumble across this.
Yeah, and I need a distraction from my my situation. So if you have a belief in a god or gods, and that might help me with this, let us ask you some questions about that. Oh, also, like, that was a clever segue. The only one I've ever done.
It was very clever.
I don't like being so high up on the panel, Thrayle. I feel that. I'm a little...
We need to rotate?
Yeah, I might even drop to just get that low spot.
Go ahead and drop.
Alright,
it'll do this.
Get me out of here.
Just go back to that.
Yeah. There's something about being
I guess improved right after he left. That would be weird, wouldn't it?
That was fucked up.
We'll try.
Clearly, when I said that, I was joking about
me.
Yeah.
Rabbi's position that what people think about Jews is a litmus test for what's wrong with society.
Oh, I do, you know, that was, I have thought about this a lot, Rab, since we had this conversation. I have been thinking about this.
About what?
The litmus test. How did you just phrase that, Sage?
Whatever qualities people apportion to Jews as
Mhm.
outsiders of a society indicate the problems with that society.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, like, if people do not like communism, the Jews are communists. If people don't like capitalism, Jews are capitalists. If people don't like, racism, then Jews are the racists. If people don't like,
Yeah.
whatever.
Can I, if we don't have a guest, can I ask Raph some questions?
I suppose so.
I'm sorry,
Martha is awesome.
Yes. Martha's great. Okay, so somebody the other day was talking about like Reform Judaism versus I don't remember what the other word Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
And I didn't know. I mean, like I've heard
All
the
right,
terms
I'll give you
before,
the
but
full history.
oh, thank you.
But Thrayle, just cut me off if you what I mean. Just tell.
The abbreviated
literally,
history.
yeah, just know that okay. So I know that this is going to sound like not abbreviated history, but I promise you I'll make it abbreviated. When
ask you a quick question first, Rabbi.
Sure.
Is it your position that reform is a response to anti-Semitism?
Reform is response to German nationalism, or I should say European nationalism.
Like to become more palatable.
And the Enlightenment. Enlightenment, frankly.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. So, when you have to understand that there's essentially as a result of the Roman exile, there are three kind of hubs of Jewish life. There is the Sephardic Judaism, Ashkenazi Judaism, and Mizrahi Judaism. Sephardic being the Iberian Peninsula and North Africa, Mizrahi being Asian and North Africa, and Ashkenazi being European. Jews were dragged
What about the Ethiopian Jews?
That is considered Mizrahi Judaism, or Beta Israel is kind of the other term that's used there. And so, great question. And this, the idea of denominations is only a European construct. There are no denominations in Sephardi Judaism, and there are no denominations in Mizrahi Judaism. And when I'm using even just these terms, it is literally just by location. There are some customary changes, but it is the same Judaism. There is no difference in these Judaisms. All of these Judaisms are recognized by one another. It is one and the same. It is just so happens where they ended up in their diaspora communities. That's all. And by the way, the term diaspora was invented to describe the Jewish experience. FYI. So anyway, all to say that in Europe, when these communities were developing, around the 17th century, there was a guy named Moses Mendelssohn who left his shtetl, and a shtetl is a kind of a small farm community that Jews lived in. And Moses Mendelssohn left the shtetl in the 1700s and made his way to the Wissenschaft, the German sort of university. And Moses Mendelssohn became essentially, you could say he was like the first Reformed Jew. But this is the person who basically the first Jew to engage in the Enlightenment. Notably after Baruch Spinoza, who we've already taught. I think what's important here is that that the writing on the wall was there in the 17th century, but come 1840 was a revolution started by students in the German Wissenschaft called the Spring of the Students. And you've heard of the Arab Spring, where there was a slight revolution in Egypt that carried over to several other Muslim countries, so too was there a revolution in the middle of the 18th century, middle of the 19th century, and this was the thesis. So this was like this kind of throwing the yoke of kind of the old ways of German society. It was basically the German Enlightenment opposition, and this great opposition turned into the German nationalist movement that kind of epitomized the 1860s through, frankly, the 1940s. And the German nationalist movement also inspired the French national, all of these European nationalist movements, and you start to see firm borders. But with these firm borders also comes this nationalist sort of mythos of who belongs and who doesn't belong. And Jews, unfortunately, just did not fit into that narrative. And so Jews tried to make themselves more German as opposed to more Jewish. And this was the Abraham Geiger's response was Reform Judaism. We're not going to build synagogues that look like synagogues. We're going to build synagogues that look. We're going to take off our kippahs. We're going to wear German bowler caps. We're going to take off our tzitzits and wear German overcoats. We're going to stop eating kosher laws, and we're going to start eating with our German neighbors. And Jews started living in German neighborhoods. But unfortunately, Germany was devastated. Okay, so to answer your question, this is Reform Judaism. Reform Judaism precedes Orthodox Judaism. And as a response, Orthodoxy said these Jews have gone too far. And so we need to protect the historical Judaism, and we need to lean further into tradition. So the thesis is Reform Judaism, the antithesis or antithesis is Orthodoxy, and then later almost that says, well, Orthodoxy went too far, let's pull it back just a little bit. We like the egalitarian piece. Let's find a happy medium of both being bound to the commandments of the Torah, but also kind of able to negotiate some of these things. And I think the key here is, though, that this didn't work for anybody, that it didn't matter how much they assimilated, it didn't matter how much they didn't assimilate, that when Germany lost World War I, it set in motion what had already been building for decades, which was a distrust of the Jewish people, a willingness to blame Germany's economic downturn on
Appreciate it. I
sometimes
don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. But I do appreciate it.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to make the joke that despite Reform Judaism's best efforts to assimilate, it didn't work out so well. Thanks for laughing. Truly. Supremacy is such a fucked up thing.
So strange, isn't it?
That's what I was really hoping that one guest was going to talk about. But
I know, I could hear you hoping for the enlightenment that you thought you saw, and it was not that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Expectations are bullshit. What's up, Thrayle?
Expectations are the path to suffering.
I'm just waiting for a believer.
And then I saw their face.
Oh my god, I walked into the gas station the other day and Walking on the Sun was playing, and I thought about you.
With Rick Rubin?
No, Smash Mouth.
Well, Rick Rubin.
Walking on the Sun is the heist
All-Star.
song. It's like the perfect heist.
Thrayle doesn't want to listen to any other Smash Mouth song ever but Walking on the Sun.
All Star was Rick Rubin. I don't know that he did. Rick Rubin was the producer.
I don't know. I'm not a huge Smash Mouth fan, and that is probably their most redeeming song.
Is anybody a huge Smash Mouth fan?
No, I'm sure somebody was.
Oh, there has to be. Somebody is like really got it for Smash Mouth, for sure.
Well, the lead singer's dead, so.
Is he?
Yeah.
What a downer.
Sorry.
But if we've lost a lot of the audience, so our numbers are on their belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I don't want to burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, what are those beliefs? Why do you believe them?
If you can tell us where the lead singer of Smash Mouth went when he unalived.
Oh boy.
That was a good, clever segment.
I wonder if they think... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to talk about God.
I was just going to taunt people for not requesting up.
Maybe if I talk about God and say something dumb, they'll feel better and come up. So the more I listen to other people talk about God, and the more I talk to people about God, the more I like reinforce this idea that like it is not possible that God is an idea or a feeling or God is intangible process maybe. God is intangible, but it is meaningful. It is a thing. It's just not a thing that is tangible or corporeal, or it's an idea or a concept. And it's different to everybody. I think.
It is interesting that people take on a burden of God that is just so anathema to anything that is accessible.
Sorry. 1 second.
I did it.
I don't think you did it.
No, I don't think I might not have done it.
You might not want to take credit. I don't know.
Somebody got in the queue, so I mean I did something.
When you get your music situations, go ahead and unmute and give me your age.
Hi guys, sorry, I went to turn my TV down before I started speaking. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd like you to get somewhere quieter. We're still hearing it.
Turn it off. Probably.
How are you?
Okay. We're still hearing the music in the background, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute you again. Go ahead and either turn the device off or get somewhere quieter. And then I need your age when you unmute. Did he give me his age? I don't think he did.
Oh, not a chance.
Have you gotten somewhere quieter, poet? Can you give me your age?
Can you still hear it? That was my question.
Why don't you just turn it off?
Don't hear it. Can I get
It
your age?
is off. That's my point. It is off.
Can I get your age?
I'm 29.
Great. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have a belief, but it's an atheistic belief.
You have an atheistic belief. You mean you don't believe that there are any gods, or you believe there are no gods?
I'm a Baphometist.
I'm sorry,
No,
Baphometist. Are you saying you're a Satanist?
I tried to join you live yesterday, my friend. But
I bring up one new guest at a time, so you might have had to wait. So, you said you're a Baphometist. What does that mean?
You were being very, very patient yesterday, but if not, I understand.
I try to give everybody patience, but I also would like to see if you can answer the questions. So you've said Baphometist. What does that mean?
Essentially, I can arise my book of gospel if probably help me more than it helps anyone else, realistically.
Your book of gospel. What book is that?
I'm not going to read from it. I'm not going to say any scriptures or anything.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me the name of the book?
The Gospel of Baphomet.
The Gospel of Baphomet. And so you follow the Gospel of Baphomet. Is this a belief that there is an entity called Baphomet?
No, it is specifically the belief that there are no entities.
I see. So a belief that there are no entities whatsoever.
Well, I mean, what does it? Because I read your prompt yesterday, and it said, "Can you question your beliefs?" And my immediate thought was, "Yes, definitely. Of course I can. Maybe there is a God. There must have been a way that we all came to be into creation, surely. But at the same time, I don't believe in a God who is written in a book."
So you're saying that maybe there is a God, but not any God that you've read of.
Not one that I believe was created in fiction.
So why do you believe there is one?
I just said I don't.
It's more that he leaves room for the possibility.
Yeah, it's possible. I will never deny that it's possible, because of course it is. But what I do not believe is the ones that have been created throughout Scripture. No, absolutely.
Rav always wanting to sit at the bottom.
I know, he didn't want to sit next to me. That was rude.
Nothing personal. I have this glitch where like it won't let my keyboard go back down on my phone. It's really weird.
If you get stuck on the stickers, you gotta switch off the stickers. Go back.
I mean, I'd love to hear, because I've been watching a few of your lives, Dr. Batman and
Dr. Batman. Neither Doctor nor Batman. Okay.
That's hilarious. Well, okay, so the reason I worded the question I just asked you the way I did was because of what you said a moment ago about there had to be a creator.
Something must have started this, right?
Why did it have to have? Why does it have to have started?
That was my question. Entity just means something that exists.
Exactly.
Okay. So you're an entity.
As are you, yeah.
Alright? So that's a really helpful sort of.
Why does it have to have started?
Well, does it exist or does it not?
I don't know.
Would you? There's not a yes/no answer here. The answer,
You're barking up the wrong tree with that.
I know
one,
I did.
Buckaroo.
But why does it have to have a start? Why does it have to have a beginning?
impossible. It is just impossible.
Is it impossible?
Yes.
Doesn't feel
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a PhD in zoological sciences.
I'm sorry. You have a PhD in zoological sciences, so you are an astrophysicist.
No, that is not what I said at all.
It's kind of what you said.
Or a cosmologist.
Cosmologist too, yeah.
Or a
No,
cosmetologist.
again, nowhere near what I said.
So how does your PhD in zoology inform your belief about the universe having a beginning?
I know the evolution of animals. I know how animals have changed over time.
How long have animals existed?
Well, that's a very basic question. That's 2 billion years.
How long do we know? How long ago did the universe begin expanding?
About what is it? Again, not a physicist.
13.8 billion years ago. So there's 11.8 billion years there before animals. So how could that inform your knowledge that the universe had to have a beginning?
What I'm saying is that people as human beings have changed over time. We know that.
People as human beings have changed over time.
My argument has not changed from the very start of the first thing I said.
True. You don't believe in a god. We get that.
I'd like to.
No, he just doesn't believe in a god that's been written about.
Well, no.
Yes, exactly. I would like to. I'd love to because I feel like it would give me comfort. But it's just it's not something that I feel I have found in myself.
Why don't you just make up your own god then?
Yeah.
Well, because we know that would be false. Just as I feel the gods in the books are false.
I guess I missed. What was that last statement?
She asked why I just make my own god. I said because that would be false. The same way that I feel that the gods in the books that people believe in are also false.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Jimmy asked a really good question in the comments. How is a powerful otherness a comfort?
This is not a question for me, so.
It's not a question for you.
When did people get to decide what questions are directed at them and which ones aren't?
I guess he doesn't see it as applicable to the way he sees things, so there's no comfort found in some powerful otherness.
I can answer, but I feel like it's a question for the people who actually believe in things. Do you understand why I see it
You
that way?
just, but you said you wish you did believe in a god because it would provide you some sort of comfort.
I thought it was a question for people who do believe in a higher power.
Did what I said not make sense?
How does a powerful otherness provide comfort if you comfort? How is that providing comfort?
I can't answer if you want my answer. I can do that. Like I'm not incapable.
What do you think you're doing up here, mate?
Well, like, you just said that you wish you did because you think it would provide you comfort. So how would that provide you comfort?
I believe that thinking that everything that I do within my life would have little matter afterwards. Because I've led quite a dark life, quite a
Well,
dark
that all
life.
depends, doesn't it?
It depends how you look at what is the dark life and the good life.
What does your life after depend
What does
on
it?
in order
This
to
is it.
have
I know that I'm a good human being, like
it's not,
from
it's not,
soul.
it's not what I'm asking. You just
From
said
my
that you just said that your life ceases to matter when it ends. And my question is, when your life ends, look, um, I just did a stone setting the other day. In Judaism, we put a gravestone.
yeah.
Yeah, we wait a year. And um, what I always say is there are two dates on the gravestone, but there's a dash between the two dates. And the dash appears to be an afterthought, but in reality, it contains the entirety of the person. Um,
What I'm saying is, I do not believe that it matters at this point in my life, in my own personal life. I think I've done enough bad things where I'm like, I'm, you know, I'm finished. Like,
are you telling me you think your dash doesn't matter at this point?
yeah, I think I've done so many horrible things that God would have gave me goodbye.
Well, what it would take for your dash to matter.
I've been convicted, incorrectly. Just to make this clear, I want this absolutely clear. Incorrectly, convicted of murder and stuff like that. So, I'm like,
I didn't ask what you did in your life. I asked
no,
you,
but no, but I thought it person's share.
do you care for animals do you work at a particular zoo?
I literally work in zoological sciences. Yes,
Okay,
I
do you
do.
care for animals?
RSPB. Yeah.
Do those animals depend on you for their survival and their happiness, so to speak?
Every day of their life.
Are there people that come to the zoo that you work at that depend on the happiness of those animals to experience those those animals?
I think they just come to see happy birds, but
Do
I
you think
guess
do you think that there might be one guest at the zoo that has visited the zoo in your tenure
my
of working
my,
with?
my,
Hold
my
on a
answer
second,
is
dude. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do you think that there is at least one guest that has come to the zoo during your tenure as zookeeper that has thought differently about the environment based on the work that you and the rest of the zoo do?
in that question, I know the answer is yes.
Okay, so you know what? Your dash is pretty fucking great, dude. Way to make the world a better place.
Can I pause everyone for a second and just say thank you, because that I spent a lot of my life as a person who very much kind of hates himself. Thank you for that. That means a lot more than you realize it means.
I appreciate you coming up here, poet, and answering the questions that you did. I think it's time for us to move on, but maybe another time you'll come back, and who knows, we might have different questions, and you might have different answers. But I really appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions.
Thank you. If you are boot me, that's okay.
Oh, I'm not trying to boot you, but we're just moving forward. I'm going to set you down to the comments, and I hope you keep tapping it. Maybe, who knows, you might have some expertise to offer at a point in time, or some question to ask that might shed some light.
What let's say then. Let me join in and actually add my expertise that I've actually been trained.
Right. Well, normally I'm not asking for people to teach, though, but to question. And we'll see. There's a Discord community you might find. Moving forward, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. See, 2 in the requests.
Thrayle, you ever play chess?
No, I'm not.
Thrayle and I
I'm not
played
very good.
chess earlier, and he hated it so much. I made him work so hard for it.
I threw my queen. I didn't mean to. I was looking at something, and
He won it. It was a very long chess game, and he was
so much chess lately, and if anybody wants to play chess with me at some point, you know, I'd love that.
Rav. I've been telling you for 2 fucking months I want to play chess with you. So,
well, I'm off all this week. My life
okay,
is
we will
wide
play.
open.
My life is also wide open. We will play some chess.
No.
Play some chess.
Hello, Majestic. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
6.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I have certain specific biased foundational beliefs, but for the most part, my main belief is the fact that I know nothing and I would like to just continue growing. But there are certain things that I lean towards biases for sure.
You have biases towards certain beliefs in gods.
You say vices or biases?
Biases just mostly because of my personal experience and what makes sense to me. It's kind of a mix of different beliefs. You know, it's not really one thing, but as I continue to learn, my beliefs change. So I can question my beliefs, answering that. I personally believe in, for me, like basis would be chakras, right? I think chakras are a very real thing. Specific organs in our body represents those chakras along with other energetic fields.
Represents chakra. What is a chakra? Yeah.
Chakra is like it's kind of like where energy it's like little like okay
like an outlet.
Yeah, okay, so I'm into tech, right? So an access point,
like an electric outlet.
Kind of.
it flows through like a generator of energy through your body and vibrates at specific
You
frequencies.
touch your body to electric outlets?
Yes, bro. Yeah, I do for sure, bro. I get energized from
Okay,
it.
let's dial it back a little.
Chakras is one of those things.
Chakras are what? I need a clear understanding. What is a chakra?
A chakra is specific energy points in your body.
Energy.
That
What is that?
energy is something that can't be created nor destroyed, which is
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. What is the energy?
What do you mean? What is the energy? Your
You
soul?
said it's the thing that can't be created or destroyed. You say it's
Hmm.
you. You say it's a soul. What is that?
A soul? I think it's a very good question, man. I mean, for me, I feel it's just more something that I feel. I feel what it is. Ever since I was a little kid, it'll be great for constructive criticism and insights on things that I don't know.
A better, I'm sorry, better explanation of soul.
Towards what energy is, yeah.
Oh,
For me, it's
energy.
more something towards what I feel. It's just something that I felt, and I know it's true because of my experiences that I can't
You say it's
explain.
something you felt. I want to repeat that back. You say it's something you felt, and you know it's true because of experiences you can't
Hmm.
explain.
Towards other people, yeah, because it's subjective, yeah.
Can you hear back that it's you know it's true because of experiences you can't explain? How does that prove
Exactly.
anything to
I
you?
can't explain to someone else. I can explain it to myself because it's like I can't explain it to you. It's just something that I know due to the experience. It's kind of like a SHROOM trip, right? A lot of people can't explain entirely how that feeling is accurately, but you know what it feels like due to the experience of going through it.
So you're saying because of some
It's not due to the chemical, no, but it's just an example.
no, but you're saying due to some qualitative
Mhm.
aspect
Experience.
of this experience
Mhm.
that you know that it is somehow a thing that you can't explain, a thing
To others.
like what is soul, what
To
is
others.
energy. You know it, but you
Hmm.
can't explain it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that philosophical.
Could it be? Could
It's
it
like I
be?
know, therefore I
Could it be a
am.
feeling?
Yeah,
Is it just a feeling?
it is a feeling behind an experience.
If it is a feeling behind an experience,
Hmm.
could that feeling not be some product of your brain? Could your
No,
brain not?
because the
Oh,
thing
your
is
brain
that
can't produce feelings.
the thing is that this realm that we're in terms of my beliefs and what I
I'm not
have
sure what you mean by realm.
by realm is okay, this 3D realm, the physical realm in which we can
There's
perceive
more
something
than
that
one realm.
there's more than one realm, of course, for sure, and I agree with on that. I definitely agree on that for sure. But
I don't
this
even know what that means, but
this in which we what we can perceive, right? For example, if I'm looking at you directly, right, we are in United States, right? We know Earth, all this shit, right? All right, let's just play along with it, right? This realm, a 3D realm, and this is where it is the realm of materialism, where things materialize, right?
we're in
Doesn't
a
mean that it's in.
3D material world, and we're living a 3D
What's your perspective on a
material
3D,
telling me
hmm
is we're in this 3D material world,
which is limited towards what we can see?
and
Yeah,
it's limited. And so
Yeah.
are you
due to our
assuming that there's
senses.
I'm sorry, are you assuming that there's more?
Yeah, I think there's more for sure because I've accessed
And
it
you're
through astral
assuming
projection.
and you're assuming that you have access to it. You say through astral
I no no
projection.
no. I don't have access to it. I have accessed before in the past. Doesn't mean it's like I can't do
So
it.
you've
You
had
know,
experiences
exactly,
that
exactly.
you explain by saying they are astral
Astral
realm,
projection.
astral
thought
projection.
I thought he had said that he knew nothing.
Well,
He
of
seems
course,
to
because
know
that's what
that he's
allows you. That's what
astral
allows me to
projected.
continue to learn. If I approach things as if I know nothing, it allows me to learn and probably even change my previous beliefs.
What
You know
have
what I'm
you
saying?
learned so far?
From you guys, I mean,
Yeah, from you guys.
I'm explaining to you guys things, so I'm not really learning anything. If you guys can explain to me something, I can probably learn something.
What is it that you are expecting to be explained?
I guess your perspective on what energy is and what it is that I'm talking about. Maybe you guys can give me some insight. You know, maybe I can learn something new.
Why,
Well, I think Thrayle had already asked you what energy was.
You guys asked me that, but you guys didn't give me your perspectives on what it is.
why do you need
Our
our
perspective
perspective in
is
order to question your own?
So in order for me to learn, you know, because I think that for people to learn and develop, you need multiple perspectives so you can come to your own conclusions.
I'm sure that that is helpful, but you have a certain perspective now. Can you not
Mhm.
question that
Of course, I do it
absent
every
power
day.
views?
I do it every single day. Sometimes I question certain like basic decisions that I make.
Do you,
Sometimes I question big
okay,
beliefs that I believe
so
in.
you said when asked what energy was that it was soul, that it was spirit, that it was chakra, right?
No, the chakras are the chakra points that
Oh,
generate
chakra
that through
points.
your body.
They generate what?
The energy through your body.
They generate energy. Does that like
Mhm.
mean create?
No, it can't be
Oh, it
created nor
doesn't
destroyed.
create. So
It
generate.
basically like pushes, yeah, push. Think about it like okay, an AC converter, right? An AC converter can convert DC current to AC, right? Or AC to DC, a converter, right? It's kind of like the same thing. You're converting specific energies as it goes up and down through your chakra
So
points.
a chakra is a converter, not a generator.
Oh yeah, that's a better way to put it. So yeah, a better way to put it.
So they don't
In a
generate.
way, I guess. Yeah, because it
They
can't be
ge-
created nor destroyed.
so what are they creating? Or, I'm sorry, what are they generate or not generate? It's
Converting
converting. There you go.
the
They're
frequencies
converting.
through the chakra points. So each chakra points
What is it? I'm
vibrate
sorry,
as
frequency. What do you mean by that word?
the hertz that it
The hertz.
operates on. What
So
hertz it
they
vibrates on.
so
You know, there's 144
chakra
hertz.
points. So chakra points. You're saying they convert frequencies from what? Frequencies of what? I'm sorry. What's doing the
Depending, for
frequency?
example, if it's traveling from your crown chakra all the way down to your root chakra, as
If
it
what's
goes down,
traveling?
the energy.
What was the energy again?
The energy, bro, that I was talking about. It's like I just told you, it's something that I can't explain because I've experienced it. You know what I'm
So then how
saying?
do you know that it's actually there? You say you've experienced it. How have you
hmm
verified these experiences are not produced by your mind?
I mean, your mind is a physical representation of what's actually going on in the
How did
spiritual
you
realm.
verify? That sounds like an assumption. How did you verify that this wasn't produced by your brain?
By chemicals, you talking about chemicals in my brain?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, DMT chemical in your brain is naturally occurring, but it can also cause you to hallucinate, and it's released when you die from your pineal gland. So,
I
you know
don't
what I'm
know
saying?
why you're saying all of that. That may or may not be true, but
That is true. It's
that didn't answer
100%
my.
fact.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't answer my question.
Okay,
How did
what's
you
your question again?
verify that this experience was not some release of chemicals or some other neurological
I mean,
Human death claim has never
it's
been
pretty
verified.
freaky.
It's
Thank
just
you.
Okay, so since I was a little kid, right, due to these experiences, whether you believe me or not, it's a true experience that's happened in my personal life, but I have predicted certain events before they happened. For example, one of the most frequent
People
experiences
love
that
this
happened.
precognition claim, don't they?
This is called
Yeah,
deja vu.
no,
This
it's
is
not
called,
deja vu because I saw
it
my
is.
dad in the hospital for 2 weeks before it happened due to COVID, before COVID even happened, which was in 2020. All right. So that's not something that's deja vu because I actually
Why
dreamt
don't
it
you
and
dial
wrote it
it
down.
back, Majestic? Dial it
Mm,
back. The pull the attitude back.
It's not an
So
attitude, it's more so explaining the
sure,
gaslighting, that you guys are,
it's not
or at least that guy.
gaslighting.
Not you.
No,
You're pretty cool, but
stop,
the other guy.
stop accusing anybody up here of gaslighting. Nobody's
All right,
gaslighting.
all
We're
right, all
asking
right.
you questions to see if
All
you
right, my
can
boy. No, his was a
question.
statement, not a
See how
question,
I'm
but okay.
speaking? See how I keep doing that? You keep doing it at the same time. Why
Okay.
don't you stop?
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Can you question your beliefs? Because it's starting to seem like you can't.
Oh no, I definitely can.
Really?
I asked you guys for insights. Maybe you guys
Really?
can change my perspective. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, certain biases in my beliefs cannot be questioned. I did say that because it's foundational in my bias experience that nobody else.
Why can your biases not be?
Because it is something that I have experienced since I can't even remember, since I was a little kid, since I was young.
Don't you think a bias is the thing that needs to be questioned most?
It's a bias because it's my personal experience. You guys cannot experience my personal experience, so it's
Can you tell
biased
me
due to
what
my view.
differentiates?
I didn't
Can you
ask
tell
you
me?
why it was a bias.
Can you tell me what differentiates your dogmatic biases from the dogmatic?
I wouldn't say it's dogmatic.
Stop. I see how I was speaking, and you interrupted. Don't do that again. So, the dogmatic biases that you seem to be expressing here, these unquestionable ones, what is different between that and the dogmatic fundamentalist biases of some kind of authoritarian movement?
Like Christianity or Catholicism?
Or anything.
One of those two?
I was just going to
Well,
ask
I
who
don't
you
think.
distrust. I was just going to ask who you distrust in society.
Who I distrust inside? Nobody. And wait, hold up. Because he said dogmatic, like yeah, okay, I'm trying to answer it. So you said my beliefs are dogmatic. It's not entirely dogmatic because if I have another experience, right, dogma is something that can never be wrong within its premises. But if I have a different experience that proves my previous experience wrong, then I have changed my belief. So therefore, it's not dogmatic.
Where did you get that definition for dogmatic?
I mean, that's what I looked up. I mean, dogma is something, right? It's a belief that can never be wrong within its own premise, just like the Christian Bible. Christians will never think that they're wrong because within their Bible it's perfect, and within that premise it's perfect. It can never be wrong. Am I correct or am I wrong? I'm willing to take constructive criticism. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. That's cool. All right, you guys can continue with the questions.
You looked up dogma and that's what you saw for the definition?
Wait, say that again? Kind of cut off for me. What'd you say?
He asked if you looked up dogma, and that was the definition you saw.
I meant dogmatic, but either way.
No, I mean, I haven't gone on Teacup, no. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'll admit that I'm wrong. But that's my understanding of dogma.
I think it's something more about the way someone holds a principle being unquestioning, laid out as
specific things, yeah.
To
Can I answer?
To hold something as incontrovertibly true, I think, is one of the.
I mean, like I said before, if I have an experience that challenges my previous experience and proves it wrong, I can change my bias. You know, that's what
Wait,
Mista
okay,
23 said.
We still didn't answer when I asked the question that I asked about biases.
Are you Puerto Rican, by the way? I heard the coqui in the background.
I live in Hawaii. We have koki here too.
Really? Oh shit, that's pretty
Yes.
dope. I'm Puerto Rican,
Well,
by the way.
Walmart
That's
brought
pretty
them.
cool.
Yeah, I figured. Walmart brought them on the ship. They're super invasive. I do like them though. But so don't you think the things that you have the strongest biases about are the things that need to be questioned the most?
Oh, for sure. And I trust
So
me, I tried.
why can you not question them then?
I literally, I promise you, I have tried for years, and my sole purpose on this earth is literally just to continue learning and questioning my beliefs and helping people, right? And I have continuously tried. I've gone to different religions, I've spoken to different people, and for some reason, I always go back to the same conclusion towards my foundational biases. Not all of it, just my foundation, which I told you, energy, chakras, and the fact that there's different
Yeah,
realms out there.
but you were just asked moments ago what
Uh-huh.
those are, and
Uh-huh.
when asked what they were, you said I can't question these. So
I said
it
I can't
seems
explain it to you guys because it's a personal experience.
okay, but that means essentially the same thing. Effectively, you're not
Mhm.
able to question these because these are foundational beliefs. So if you're not able to question those foundational beliefs, then what you just said defeated that original statement.
Not entirely because I actually grew up in a Christian
How can
household.
you be wanting to learn and question
Mhm.
everything if you're not able to question the foundational things?
No, I am, and I'm willing. Like, okay, the thing is that those foundational biases came from an experience, right? A spiritual experience that I've had, right? If I grew up in a Christian household and my previous foundational biases was the fact that I believed in the Christian religion, right? I believe, the whole nine, Jesus, God, all that, whatever, right? And I got challenged by a friend back in my when I was growing up in like middle school. He challenged my belief, and although it took a while, I did what he suggested, and it gave me a different experience that changed my entire foundational biases forever. And
So
I
you've
am
had
willing.
these same foundational biases since middle school.
Well, after it had changed from the previous, yeah. And if someone can give me a
You haven't
recommendation, to get a different
you
experience,
haven't
it can
challenged these
change.
fundamental biases since middle school, and you
No,
can't
I
see
have.
how.
Oh, trust me, I have.
Oh,
I
I
took
see.
philosophy. I took everything in college. I did everything, bro. Like at least as
Ev-
much as
ev-
my ability could,
Everything.
to that point.
So you're willing to question them now.
Oh, definitely. If you guys
Oh,
can
great. So you're
provide some insight.
yeah. So no, I'm asking you to question them. Like I'm not here to
Hmm.
teach you. I'm here
Hmm.
to be interested in you and hear things from your perspective. You're a wholly unique. I mean, wholly meaning like WHOLLY. You
Hmm.
are a wholly unique individual. Like I've never met you before, and I presume you are just as real and as complex as me. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I guess depends on who you ask.
Do you exist in all of your complexity and have a life that is yours, that is with ups and downs and lefts and rights and people and all of that?
No, I don't.
Your AI.
No, I'm not.
Are
Sometimes I
you
wish I was. Seems more simple.
are you a real person?
Nah.
That's weird. Is
What's a
anybody else on this
person?
panel a real person?
Probably not.
There might be. To the evidence, it seems
By the
likely.
human definition, yeah.
Does nobody else have experiences and a unique to themselves,
I think I
separate
can
from all
predict.
other things.
I guess my personal experiences is just the fact that a lot of times, and this is not willingly, I just have experiences where I predict certain things out of my own will, taking the devil's lettuce a lot because it suppresses your dreams, and those dreams are what scares me.
Really quick, if I didn't already, I'm gonna thank Z the Witch, Michael V, Jace, Amoria, and Danny Grax for helping with the last goal. I appreciate y'all so much.
Uh,
Go ahead, Kat.
So I've been having this dream recently, right?
Hmm.
And this dream is not a fun dream. It's a scary dream, right? That's why I thought of it when you said that. And I in this dream takes place at my home, um, with my partner, and it's it is an it's unpleasant. It doesn't matter, but
Hmm.
um, I don't. I think this is just a dream. I think this started right before my partner left to go to where he's from for a little while, and I don't like to be in the jungle alone, and so I started having this nightmare, and um, I don't think there's anything supernatural. I don't think this is prophetic. I don't think that, like, just because I am having a dream of this thing that it means anything other than I am being kind of a baby about being alone in the jungle for 2 weeks. Um,
Hmm.
so like just because you have a dream and then maybe something similar happens in real life, or maybe you connect something to your dream, even whether or not it is connected, like just because you have dreams and then like you can connect it to something in your real life, does that mean that it's like prophetic, or that there's some supernatural thing going on here?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not something that it's not something that I got into. It's something that I've always experienced since I was a little kid, even before I even knew what Christianity was. You know what I'm saying? And
Do you think holding a
sitting
belief
in
for
the
a long time makes it more credible?
um no, not really, because your idea of that memory changes over time. So it's not entirely credible, but experiences and how you feel towards them is
I didn't
credible.
ask you if it made it entirely credible. I said, do you think the length of the time
The
impacts
length?
how
No.
credible it? Yeah, so like if I believe that A equals B, and I
Uh-huh.
believed that since I was a child, is that
Hmm.
more correct than if I only believed it since I was 20?
No.
So why would you even bring up that you held it since you were a child?
Because the thing is that what you said about A plus B, right? It's more of a systematic type of belief, because is A one thing equals to this, but this of what I'm experiencing is a feeling, just like PTSD, right? You
So
can hold
if
on
you've
to
had a feeling
PTSD
for
for a
a
long
long,
time.
if you've had a feeling for a long time, does that make it more real?
I think so, for the most part, depending on specific experiences. For example, if someone, a soldier that comes back from a traumatic war, has specific feelings and experiences towards that, right?
Why did you lie
He can
about
hold on
taking
to.
philosophy?
Oh, I didn't lie about that. I did take philosophy in college. I
And they
don't
didn't talk
understand where
about
you're going with
how
that.
the length of a belief doesn't impact its credibility.
Yeah,
They did? Because you didn't seem familiar with it.
because I'm not familiar with it. I mean, dude, that was like what, when I graduated high school, I took 2 classes in
I
philosophy
mean, I'm sorry
and
if
I
I'm being
read
a little
books.
wild here, but you're like a fallacy machine.
A fallacy machine based off of my experiences.
Like every reason you give for believing in the things that you
Um,
believe aren't things that impact that.
Majestic, what is a
so
fallacy?
you a fallacy is something that isn't true, right? A belief that isn't true.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, it's not a belief, it is a true.
Can you elaborate on that then?
It's incorrect methodology for reaching a belief.
For reaching a belief. Okay, so you think my experience is inaccurate? Assuming it to be.
No, that's not what he's presuming. He's saying that because you're assuming that the length of a belief somehow verifies.
I don't think it makes it entirely credible, no.
Oh.
I don't.
But you do think it makes it more credible, which is what I asked you.
It's the feeling. Yeah, because of specific experiences. So it can be, depending on who you ask, subjective, right? Specific experiences can make it true, right? Depending on what you feel from it, or if you have repetitive experiences. So the fact that I kept having repeating experiences.
True?
I mean, if it's the same feeling over and over since I was a kid, then yeah, it kind
So a
of makes it true.
feeling makes a belief true.
If it's the same thing over and over for years, yeah. For me, yeah. That's why I said it's biased.
Can
It's
someone
my
be
personal
wrong?
experience.
Can someone be wrong for years and years?
Oh, someone definitely can be wrong, just like all these scientists can be wrong, and they have been wrong many times.
And somebody could be right for years and years, right?
For sure.
And in either case, it doesn't impact whether or not they're right or wrong.
Depending on who you ask. Really depends on who you ask, bro, because perspective is a very big thing.
Is that what they told you in your philosophy course?
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny though because you said keep the tone down and not insult, but I can definitely feel the backhanded.
I thought you said you knew you were a good person.
It's because
I never said that.
You don't.
Nobody's a good person.
You don't seem to have even the basic understanding of philosophy, at least not.
I think philosophy can be very. It's perspective. It's definitely perspective on your experiences.
What does philosophy mean? What is philosophy?
You guys obviously have a higher education than I do, right? I dropped out of college, I would admit that. And I did take 2 classes in philosophy, like I did mention. I did not lie about that. So clearly you guys can educate me a little bit more, right? So tell me what your definition is.
Why do you keep wanting us to teach you things? We're not here to teach
because
you things.
that's the thing.
Nobody's paying us to teach you things.
Nobody's paying me to be up here. What the fuck? It's a free battle. You guys are questioning me on my beliefs, right? And I'm cool with both of y'all up top. But Sage seems like he has a little bit of a beef with me. I don't know why.
Right.
A little
That's the thing,
backhanded.
though. We're here to ask
backhanded.
you questions, not teach you things.
You asking
That
me.
wasn't,
No,
that
you
wasn't
asked me.
backhanded. That wasn't backhanded.
You said,
that was
why
direct.
did you...
I directly said that you are lying about having taken philosophy in college.
Do I have to show you my credits? Do I have to show you to prove to you?
Nope, you don't. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. Yep,
that's right.
Exactly.
We don't need you to prove anything. That's not what we're here for. I'm with you, at least, Sage, that he doesn't present any knowledge of even basic philosophy. And yeah, I think he's just trying to impress or out loud, and he hasn't figured out how to.
Yep.
And he thought he had to impress us to do it, but we're not impressed.
Yeah, if he had just approached it that way, he might have gotten a different response.
It's really fair assessment because we're very open to working things out.
Well, hello, RC. Haven't seen you in a little while. How you been?
I've been alright, been hosting my own lives here and there.
Well, how's it going?
Alright. Like, having trouble keeping up a consistent schedule, but whatever.
I don't know anything about that. We're live whenever we're live.
Yeah.
I try to say, like 11 p.m. Central, but then I'm an hour late or 2 hours late.
I have a question for you guys, and this is actually based on someone who came into my live the other night and kind of got my brain, like, like tinkering around a little bit there. Is it possible?
Oh, yeah, it fell under the couch.
Oh, damn.
That's my answer.
But anyways, it's like, is it possible to not believe in a god figure, but still believe in a higher power? Because this person who came into my live claimed that I don't believe in a god, I believe in a source. And I'm like, can we call that
I mean,
God?
they might just be playing semantic games, but there are things that could be considered a higher or a source or a higher power that would not also be considered a god.
Interesting.
That word makes me irrationally angry. I don't know why.
What was
I
the
really don't
question
like it.
again? I was typing out a response. What was the question again?
So the question was, and this person actually was a Kabbalist. Like they follow like Kabbalah. They said it's like,
yeah.
I was like, I don't believe in a god, I believe in a source. And he differentiated that gods are archetypes of this unified source, but the source itself is not a god. It's the universe itself. And they're
Yeah, I often like I don't ever say anything because I understand the rhetorical principle, but like I think that intuitively people like these conversations are to some extent pedantic because like intuitively we know what people are saying, but the point is to ask them what they really mean by it, for them to be critical in thought by what they mean by it. Like when somebody says source, I know exactly what they're talking about. I know exactly what they mean when they say that. It's and also there are more opportunities than buzzwords to discuss intellectually what we really believe about the universe. And like, I think that to be in conversation with science is like the coolest fucking thing ever because like we're actually learning and understanding and also using poetic words to talk about things like gratitude and love and these interesting things can be potentially interesting if people engage in a way that is actually reflective of like a deep understanding of the universe as opposed to superimposing some fucking noodles on a wall.
So when you say that you know exactly what they're talking about when they say source, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, they're talking about the feeling of like being a human being that like kind of like is going through it and like, you know, loves a sunset or two, you know, like
the feeling.
Yeah, the feeling of existing and like, you know,
God
the
is
feeling of
feeling.
Is
yeah,
it a feeling or is that
yeah, it's a
like
feeling.
every feeling
Yeah.
all combined?
Yeah, it's a feeling. You know, it's like
Or
it's
just
like doing the thing. Yeah, it's doing like humans do. We're breathing in, we're breathing out. You know, like humans do. There's dishes in the sink, you know, but you know, everybody wants to take a vacation down to the Gulf of Mexico or some shit, you know, like it's you know, it's a thing, like
if
humans.
it's the feeling that you feel like humans feel, is it just you projecting that everybody feels this thing and that feeling is therefore the thing that is, but really it's just your projection on everyone else?
Absolutely, my projection, and
Can I finish my diatribe real quick?
oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
How'd I
Well,
do?
because like what I was saying was this word, the use of this word bothers me immensely because it just means God for somebody who doesn't want to say God. And that doesn't necessarily mean
If I can interrupt for a moment.
I can't even with you guys.
God is a type of source, but that's not the only thing that could be a source.
Yeah, for sure.
No, it's not the only thing that could be a source, but when people come up and say source, where we came from, what we're going back to, come on.
I think of barbecue. I think of a lady from Brooklyn saying barbecue sauce.
Hang on.
What they mean is God. What they're talking about is God. They're not talking about a specific God. They're not talking about the God of any religion, but they're using a different word to describe something that they know because they know it is God, but they don't want to say God.
I think there are definitely some people who do that. But I don't know that all of them do that.
That's true. There's definitely some people who are like, I have these words that I heard, and I like wrote them down to make sure that I
When have you heard someone come use that word in a spiritual sense and they didn't mean that?
Well, the other night. It's like, and so this is actually kind of
Same as every other night, Pinky. Sorry, RC.
And now I'm agnostic atheist. I don't even know what a god is supposed to be. And so I leave it to other people to provide for me their definition of what a god is or what it isn't. And so
Sorry, RC. What was the thing that they provided that differentiated their source from a deity or a god?
according to them, the source or like the all is like the universe or existence itself, and gods are archetypes of that particular facet of existence. And so, and I'm like, if that's their definition of a god, it's like it's like,
what is an archetype?
An archetype is basically like a representative or a symbolic, at least in my understanding anyway. I'm pretty sure someone has a different understanding than I do, but it's basically like a symbol or kind of like a gesture that is a little bit shit, I can't freaking word, like kind of like
Sounding a lot like a pantheon of gods with a Norwegian god.
Yeah, I was say if archetype, if the smaller archetypes are represented, like this sounds like the smaller gods are a representation of the bigger god.
Yeah, kind of like how, like, you know, Zeus is like the god of gods and all the gods, and like, or like Ra, Amun Ra, yada yada, etc.
Right. So what it sounds like is source is big god, and then gods are little gods.
I think you just mean that, like, this is like a local understanding of a god that actually exists.
Do you know how small God feels? Like when you talk about God that way, it feels so small. Like it's just like hilariously small.
If God doesn't have a mind or agency, I'm not sure that it's the type of thing that can feel.
Well,
that's very funny, Sage. What I mean is, like, it is like the concept is just so incredibly tiny. Like
You got a bit of an echo, RC.
Yeah.
I was about to say, well, that actually kind of for example, that kind of reminds me of like how we have like Gnosticism, like we have like the grand, like, you know, chaotic Sophia, and we got like, you know, Yahweh who's like a tiny little demiurge.
He's just a little guy.
Right, but do you see what I mean about, like, it's a word for God for people who don't want to say God?
I hear it,
and
but
if I look at the things that you tell me about this person, I could also say that, like, what's that stupid psychologist's name? Tell me about your mother. Jung.
Oh, Freud.
Like, it could be like a Jungian understanding of Kabbalah.
Like the Kabbalistic piece is really just everything is about receiving. That's the core message. And so, what would be received in this conversation is what the Kabbalist rabbi would ask, and that just feels disingenuous from my perspective.
Interesting. Because
if this source didn't have a mind or agency, I wouldn't consider it to be a god, although they might describe it as such.
So, You would define God as something with agency or a consciousness?
I say it necessarily needs agency in a mind.
That's why these people call me a spicy theist or a spicy atheist. What did he say? Spicy atheist.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not an atheist. Surprise.
But also, I had a different answer to your original question too. I'm sorry. To answer your original question about higher powers versus gods or deities, the way most people define a higher power, many things could be a higher power. The volcano, that's like the highest of all powers in my world, but that's because I live right next to it, you know? I don't think a higher power necessarily has to mean deity, but I do think source means God.
I'm looking at the Batcolyte's actual background, and I actually think that that's what Thrayle looks like right now.
I've always thought Thrayle looked like that.
But that position with that absence of skin, just that he has decayed over this conversation.
No, Thrayle is just a talking skeleton through and through with long, beautiful brown hair.
Yeah, I gotta say, Thrayle, sometimes we need to have an intellectual party break as well, and I suppose that's what the Discord is for. So maybe I should be.
Does that mean Thrayle has prosthetic skin legs?
Yes, it does.
Because I have seen his legs.
We're telling you what you are, Thrayle. You have no power.
I've seen his face, and it's just as fleshless as you see it right there. So.
Funny.
I love how he's not even like responding back with anything. He's just like
he's making coffee or something. I guarantee it.
He's letting it happen. It's amazing.
But I think, okay, so RC, I think about what God is all the time, and I talk about this with myself all the time because I also am like, I have never had a belief. I wasn't a Christian. I didn't deconstruct. No, none of that. And so I have no concept of what God is or what it's supposed to be. And I'm with you there. Like I think about this like a lot.
Yes. Yes, we have achieved peak. This is like the epic card in Pokemon, but for WTF. This is like
Look at
we
that.
got a hit.
How cool is it?
Yeah.
We've reached the enlightenment of
Cool.
WTFians.
I really like that.
It's like some.
It's an energy god. It's a skeletal energy god.
It's some Kundalini shit.
Yeah.
Yes, Koki.
I'm sorry, like my autism is now just like captivated on like that crown chakra. I'm sorry. Blech.
It's tremendous.
Thanks. And I'm hypnotized.
I think in a way I was really hoping for it, you know?
I meant to do it sooner. I did step away and checked on Tetra. But
it's okay. Sometimes, I was saying we need it too, like we need a mental load dump.
We were dictating your person.
Don't worry, I told them that you are just as skeletal as that picture looks.
I mean, at least that skeleton looks at peace with the.
And this one looks like he's.
That's what I imagined
out of place
actually.
in the party. Yeah.
When we
you
first
probably
started
imagined, you probably imagined the other one, what the classic. This one. Yes.
Not. That one looks like you need sleep. The other one that you just had before looks like you just woke up and you just crawled to the frickin' breakfast table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That's like 7 a.m. Thrayle right there. That's like...
But now all we need is, somebody with a belief that's capable of questioning their beliefs in a god or gods or higher power or something like that.
I really liked running that prompt the other night. I think I'm gonna run that again at some point.
The what is God you did.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, terrible guess, but good prompt.
I've run what is God several times before. It's always wild, and you get everything.
But yeah, in case you haven't heard it, Thrayle, or maybe you were away at that time, but that is literally why I'm an agnostic atheist. What the fuck is God? Or what the fuck is a God supposed to be?
How were you asking them when they came up? Like, do you remember how you were wording the question?
No, I was probably just asking, what is God?
Not you.
Can I genuinely
RC.
ask, what is a god not? Like, Sage, you started to say that. I would disagree. I think a god can be something without a mind, but you said a god has a mind. But, what is a god not, I guess? Can you make a negative statement about God?
No, because I don't have any concept for what is it. It's not that it's like...
You and your
it's that
negative
I don't
theology.
know. I love this. I love the negative theology, but I can't say what a god isn't because I have no frame of reference for what it is. It could be anything.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So what could it not be?
I don't know.
RC, what do you think?
Beats the fuck out of me. And that's what pisses me off. I wish I had the answer to that. What a god could or could not be.
Well, could a god be omnipotent?
Well, here's the question, Rav.
Yeah.
What could a god not be? To you, the one who has a concept of a god.
Yeah.
Because if nobody else has a concept, how can they answer that?
I see. That's a good question. That's really good. That makes perfect sense.
A god cannot be existent.
Okay, Sage has an idea. That is the concept of God. From Sage.
Why can a god not be existent?
Because I think anything that could be considered a god fails to have or fails to meet past the law of non-contradiction.
Remind me of the law of non-contradiction?
A proposition and its negation cannot be both true at the same time.
Got it.
P and not P.
Yeah, for sure.
So basically what you're saying is that the basic fundamental or one property that a god has to have is that they have to exist for sure. They can't be non-existent.
No. He said, what is one of the properties that God cannot have? And I said, a god cannot be existent because I think all concepts of God entail a contradiction.
You've heard my theology. What's the contradiction in my theology?
And it doesn't meet my conditions for God, for one.
Yeah, it doesn't have agency, so it doesn't meet what...
Oh, agency. That's right. That's what you're. Yeah. Why does
I might
God
say a god is the type of thing that is supernatural, and a thing that doesn't have agency or a mind is necessarily naturalistic.
But nothing
Therefore,
can be supernatural.
God cannot be supernatural.
But supernatural in itself is not a thing. There's no such thing as supernatural. Like that's self-defeating in itself.
It just seems appropriate.
I'm not this heavy-handed, by the way. I don't believe this hard.
No. Oh, what the fuck is God? Yeah.
More active.
Thrayle, I think that topic. Yeah, I think, but I really genuinely think we are questioning my beliefs and also the notion that a God, what a God is, or isn't, rather.
I've been thinking about this and questioning this like for weeks now, because I think that God, like when you say the word God, this is meaningful. This means something. Even if you don't believe in God, this is a meaningful term because there's like
Yeah, but so is watermelon.
no, a watermelon. Watermelon describes a fruit, not.
Yeah, but it's meaningful. Like I think of summer, and I think of like memories, and I think of Kool-Aid, and I think of like all kinds of different things. You know what I'm saying? Like I think of Fourth of July, like all kinds of different things.
Right, but there's no right, but there's a watermelon. Like there's
when you don't
physically
know
a
the words
watermelon.
to the song in choir.
What God is that? What you or watermelon? What?
No, watermelon. They teach you that if you don't know the words, that you can mouth watermelon.
Oh, yeah,
It's like
that's
you're
right,
singing the
exactly.
lyrics.
Yeah, I think of that too. That's good.
Okay, but like but this is a thing. Like I could go get a watermelon. I can grow a watermelon. I can't grow a God, but it's still meaningful.
I feel like I've grown my God.
So, are you saying that your God is a fabrication of your own conception?
I think
so.
that, yeah, I think so, and I also think that it is, like, yes, it is me observing. What I see as God, RC. I don't know if you've heard me say this, but is God is a process. God is all of the processes. Like everything that becomes, the becoming of things is, for me, what is godly is God.
So, would you agree with Spinoza that that existence itself is God?
Yeah, I'm a big old fan of Spinoza. That's a double Spinoza night, by the way, for those counting at home.
So, if that's the case, why bother calling it God? Why not just call it existence, the universe?
Yeah, I think because for me, there's a tradition that surrounds that God that is, equal to or even more important than whether or not God exists.
You might seem to indicate that you like tradition, but I've never once seen you sing Fiddler on the Roof.
Oh, boy.
So could you repeat that to me, Rob? It's like I want to understand what you said a little bit more.
What did I say? I can't remember.
My question was, if you're basically like all up in Spinoza's like grill with that, why even bother call existence God?
Yeah, that the God itself is one piece of the conversation. The God is a sense of gratitude and awe, I think, whereas the conversation that surrounds it creates a tradition and a community and a praxis and all of that.
So
I'm Jewish.
I mean, I right. Didn't you like? Aren't you a rabbi or weren't you a rabbi?
Yeah,
Okay.
Still am. Yep.
Okay.
That for a long time.
Nice. And so sounds like what you're saying, at least to my current understanding, I could just be completely be thick-headed, but it's like it sounds like to like the same reason why I find meaningful coincidences and mysterious phenomena attributed to the supernatural because of wowism.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to kind of begin the conversation, especially from maybe the universal perspective of like everybody being able to tap into that.
wowism.
That's what we started saying to my son when we would look at the bees mixing up the pollen on the lime trees. We would say, wow. Yeah, it was pretty great.
So, RC, there's a question that I have been asking many people recently, and the one that you might also find useful in your question asking venture. Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
I would lean towards no. Same reason why I would say that the supernatural components of the things that I find interesting don't have to be the case either. Like, for example, I don't know if you know jack squat about me, Kat, but I am a tarot reader. I'm an astrologer. Like, I actually am into like we call quote unquote divination. Whether or not there is a supernatural component to the philosophy behind some of these things, I do still find meaning in the, here's that word again, archetypical concepts that they present.
In the projected categories.
Right. I bit like Thrayle, projected categories.
I also read cards, and I absolutely agree. And I think that I invite you to take that question and ask as many theists as you can, because the answers are intensely interesting.
What's the question?
I'd be interested to know if you get a lean one way or another with believers versus non-believers. Yeah, or if it's more of a broad spectrum of answers. But the question was, does God have to exist to be meaningful, for it to be meaningful, for the God to be
God have to exist for it to be meaningful? Thank you for giving me my next spicy question, Kat. Thank you. Because I do 2 questions and I do a spicy take, so that's going to be my spicy take on my next prompt. Thanks.
I will follow you. I will come watch that, and I'm glad. I've been loving this question, so I'm excited to see somebody else.
I'm definitely going to look forward to Theism Thursday at this point. Yeah, because that's when I really get into the whole theism stuff here.
Well, there you go. Well, I appreciate you coming up, RC.
Okie dokie.
I think we're going to move on. We got a new guest.
All right, no problems.
Yeah. I mean, you're welcome to stick around and ask questions.
I would remove God from that question and just ask if something needs to exist to be meaningful.
And that's
how you. The important part of that question.
Right. Well, you put God in the first time, and then when you ask it again, after they say yes, God has to exist to be meaningful, throw Santa Claus at them. See if their answer's the same.
Alrighty.
How do you know something has an intention or not?
All right, but I'll stick around if I'm allowed to.
Absolutely, RC. We do have Source joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
49. Yep, a 49.
Hey, Logic Cat. Source, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
So I don't know. It's not necessarily God, per se what God is. I think that there is an underlining element that runs through all things.
I'm sorry, if you're like crinkling a water bottle, that's what we're all hearing right now.
That it's not God in a traditional sense. It's not like some deities that's going to come down, swoop, and save me and things like that. There's an underlying force that runs through all matter, and we're all connected to it. And it's a thing. Is it something that's like gonna do anything special? No. Could you still be an atheist and believe it? Sure, because you can kind of back it up by science. But I think
you can kind of back it up by science. I'm sorry, it's an underlying force. Just like a
Well,
Star
okay, so
Wars thing.
yeah, like the metachlorian and all that jazz. No, actually, it's just the fact that there's space in between all matter, and everything we know is made up of matter.
Because there's space between matter, you is this a creator entity, a thing that
Well, okay. If we can kind of at a ballpark wrap our head around, we don't have to believe the concept, right? But can kind of get where I'm going with this, right? You have to kind of admit that everything that you're made of, all your atoms, your particles, and stuff like that, can connect to every particle that I am in every way you could possibly think. You know,
You mean
now
like a field?
Well, it's an abs. Is nothing something? Is my question, right? So I would say it would be, right? Because if something vibrates atoms, right, there has to be space in between these atoms in order for it to be able to vibrate. So that space is connected
Okay.
to everything.
How does a space how is a space connected when it's a space?
So if it is the space between the molecules that make up existence, all matter, right? It was there at the beginning of matter, and it will be there till the end of matter. Okay. And then,
What I mean is, sorry, what makes so what makes it a connection if it's a space?
because it is if we can believe that nothing is something, right? So the absence of things, the space between, right? It runs through literally everything that's ever been made in existence. It's the foundation. Without it, you could not have matter exist.
So you're saying that your God is the space between things, and that it must exist, because without it, nothing would exist, because everything would be condensed without the space. Is it the space, or did you mean nothing when you said nothing?
So that's a good question. You know, I'm not sure if I can bring a difference to that, because this isn't something that I can like say a prayer to or devote a action to, and it's gonna act a certain way for me.
Is this more of an idea that something, anything, could be? Was it a contingency for
Concept? Yes, you're on it, right? Is that something that you could actually quantify and repeat as a like a scientific medicine?
Why do you
repeat
need
over
to
and over again
define
possible
God
time?
into existence?
Well, I don't. You can call it good orderly direction. Well, the thing was, what WTF is God, you know, and God is a title, you know, it's not a thing or a person or a being.
For you, it was the space between things, so that it could be
I kind of gave you a
necessary
loose
component. But is that something
representation of
you
what I kinda
actually
thought.
believe?
I do believe that we are connected through space between our atoms, and I believe it even goes a little bit deeper than that, actually.
Well, I think what Thrayle may be trying to ask is, why does that entail something other than just the way things are?
Oh, it doesn't. Nothing at all. But it's the only thing I can actually kind of wrap my head around, that I could say, okay, well, that's omnipresent because it's everywhere all at once, right? It's been there through all of creation. It was there through everything that was created because it's matter. So it was there during all creation, and it was there from the time creation began, and it will be there to the end. So in a loose way, omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient.
I figured out what God is too.
You figured out what God is, Kat.
I figured out what God is.
What is God? Or what the fuck is God?
What the fuck? God is an extra step that people feel is necessary to add to explain all the things that it can't explain, and it's really just convoluted and non-descriptive and doesn't make sense. But for some reason, for necessary for many people, that's what counts.
That sounds
An extra step.
like a step farther than the sandwich.
It sounds like 2 steps more than where we're supposed to be here. What the hell's happening? A God sandwich.
What was that, RC?
Oh, here we go with the sandwich.
I mean, the sandwich has more explanatory power, at least.
All hail the skeletal bat goddess and her sandwichy glory.
I mean, Jesus being a necromancer, and I was going to go off with that, but I figured maybe I pipe that one back a little bit. Go ahead.
I see.
What's up?
So you don't actually have a belief in a god or anything like that?
So a god per se, if you're going to get a theological, I'm going to debate you theologically and just tell you that religion is a complete and total mockery, and you're probably one of the worst people on the planet because you follow a freaking sadist. So, but yeah, that is the problem, I think, because all the Abrahamic gods are falsities, man. It literally is the biggest corporation you've ever could wrap your head around.
All of them?
All the Abrahamics for sure. Most of the religions.
What's an Abrahamic?
So Abrahamic is a god that was based on the God of Abraham, which started Judaism and then Christianity, and then 500 years later, Muslim.
And how are those faiths, practices, and peoples distinguished?
Oh my goodness. So you got to figure what your deity was. So you got Judaism that actually kind of leans more towards the blatant polytheistic agreement. The Savior, Christ has not risen yet. Of course, Christianity's got it all weird because the deity, my bad, that was a slip. But that situation was all kind of jacked up too because he wasn't a Christian; he was a Jewish rabbi. But he still has the same God as the Jewish people do. And then 500 years later, there's another sect of Yahwehism, and then
The original question was, what's an Abrahamic? And you said that they all have something in common. What was it?
Abrahamic religion. It's the same God.
The God of Abraham, the three. And then I think I lost you in the sauce there.
Well, when you say distinguish, do you mean like set them apart, or
yeah? What are the defining features of those? I mean, you said that they're all. How did you describe all the Abrahamics?
Well, so with Judaism was the first, okay, and they do not believe the Savior has come yet. Okay, Christianity believes that the Savior has. And then you have the Muslim religion, and they're all the same God.
Well, it sounds like you're positioning these things relative to Christianity. Is that true?
Well, I think Christianity is probably the spark that's going to rip everything apart, honestly. But
what does that mean?
I think that these religions and the belief of them and the things that they've been doing, most of us ripping each other apart in some sort of way eventually.
I think what I'm hearing you saying is that all of these are under Christianity. Is that kind of your understanding of how these religions?
Well, okay, so if you really had to call it, right, it would be under Judaism, I would say, because Judaism was the first.
Oh my God!
Judaism
thank you, Martha.
Was the situation. The whole thing is very convoluted, and through research on my own and history and getting in the books and things like that, there's lots of scary stuff, nefarious goings on, if you will.
Sorry, I guess I'm not understanding. The first moment you kind of compared everything to Christianity, And then you said that it's all under Judaism. What does that mean? It's under Judaism.
Okay, so there are three major religions more than that, but three of the major ones. And I'm pretty sure Hinduism is probably bigger. I'm not going to say that anyway. But my point is that they're all based from the God of Abraham.
Hinduism is based from Abraham?
No. The three that I talked about before. Okay. Christianity, Muslim, God.
How many Muslims are there in the world?
Off the top of my head, I think I looked at this the other day. I can't really recall it, but I'm thinking probably somewhere around. I can't remember, man. Honestly, I can't remember.
I'm sorry. Can I also please stop you and say that it's not Muslim?
Okay, you're right. You're absolutely right. My apologies about that too.
And how many Christians are there in the world?
Way too many. There's 40,000 different sects and denominations of it, man.
So what if I told you there were 1.6 billion Muslims in the world?
I say that that's a lot.
And what if I told you there were...
It really doesn't matter because they're all under the same God who is a false God. So all of it is BS. Doesn't matter how many's there.
How did you verify that it was a false God?
So, okay.
How do you know... I'm sorry, just real quick, I want to frame the question a little better. Have you seen a true God to be able to make the comparison so that
Absolutely
you know this
not.
is a false God?
Absolutely not. And here's where my logic comes into play.
How then did you determine it was a false God?
So, if something is pure, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, right? It's going to be pure. It's going to be divine. If I don't perceive that in the thing that is supposed to be the deity, in comparison,
Did you
is
verify
not
that the deity described in these books is all of those things?
Well, that's my point. If you can't see that in this divinity, in this divine being, then it's not those things.
Well, you've not. So you've seen it, and you've seen God, and you've determined that it's not divine. Is that?
No. And my point is that I have not witnessed God in any of these things.
Right. So you don't know whether it's divine or not. Then.
What does divine even mean?
If it's perfect, if something is perfect,
good question.
Right? Something is perfect. How are you going to perceive it to be anything else but perfect?
Is that what divine means? That's what Kat asked.
I would say the practice of acting in a... That's a good question.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, nobody knows. Nobody ever knows what divine means. And
well,
so wait. How can you say if something is or isn't divine when you can't define the word divine?
Well, my point is, if it is divine, I would look at it and say, damn, that's divine. I would know immediately what it is because it is that thing. And me not being able to report and describe that thing means that I've never seen it. So I've never seen a God.
Okay, so you're saying that whatever divine means, you will know it when you see it, but you can't define it.
You would too.
Are you saying that you can't define what the word means that you would know when you see?
I'm saying that if something is perfect, omnipotent, omniscient.
So that was the question again. Is so divine? Yeah. I don't know. Is that what you conceptualize God?
I would assume you'd think it would be.
Why do you assume God would be perfect?
Because I am mortal and I can have an opinion and I can base that on fact, and those facts are only based in my observation.
Are you drunk?
Am I drunk? No, I can't drink actually.
So how do we know that anything is all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present? And how's that even possible?
I think it's a good question. I would say observation and belief over time. Is there going to be something you're going to look at and go, wow, that's God? I would say, well, if you see it that way, then it must be God to you.
So we can measure all powerfulness and all knowingness and all presentness.
What are you asking?
You said it's like you said it's like how do we know that this God is all knowing and all powerful and all present? And it's like and you said it's like it's something that we see over time, like poorly. So how do we come to measure that? How do we come to recognize that?
Okay, so if something is all powerful and all knowing, everywhere all at once, and that's the true nature of the thing, when you perceive it, when you are able to perceive it for yourself, okay, if it does not appear those things, any of the things you thought it was, because you're not witnessing that.
What does that look like, though?
What does what look like?
What does all powerfulness look like? What does all knowing?
All powerful, I would be like you could do anything you wanted to do, man. Create anything you wanted to create.
Yeah, like cure disease.
Cat has
Yeah.
a hand up.
Not
So,
give puppies ass cancer.
Hang on, Source. Cat's got her hand up.
So here's the thing, Source. You have sat here and denounced and expressed your disgust and disdain for the Abrahamic God. However, you got from the Abrahamic God, clearly.
Of course.
Why is God perfect? Why does he have the does it have the omni properties? Why are these things that make God a god?
Are you asking me what?
Yeah, because they don't have to. Why? Like you keep saying that this God cannot be God because it doesn't. You don't think that it has these properties, but
May I ask you a question? Do you believe in Yahweh? Do you believe he's all powerful?
I believe in very few things, and my beliefs don't matter.
So, okay, there again. All right, mine don't either, technically, right? But we both are in agreement that we don't see perfection. And if something is in fact perfect,
I never said that.
you would see it.
She didn't say that. You just.
You.
So then, if we can't see perfection, then how can we even begin to recognize God then?
Aha, that's a good question. Fantastic question. I think it's hubris that we even think that we could recognize it.
Well, you would have to posit a definition of what you mean by perfection, which I think everybody's trying to get out of you, because why wouldn't you describe everything as perfect? Well, you're the person who brought up the concept, and so we're just trying to drill down. Don't take it as a kind of an attack or anything. It's just trying to drill down on what you mean by things.
Yeah, right. So when I say perfection, right, you can add whatever you think perfection is in that, right, and play that in the math of the scenario, and you're going to get the same result.
How can
Okay, right. So. Sorry, Thrayle.
How about we answer the question that I asked before moving on to the next one?
Yeah.
Can you refresh me on the question? I'm sorry.
When you talk about God, you give it all the properties of the Abrahamic God, even though you have expressed extreme disdain for this concept of God. So why do you model your concept of God around it? If you
Yahweh, especially the Christian early texts and things like that, some of the older texts in Judaism and things like that. Not a good dude.
I don't think he's going. No.
I don't.
You know what though? In his defense, I don't think he knows that he's doing it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Let's try something else. Let's try something else, Source.
Sure.
Can you question your beliefs?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? What's the question?
Is there a power greater than myself? Sure. Is there something out there that's omnipotent, omniscient, and is there a Sky Daddy, Mr. Big Flip Flops? I probably not. I'm thinking no. I don't have any type of. I think it's going to be probably the reason why everything is going to be screwed up. I think it's probably part of the reason why society has been led in the direction it's been led. I think that these religions and things like that have been used to persecute and enslave.
Hold on. Now it sounds like to me you're starting to contradict yourself a little bit there, because first you said that this god is measured by all these omni properties, and now you're saying you don't necessarily think that this god.
No, I said a god would have to have these properties for me, right? I do not think that any of those versions of Yahweh have any type of perfection or omnipotence or omniscient or omnipresence even. They're not even pretty much good.
Do you think there's anything that you would consider higher power, creator, force, of anything like that?
No. Cool. Not that would be like.
Thanks for answering the questions. Hey, one or two more questions real quick. What do you think would convince you that a god exists?
That would have to be. Huh. That's a really excellent.
Great answer.
Well,
Great answer, Source.
no.
So
I'm trying
I
to
think that's
elaborate here.
Oh.
I'm trying to elaborate because.
Darn.
I guess it would have to be, because I would say that a god would have to have those qualities, right? So there would have to be proof of those qualities, the omnis.
So you're back to the omni god. I'm curious why you're stuck. I'm curious why you are stuck on the omni god and can't think of anything else past it.
So
Source, maybe another time too. So we're moving on.
Sure.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I say hey.
Oh, I always like to keep a box open. Hello, Phoenix. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello?
Are you there?
Yes.
Can I get your age?
51?
Did you say 51?
Yes.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
In a more spiritual sense, yes. I don't believe in like Jesus and that's the only way. I believe that that you can figure things out for yourself, and that just intrinsically and you can figure things out for yourself about what God is about. I think that there's just a very divine lining to everything in life.
Divine. What does divine mean to you, Phoenix?
That we're all here for a purpose, and it's simple. Just to grow to be better people, and to love one another, and to care about one another.
What's deciding this purpose?
What?
You say that we're here for a purpose. What decided this purpose? The purpose to love one another and...
We all have feelings. We all have wants and desires, and
Do you think all of our wants and desires should be satisfied, no matter what they are?
On a more moral form, I think so.
What is morality?
I think humility. Knowing that knowing we're not God, knowing that we're just here and we're trying to learn more about ourselves and we're trying to learn more from other people.
We're not God, but God isn't.
Right.
So just to clarify, the God that you believe in is something that we all get to figure out on our own. You said it's not necessarily the God of the prophets or Jesus, but you believe those were real too, but that it is whatever we discover that makes us love each other.
That's fair. Yeah.
You'd mentioned a particular faith in the comments. The way you're describing your belief does sound very similar. Are you a Baha'i?
No, I was at one point, and then I stopped. I didn't believe in everything that they said. I didn't believe in the way that my parents showed me that they were Baha'i was very wrong. They kicked me out of their house when I was 17 years old, and because I was curious about drinking alcohol, they threw me out to the street, and I had been homeless ever since then.
Alcohol is forbidden.
Yeah. So I don't. In a way, I think I probably would if they were probably better people. But when you throw your 17-year-old daughter out on the street and tell her, don't come back home, I don't care if you get to sell your body on the street, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. I don't think that's, no, throwing your daughter out doesn't sound very Baha'i-like, even for alcohol.
Which is prohibited?
It is prohibited, yeah. It's the same as Islam.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
So some of your morals and your ideas of people being accepted and all that, does that come from that raising as Baha'i?
No, a lot of it just comes from, I wasn't necessarily raised Native American, but I just always had a strong spirituality, not based on religion. Because religion kind of upsets me because it teaches you if you're bad or you're doing this or you're doing that and you're a bad person. I don't believe in hell. So there's you can transcend to different things.
Transcend to different things. What does that mean?
Spiritually. No, just knowing things that are more than what you have learned, than what other people have learned sometimes.
You've said spiritually a number of times.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you hardly.
What does spiritually mean when you're using it?
I don't know. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling that you've done something right, that you've done something good, that there's connection, and that there's growth in your human being, just yourself. I think we were all here to grow.
You think we're all here to grow?
Grow as people, yes. To learn how to love from other people and to be able to love in the purest form.
You said that our ideas of God, that we're supposed to seek and find our own ideas and not rely on these scriptures, these doctrines.
That was part of the Baha'i faith that I grew up in. It was it's called individual investigation of the truth, or progressive revelation. Basically, you learn from all the prophets. You learn what they have to say, and you just grow through that. And at another point in time, there'll be another prophet, and there'll be another person to grow into, to learn how to love and love each other and love life.
Do you, God, that you have developed over your journey is real or not?
Oh, I believe it a lot. I do believe that there is a God, and there's a
How can you verify that the concept that you've developed is what is real?
That I'm not sure, actually. I don't even know how to begin to put that. I just know that that everything has a purpose. Everything has a rhyme or a reason to it. And that God makes sure that everything is taken care of and learns from things, even if immoral. That we are given insights and gifts to learn how to change and be different people.
I asked you earlier what moral is. How are you able to determine that your morals are correct to this God?
I know I am not moral at all. I know what moral is, but I don't necessarily live in those values at this point in my time. I'm struggling. I've had like a million bad things happen to me in my life. I've been raped essayed more than 8 times in my life. I've been beaten, I've been pistol whipped, I've been some of everything in my life.
Probably
I still
best to not lay the details on, but I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So bad things have occurred, and traumas have been fought through. But Phoenix, I'm not hearing how you verify that there is this to each other through that story at all.
I'll have to think about it. I'm not quite sure.
Doesn't it seem like if there is a God giving someone a purpose, and you've suffered those things, then the purpose is not what you assume it to be?
That makes a lot of sense.
Wouldn't it make more sense that there's nothing granting that purpose but individuals, just like individuals going on a journey for God, deciding what God is, individuals going on a, sometimes not even a journey, but just making assumptions of what is moral and deciding, or not even caring, and just than there being a God giving us a purpose.
I don't know. I just know that
I don't know is a perfectly fair answer, Phoenix.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't
I think it's my favorite answer.
How are you
Do you
doing
have...
today?
I'm doing great.
Okay.
Do you have any reason besides the comfort it brings, or the desire for it to be there, for you to believe in a God?
I would have to say that I believe in a higher power. I believe that there's a real rhyme and reason to why everything's going inside your mother, and then you grow up and you learn certain things about certain times. I've studied psychology. I've studied children. I've studied the DSMB, just and biographies about people because I couldn't understand and wrap my mind around why people would be so horrible to each other. But I've done that in my life, and I just come to the point where I believe that there's goodness in the world, and I believe that that's what we're supposed to be. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be good to each other. Yeah.
Supposed to, implying the purpose that a God would want us to do it.
Right.
Me a lot to think about, and for a moment, I think I'm going to let somebody else ask a question if anyone else has one.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Are any of our other questioners with us? I see RC is in the teacup. Good evening, Blake. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me up. Yeah, when you discussed delving into spirituality, you said that you hadn't been raised in like native spirituality. Did you bring that up because you are starting to study more of spirituality that comes from an indigenous culture, or just because you relate spirituality with indigenous cultures?
I I just I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel everything so deeply. I feel like that everything has a purpose. Everything. From the birds flying in the sky to butterflies to food being grown to everything that we're supposed to be, to help sustain ourselves. I just feel like there's a rhyme and a reason to everything. If that makes sense.
Why do you think there's a rhyme and a reason to everything? Have you ever seen... Have you never seen anything that seemed without reason?
I in a way, I feel like there is sometimes no reason for things for happening, but spiritually you grow from things that have been, badly a reason to elevate your spiritual consciousness and to grow as a people. Um, I I know bad things happen in the world, and that's kind of what makes me question about a God. Because I'm like, well, um, why why would that happen to somebody? what happened to somebody who was good, somebody who was doing the right thing, somebody who was doing this, and the only thing that I can figure out is that we're meant to grow as people, as suffer a little bit, but still, but come out on the other end stronger. And
Does everyone come out on the other end stronger?
Yeah.
Is that what you see?
Yeah.
You see everyone come out on the other end of strife and struggle and pain and suffering. You see them come out on the other side, all stronger.
Yes.
Is that all stronger? Are there not those who do not come out stronger?
Yes, sometimes there are. Sometimes people get bitter. Sometimes people don't understand, because they've had bad things happen to them, and it's not fair. It isn't.
So then is the struggling really there to make us stronger? Or is it just there?
I think I'd just like to listen for now.
I understand, Phoenix. I appreciate you being here and trying your best. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and set you down to the comments for the moment. If you'd like to come back up and answer questions, you're welcome to.
Sure. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you. That was... Oh, yes, W's Phoenix in the chat. Thank you, Phoenix. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you, argue with you, or tear you down. I'm not here to burgle your gods either. I just want to know if you can believe, and why do you believe it? And I suppose if you can't question them, I really would be curious why, but what makes you think they are unquestionable, untouchable, unassailable? Are they completely dogmatic, or for fear? Really quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and take this Yeti as well as Susie Blue, Danny Grack, Sankey Bubs, Michael V, Amoria, Chase, and Bats. Thank y'all so much. I do appreciate you. I get your age for TikTok TOS.
Hey, good morning. I'm 45 years old, born in 1980 from East Texas.
Nice. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Somewhat. I believe in the power of love and hatred. It's kind of an older belief system for me. Dates back to my Indian heritage through my family. They taught me a story about a white wolf and a dark wolf that are inside all people. And I was taught there, and it becomes the only one that exists. And it's the same in all people. I believe it's the same in all people. That everybody has something inside them a choice, either to feed the dark wolf or to feed the white wolf. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's really an odd and confusing set of beliefs, but I've seen it to be true in everybody I've ever seen.
Los Cade.
So
yeah, the two wolves.
Oh. So you believe this to be more of a metaphor of how people shape their personalities, or is this?
I think that whenever we come into existence, that we're born with a soul.
What's a soul?
A soul. What is a soul? Define a soul. Is an existence of being, life, an existence of life.
The existence of life, or an existence of life.
Yes.
An existence of life. So any single existence that we would qualify as life.
To an extent, yes. Anything that would have the choice to either choose love or hatred.
Oh, so
I would think would be born with a soul.
So not all life, just the life that can choose love, or that is capable of. Do they have to be able to categorize love and hatred in the way that we do?
I don't think they have to understand love or hatred. I just think they have to be able to, whether they understand it or not. I think that if you can,
does that mean an animal that cannot?
I think an animal could have soul. Yeah.
Process hatred or love in a way that we do. Would that mean it doesn't have a soul?
I wouldn't believe that there was an animal of such.
You don't believe there's any forms of life that we would call alive that don't process love or hatred?
Right.
Interesting. So would bacteria then?
Well, they would have to. That's a very good question. Man, I like the way that you question people. It's really fun. I would say that bacteria does not have the ability to do so. I would say bacteria was soulless.
Bacteria is soulless.
I would say that, but who am I?
Do you know where the demarcation is, where life forms begin to have souls? And
it's in conception. Absence is in conception. There's this term called the spark of light, and nobody's been able to explain it so far.
Spark of light. What are you talking about?
Yeah. For instance, like whenever you're semen and then you go into the egg, there's a spark of light that emits from that.
You're talking about a zinc reaction.
Sure. I wouldn't know the definition of it. Yeah, but I'm probably on the same page.
If you looked up the spark of light at conception and found out that it was a chemical reaction that caused that we could explain why that happened.
Well, that doesn't happen in trees. True. So I would consider a tree to be soulless versus anything that had semen and eggs.
So only things that have semen and eggs have souls.
So you would think, you believe that it's a chemical reaction?
What I believe is irrelevant.
Well, is that what you're telling me? that it was a chemical reaction, or are you asking me if it could be?
I was asking if it would alter your belief.
Oh no. Would it alter my belief in that aspect? Maybe a little bit. It would definitely make me question it.
If they could define it as a chemical reaction
Any further, if it was proven to be like that, but at the same time, maybe not, bro. Maybe not, because like I said, in every person I've seen that choice to where people either choose to do right or choose to do wrong. So,
okay,
I don't know, man.
Real
I'd
quick,
have to.
Vince. Hang on. I think Logic Cat's off mute. I think that's his hand up. So if you got a question.
Well, I just so in that on that question of eggs, does that hold for eggs?
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so.
Because you only go back so far, and
I think
it stops
that wildlife
being.
too has souls. I think that animals do have souls. Yeah.
Cool. All animals, all living creatures. You kind of stop at trees, which is where my interest.
Pretty much anything with a heartbeat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, and why do you think that? What's your reasoning behind that?
It's the only thing I've ever seen love and hatred in. You know, as far as it being expressed to anything outside of its own existence.
So, if I were to take something such as a Venus flytrap, if you've ever seen one of those, yeah. So they obviously have moving parts. They're not completely inanimate, and they eat, which is a similar function to the rest of us. They would say that we share, and all animals share, some elements of DNA. Why would you make that distinction between the Venus flytrap, which almost acts like an animal, but only in the sense that it's got what you could determine as a mouth that it eats through? Why would you make that distinction?
Okay, I think the only similarity that it has is the mouth. I think that it's heartless, thoughtless, reactionless, how to love another creature. I don't think that it would understand how to hate another creature because it didn't have the ability to think of such.
So the distinction I'm trying to make is like, how would you determine the difference between that and say, do you know what a barnacle is? I don't know if
I do.
Yeah, so a barnacle is a living creature,
right?
But it almost has
whales,
very. Yeah. So how do you make the distinction between? Presumably, what you're saying is that the barnacle, the creature that lives inside the barnacle, has a soul, whereas the Venus flytrap doesn't.
I don't know enough about a barnacle, but does barnacles have organs, living organs, brains?
Well, it's very, very similar to, say, an insect, say, a very small insect, but it just lives inside a shell.
Yeah, I just wouldn't be able to have any points to give on that. I wouldn't. I'm too out of loop on something like that.
Okay, right. I mean,
But I
I
would
don't know
assume that
enough.
but if it didn't have a brain or if it didn't have internal organs, then I would assume that it would be left out of this category.
Category is the category. What? So, and you know, I'm asking genuinely as a out of curiosity.
Thank you, Bats.
What leads you to kind of make that distinction in terms of saying to yourself, okay, this must be the category that I'm going to use between this has a soul and this doesn't have a soul, because that's not in any religious doctrine literature.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but basically through experience, through living life, through observing everything that I've ever seen that I would have been taught has a soul. Everything that I've been taught that doesn't is treated fairly. When you show it love and affection, it
love and
Okay. That has the capacity for emotional expression in that kind of sense.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
I would say that. I would, yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Thanks. I'm done. Thanks, Thrayle. That's interesting.
All right, I gotta get myself dressed.
All right, Insanity. Well, I appreciate
I would like to
you
come
coming
back
up
and visit you again. I would love
Sure.
to talk to you.
We'll definitely have more questions, and who knows, you might
Beatles
have
have
different
souls?
answers.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Appreciate you being here.
Probably. I appreciate it.
Take care of Insanity. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. That was an interesting delineation to make, and I definitely have more questions. But yes, Michael V., hydration is important.
Good morning. I'm sorry that he left too, because I had questions of my own.
Like, why draw the line at things you've been taught have souls? Why draw the line at things that seem to emote back when you haven't verified that those are emotions and not survival?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to kind of press too hard on some of that, but yeah, and it's very
I could hear where
easy.
you were going.
Yeah, I mean, I want to keep it as genuine exchange as I could, but at the same time, some of those questions himself, in terms of, oh, does a beetle have a soul? I don't know, because I don't know enough about beetles. Or, then that at least is a good exchange. But yeah, absolutely. I don't. The commonalities that we all share with even most plants is for me. Perhaps people just don't know enough about things like genetics and what have you to understand how much we do share. So yeah, interesting.
I just started staring at Venus flytraps and a bunch of other carnivorous plants. As soon as you room with me now, what is going on?
I was curious a bit about maybe his balance of indigenous beliefs with other beliefs that he holds, and I was wondering if it was common in Texas for Native people to call themselves Indian, because it isn't up here at all. If we do that, it's not.
Yeah, right. Right, interesting.
It's
Yeah.
very generational and it depends on the region. So, like, even within South America, especially like those three specific countries on the north coast that like really only refer to themselves as Amerindians. And then it is very generational and regional how people prescribe to it. Because no matter what, the people's names that they gave themselves. So, like, that's where a lot of people have like a difference in the discussion about like using Indian versus another term because it's all exonyms and not the proper term.
Yeah.
So.
The schools did their damage. But then also, there's other people who are maybe have heritage, but maybe not necessarily part of the community. So I wasn't sure which it was.
We do have a guest joining us. Cheech, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
You're a little hard to hear.
I'm 35.
I heard that one. That was like blasting in my ear.
My bad.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything?
I think that we're all gods because gods and goddesses. I mean, for women, for them. But
what does God mean?
Go ahead. This is yes. The reason being, I was going to explain is, for instance, when you go to putt a ball on a golf course, you practice to think, or you pray for 1 second or how many seconds, hey, I pray that I make this ball in. After that, the next step, you concentrate and practice of yourself putting the ball in the hole. You practice putting. You concentrate on yourself doing that. You're not thinking of your grandmother putting the ball in the hole, at that time. A pro athlete that's practicing on three-pointers isn't thinking that it's some tree is putting the damn ball in the hole like some nonsense. You know what I mean? They're focusing on themselves, which practicing with yourself of a self-natured, then therefore creates the reaction of you accomplishing that, not anybody else but
just
you.
To verify, you're saying that trying to do something, right? Trying to do something and accomplishing it, is that somehow what makes a god?
No, I'm trying to say that you do that. Nobody else does it for you.
Well,
If you were to
when I asked
read
you,
a Bible,
so just to back up.
well, if you were to read a Bible,
right?
and,
I'm not here to
see if it would
debate.
pay your
I'm
bills,
asking
it won't.
questions, and I don't know why you're talking over me.
All right, go ahead.
Also, if you could stop yelling into the mic. I realize I said I couldn't hear you at the beginning, but you seem to have somehow damaged your microphone.
You need to be yelling. Sorry.
Yeah, it's making a staticky sound when you talk. So Cheech, the question was, do you believe in a god or god's higher power or anything like that? You said that everybody is a god and goddess. That sound you consider
You have
God.
to believe in themselves, because I tell that to a lot of people and they don't agree, and I say I feel sad for them that they don't believe that they're a god. So you're correct. It is a belief.
So it sounds like, well, I'm talking about your beliefs, Cheech.
No, I'm talking about everybody's. We're all human. You're
so
no different
we're
than
here
me.
to question your beliefs. See how it says,
Why
can
me?
you
I'm Cheech.
question
I'm no different than you. My belief
see
would
how
be
it
your
says,
belief.
See it says on the screen, can you question your beliefs?
I understand that, but you or me or you, we're the same, aren't we? I mean,
No.
color-wise might not be.
I
Shape,
mean, you
we're not.
and Blake
but-
might be dressed the same and have a similar
No,
body,
no.
but
I'm not dressed the same.
Honestly, well, I mean,
Oh, shirt-wise, okay, I see that. I see what you're saying, man. I thought you were talking about like nothing else, something else.
I don't think, I don't know where you get this "we are the same thing," and I'm not here to tell you that
We are all the same. We're all humans.
So just to
We're all
dial
run
it
on the
back
same
just
blood.
a little bit, just to dial it back just a little
Where do you come from, though? What blood
what
do you
I
run
believe
on?
doesn't matter, and I have no
That's
idea
not about what
mean
you
by
believe.
that.
I said, what do you run on? What do you eat to survive, and what does your blood and lungs take in?
Is that what you mean by "we're the same"? Is that we eat and breathe?
Well, I mean, if you go under a different, I don't know how that's possible because there's nobody. And
Do you think everybody believes the same thing?
I don't care what you believe. It's about what you are.
All right, Cheech. So if you're not interested in actually questioning your beliefs and just kind of talking
My
past
belief
me
is that we're
to
not
give
aliens.
your self-help kind of speech, then I'm not interested. If you're
I don't get
actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then I'm going to need you to actually answer the questions.
You're not asking me a question
I have
as
asked you
easy as I can to answer it. Could you give it in another form?
Do you have a belief in anything like a creator?
You talk really
or a
quietly and
higher
dark,
power?
like if I.
I wonder if that's yours, I could sound like this too.
Okay. Yeah, you're using a.
Well, no,
Cheech,
but
you're
that's
like
just
the
what it
least
sounds
Cheech person I think I've ever heard.
So, Cheech, to bring it back, do you have a belief in anything that you would consider like a god, other than this concept of people should believe in themselves? Do you believe in a higher power or anything else like that? Or are you just saying that you, Cheech, believe in yourself?
Well, how long do I get to answer that? Because it's hard for me to answer in not very long, but not very short.
I mean, I might ask some clarifying questions.
Well, no, I mean, because when I was born, I wasn't able to pick. I was just kind of born and you're raised the way you are. So as you say, believing in a higher power, I was, in my life has established to where I am now. I mean, I'm a healthy human surviving in today's world, and based upon my thoughts of everything, I would thought that was, way I was born and correct could have been, but me being old enough to know that if I wanted to pick a different language, that I would be the one choosing that. Well, in today's, it's very difficult to know. It's like going to the store and they got 30 different waters on the shelf or anything. They got 30 butters to pick from. How do you pick which one it is? There's too many of them. But they all are butters. But they all are a little bit different at the same time.
What question are you answering?
What do I believe in a higher power, and who would that be? And I asked if I could speak upon that in a little bit more than a few seconds.
You didn't answer the question.
I said that when I was younger, I was raised to believe in something, but that now that I'm older, I don't know what that something is. So I don't know what that higher power he is referencing to. I don't know what that is.
Do you have, I understand, I think. You don't have any kind of conception or idea of what a higher power is or should be, so therefore you don't have a belief in one.
Correct in a way, but that I don't know. I know what it means, but...
Right, you know what it means, but to you, it doesn't have meaning.
Correct, because it doesn't, it's like life, which I was trying to bring to you in the sense of how I was raised, that it doesn't affect me. Just like you're going to laugh, I really don't know my mom's birthday or my dad's birthday. It's never been important. So what hasn't been important, I really don't know, and I can't go back. I could train myself to know from now, but as a life-based thing, I don't know. It's not something that was important because it wasn't taught. It was never told to me.
So to you,
Because it seems to be that if your family must have been hella religious or something, because if you turned out like this, holy fuck, you did this on your own. that's your own choice. But if you're acting like this because of your parents and how you were raised on your religion, that's not really
If
your
I'm
fault.
acting
You're
like what?
the way you talk and just the whole page and all this crap. I mean, you could just be normal, but you're acting in a certain
What is normal?
perspective. Well, it's not normal. Like, you're trying to stand out a little different from the rest by how you're doing it, and I can tell because I've been in your shoes. I know because I play like this.
To say what anybody else
I'm
is
talking.
doing.
Sorry, one at a
thinks-
time. Let me go ahead.
So
What did she
Cheech,
say?
you think that I'm trying to stand out, so I'm doing
Well, yeah, you're
something
playing a
that's
part right now. This isn't how you talk with people on the phone on a daily basis. Like you got like
Yes, it
you're
is.
constipated.
Hey, Cheech, what if this is?
How do you
what
know
if?
that?
What, oh
I'm
my
just
goodness.
letting you know that's what it sounds like from
That
an
is
audio
very
perspective.
respectful.
I was
You
just addressing his questions. You didn't wait yet. Now go ahead.
Okay, what makes you believe that Thrayle is not?
Like I said, when an actor, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. When you know actors and you know a good actor, you would know them because you know that.
And you would
I don't know how to
Yeah,
explain
you clearly know so much.
Well, you clearly don't know such about me, and it's very simple. You type my name in on Google, but you'll refuse to say I don't care because that's what everybody does, which is a bandwagon. You're going to ask me things, but then I try to give you the information. Look my name up on Google. It's me, Cheech. Any platform. Just type it in. One word.
Sir, you have
ITS.
8,000 followers.
I know, but that's not what all of it is. I've been doing podcasting and a lot of audio stuff for a lot of years before TikTok. I use Mixler,
What do you
which
do?
Huh?
Is this?
What does that have to do with whatever you believe in God? Like, what is
Calm down.
Thrayle's voice or what you?
First, you asked me. Calm down. You asked me if I thought he was being real. So don't try to switch the question.
Nope, that question wasn't asked.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Whatever. Sick.
Did anybody?
Now I
ask
know
you
that
Cheech?
it has. The way that she just did it. Nope. It's like, what the fuck, lady? You got
Cheech.
problems.
Cheech.
Hey.
I just
Why-
hate
why are
lying.
you-
I can't stand liars and
Yeah, I'm not a
dishonesty.
big fan of liars either.
Hey,
I'm
yeah,
not a big
did I
fan of
ask
liars
that
either.
Somebody
question?
did. I don't
lied?
know if it was you, but a lady's voice just asked me, do I...
Stop the rails, and you're turning it into the Cheech show,
upsetting
and
me.
I don't
I'm
give
sorry,
a shit about
but,
your Cheech show. So stop
but it's
talking
not
over
about
me.
the
That's
show.
not cool either. Why are you talking over me? That's absolutely uncalled for. Cheech, why are you up here pontificating about whether my voice is real or not, or whether I'm affecting some character or not, instead of
didn't
answering
ask that.
genuine questions about your beliefs? Why are you up here trying to take over and make
I didn't ask that. Your friend, a female, asked me, do I think that you're playing
Stop
real?
using that word.
What word?
Female is a breeding term, isn't it?
Oh, what is it, Kate? I don't know who's speaking. The woman's
Also
voice
not my
that
name.
established and
Actually-
asked me. Please.
Woman, but okay.
Oh, you're not? Did I go into the wrong panel? What the fuck?
Hey, Cheech, what's your pronouns?
I'm a fucking straight man that loves pussy. Always, for the rest of my life.
Oh, gross.
Well, how do you create a child then?
This is not
One man
like
and one woman.
this is not
Simple.
the environment for that. This is not the environment for
Cheech,
that.
this is you from 2 years in the future. You're gonna deeply regret everything that you.
He's not even in the room. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh dear.
Right, he really bothered me.
Yes, I think it bothered us all, I think.
He was
Getting
bothering
grosser and
himself.
grosser and grosser.
He just brought his self-bothering up to us to be bothersome about it.
Oh, I'm
No,
so sorry.
I was here for it. I came on about the exact same, or I came in the room almost the same time he got on the panel. That was my first human interaction this morning.
Is he
Yes,
somebody? You
Is he
have to
somebody?
Google him.
No, because as soon as he would get big enough to do anything, he would get sued to all get out. Because they trademarked that shit, Cheech and Chong.
And I love them. They're awesome and they're so chilled. So they're so the opposite of that person.
It was such a weird interaction. He was very upset about in the room.
He was.
Those three-letter words, Cat, just they're so hard to pronounce.
So fucking hard, dude.
Just gotta
And like that's the one variation that I don't like. Like Kate is the one variation of my name that I don't like to be called.
To be fair, I've got two three-letter names that have, for my entire life, been misspelled and mispronounced, and I'm just like, man, it's almost as
I swear to God it is, and it's just like nope. Anyway.
thank you for that being my. Thank you for the wake-up call for that to remind me that the world is terrible and people in it are also terrible. Let's start the new day.
I'm sorry, Jack Dar. The world is wonderful. It's full of rainbows, and there's a leprechaun at the end of every one.
I'm disillusioned. It's 5 a.m. I'm disillusioned.
I'll put marshmallows in my coffee if you do.
It's not all terrible. It's delightful to speak to earlier, but did draw the line when we were questioning. Hi, Phoenix. Welcome back. You said in the comments that you had a question, and I usually only open the floor for that when I switch.
Wonder. Okay.
Hang on.
I feel like there's like a deeper purpose. Or I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over you. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that I usually only open the floor for questions when I switch the background to question the questioner. But I will let you ask a question since you were also open earlier when we questioned you.
In my life, I've had a lot of bad things happen to me. A lot of really cold and uncaring and hurt and pain, and I still care about people. So that's why I believe in God. That's why I believe that there's a higher power, that there's something out there, but I don't know why. Because even though all this bad stuff has happened to me, sometimes I question it. Sometimes I question, why did all this bad stuff happen to me when I'm a good person? Why does all this, shit happen? And I'm sorry. All this stuff happened, and I'm still motivated enough to be nice to the next person and do good things. Despite all the things I have had, I don't know, a whole gamut of things happen to me in my life that were terrible. So that would be my question I pose to you. Why do you think there might be a God if all that bad stuff happens? And
I don't know that there is a God.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think there is a God. Why would you think, Phoenix, that there's a God if all those bad things are happening? Still a good person.
Yeah, I try to help people. I try to be people's friends. I try to make sure that things are okay with everybody else, and still a good person despite the fact that I have been treated like shit the majority of my life.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Is it possible for someone to continue to be a good person after lots of bad things have happened to them without God?
Huh. I think that would probably be possible. Maybe that's where I'm at. It's ever happened to me. I don't want to be the person to hurt anybody else because I've hurt. So I don't know if that has to do anything with God or not, but I know that I wouldn't want to do that to anybody.
Is it possible that you're needing to believe more in yourself? You were looking to a God who got you through this. What if you got you through this?
Wow. Okay. That makes... Huh. I never thought of it that way. Thank you.
I only know because I asked myself the same question after years of childhood trauma.
Mm.
And I'm not a Christian anymore.
But thank you for... I thought about it after we talked before, and that's the only thing that was screaming at me was the fact that, you can be a really good person throughout your whole life and have the whole world sit on you over and over again and still be good people. So that's why I kind of believed in God, that, that he'd want somebody to be a good person somewhere. To be able to motivate people, to be able to, help them transcend the things that they're going through and help them, open their minds to stuff that happens to them and realize that, that they're going to be okay, that everything's going to work out. And that's just where I'm at.
Is it that God wants that? Or could it just be that you do?
I don't know. Because I know I've had things that have hurt really bad and really bad things happen, but I know that I don't want that to happen to anybody else. So I watch out for people. I make sure that people are okay. I make sure people have food. I make sure people are, talked to. And I've met so many of my friends just from solo encounters with them. Just, meeting somebody else on the street that was alone, and I saw them and I could recognize that and made friends with them and still friends with them to this day.
It sounds like you want than your God is at enacting what you think it wants.
Someone who has been through as much as you have, or I have, or any one of us who've been through extensive trauma, when you come out with the level of morals that you are emulating right now, the level of empathy, it shows that you are a strong person. You may not always feel that, but when there are moments when you don't feel that, look back and remember that, you know what, I got myself through this, and this. I'm strong, and I still am a good person. There's people who could have gone bitter. No one would have blamed them, but you decided to be strong and hold on to your empathy. So don't think that you're not a strong person.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So who are you going to question out next?
You're ready to
next
ask questions, are you?
Who's the next wackadoo?
Wackadoo. You weren't a wackadoo, Phoenix.
No.
But I wondered, do you really need the idea of a god in order to be the good person that you want to be?
I think it's more of and just kind of resonated with me just to be logical all the time because emotionally I was torn apart and ripped apart and everything else. Just logically I'd had to think through things and try to do my best to be, a good person and be thoughtful, and that's just the way that I am.
Do you ever question, well, maybe we should move on to a new guest, unless you want to dig deeper.
Hopefully Chief doesn't come back. That was horrible.
Hit him with my chancla.
That was awful, wasn't it?
It was. I was like, what's going on?
It's like a dose of smelling salts.
I'm a cishead straight man, and I'm not gonna repeat the rest.
Yeah, no.
Thank you for having me, though. I appreciate you guys.
Phoenix, I appreciate you. You answered questions honestly, and you really are questioning these things, and I appreciate that. I'm perfectly satisfied not burgling your god and moving on to the next guest. But if you...
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoenix. Keep asking questions. Another round of
That
W's
one's
for
not
Phoenix.
said today.
No, I'm not going to take that god today. I enjoyed Phoenix. I appreciate the candor of her answers. Let's see, we've got a box for... I guess that doesn't exist, and we have a box for a Tootski too. Who might?
Probably.
Tootski, are you with us?
I am with you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you come with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I was thinking of one, but I wanted to go with like source of what's that word you guys keep using?
Antecedents.
Yeah, that one.
I shouldn't have given you the
What's
word.
that word you guys? No.
Don't you know? Well, that's all I got. I got no details. I can't make it woo, no?
I mean, not really.
That's what I keep saying. I keep asking them why they believe this because of that.
I mean, it doesn't take much to imagine something like our entire universe just being a membrane between the bony appendages of a celestial skeletal back goddess unfurling her wings in a
Yeah.
It works because like when you start like meeting Rubber and Ray, then it's like obviously like you're creating a character with the Bat Goddess. It's like, well, obviously they're just gonna be.
What do you mean?
It's gonna be metaphor. If you actually believe these things, if you get me started, but if you like genuinely believe these, like, it is really difficult to marry that to reality. Like, or you just have to be willing to like
Is that what I sound
blind
like?
yourself
That's
to
what you
these
sound like,
consistencies.
You're Kentuckifying us right now,
That's
Jackdaw.
unfortunate.
You're KY-fying.
Cool. Sometimes you guys say things and I'm so annoyed by you, I just want to drop you. And like, it's a good thing that there are rules here because like when you came up and started saying you thought God was source, I was like so ready. Dealing with your shit today, Tootski.
Somebody has to play the what do you call it? The satire. Somebody has to be the one to do the satire.
We had satire. And
yeah,
absurdity.
Cage was like a caricature of a type of Cajun person because you either like turn out chill like me or turn into Jared Leto and Shia LaBeouf. And I don't know what it is. There's only two paths.
Wait, what's wrong with Jared Leto?
He has a cult.
Oh.
Yeah, he's utterly deranged. What's not wrong with Jared Leto?
That's unfortunate. I kind of like thought he was a cool musician. Like I thought he made cool music, but that's fine. Well,
Hello, soul brother. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
this is.
Hey, how you doing, man?
No,
I'm doing all right. Can I get your age?
What you guys talking about?
Prior antecedents.
Apparently my lag caught up with me. I didn't hear the age, but I assume he said it.
He did not.
He did not.
Oh. Well, then really for helping with that goal. But then, soul brother, I need your age. If you could give that to me for TikTok TOS.
You don't know what you want my age?
Yeah, just real quick. Can move right past that.
Man.
64. Appreciate you sharing that. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Maybe this topic is not for me because I don't believe in any more God. I don't believe in. I changed my belief.
You don't believe in any gods, you said?
Nah.
Why don't
I
you
know
believe
that
in a
there are
god?
gods, but I don't believe in any God. But there's gods, you know.
You said you don't believe in any gods.
There is gods, but
There's
I don't
gods,
believe.
multiple gods.
Yes.
I see. You believe in multiple gods?
I don't believe. I know there are multiple gods because I'm one of them.
You believe you are a god?
I don't believe. I know.
Why do you claim to know you are a god?
Because I'm up source. I'm one with source.
What is source?
Consciousness.
Say that again.
Consciousness.
Consciousness is source.
Yes.
One God mind.
ask,
Go for
what
it,
does it
man.
mean to be? What does it mean to be one with consciousness?
What it means to be one with consciousness. I was always here. I am soul. I am one with source. I was always here. I know
You
that.
were always. So you have an experience of all things. You have a memory of all things.
Well, what I know is that I'm trying to get back home. You know, I know this place is not my home. I'm trying to get back home to base reality. Because we live in a simulation. I want to get back to base reality. Simulation that's eternal, not fake.
Why do you think that we live in a simulation?
This, yeah.
So, if we're in a simulation, why would you think that there is such a thing as home?
Because this simulation, it can only survive from observation. So if all souls leave this simulation, it collapses because if it don't have any observers, it will collapse because it's fake.
So it's not a simulation then? Because if it was a
simulation.
simulation, you would be simulated, surely.
It's a simulation, but if it don't have any observers, it will collapse.
And you know this how?
Because it's fake and it run off of souls.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to collapse?
It's fake. You never watched The Matrix?
Yeah, I know The Matrix very well.
You never watched the Truman Show?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that, but that's not a simulation. It's like a setup show. Well, you think that there's like cameras like all around us or something?
Hang on. Why do you think that it's a simulation?
I don't think I know it's a simulation.
Okay.
I'm
why
telling you that.
Why do you know? How do you know?
That's why they make The Matrix, and that's why they make the Truman Show.
So how do you know?
They're trying to give you a message, but people only eat popcorn.
Hang on. How do you know that?
I know that. I can't explain it to you, but I know that.
So
situation, it's reality.
Okay, what evidence points towards it being a simulation?
What do you say?
What evidence points towards it being a simulation?
You know, I can't prove the simulation to you because I'm not that smart.
No, you don't have to, but what
I know it's a simulation.
What convinced you that it was a simulation? What was the first sign that it was a simulation?
What was the first sign that it's a simulation?
Sure, yeah.
All right, you ever heard about the Archons?
What?
You ever heard about the Archons?
Yes. What about the Archons?
You know about the Archons and the white lights and all that?
Yes. What about them?
All right, the Archons, that's what their job is.
Why
do the Archons
trick you to come back into the simulation?
No, he's saying he's saying like you know the trope that when you pass away you see a bright light. That's what he's talking about. But why do you believe that to be true?
I don't believe it. I know it's true. I know that the Archon's job is
knowing it's a type of belief.
Is to trick you to bring you back in this fake simulation.
Okay, so you said
we are several levels deep. We are several levels deep in this computer. Several levels deep.
I
did you
wonder
find that out?
how many films you're going to go through on this, because it sounds like you kind of right. So we're now from The Matrix. We've gone into about dreams with levels.
No, I'm not going to watch dreams with levels, but I know that this is what I know. We are 7 levels deep in this simulated computer, which is a fake. And if we go to 8, next time we reincarnate or recycle, we're gonna be a grey alien. I'm telling you that. Grey alien.
Inception is the film I'm thinking of. So we're into Inception. Tenet, have you seen that film? There's sort of elements there. I wonder, Looper, how many of these films are you actually just because the reason I say this and what have you, it just speaks to me as things you've picked up from movies or books.
You know what? I wake up now. I'm waking up. I wake up at level 7. If I would have wake up at level 6, maybe I wouldn't be here talking with you guys.
How do you even? Is there like a button I can press on my head to be able to see what level I'm on?
That's funny.
No, I'm not even like making fun of you. I'm just, how are you able to tell like what level you're on? Did you assign it or?
I know what level I'm on because of the job. Who's gonna be your god on level 8? Elon.
Yeah,
Elon.
I'm lost right now.
He's gonna be our god at level 8. Remember that, okay? That my god. For anybody who come back into this simulation, as a grey alien, I'm going home.
My question to you is are you simulated?
I'm going home to Black Rock.
So, brother, stop talking for just a moment. I just need a moment to remind everybody to tap the screen and share the live. We're at 79,000 likes. We could hit 80, like before I'm done speaking, even. Well, I mean, if I kept talking, right? If you guys kept tapping, then you could probably do that. Well, then we might be content to move forward to a new guest, but there aren't any in queue, so I should remind everybody that we are here. Well, what the fuck we are talking about is questioning beliefs, like what it is you believe and why you believe it, and that doesn't seem to be what Soul Brother is here for. So we have hit 80,000. If anybody's got any more questions for Soul Brother, maybe we can get back on track, but otherwise, somebody with a belief, go ahead and request that. No takers.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you don't mind me asking Soul one more question.
Absolutely. Go for it. Oh, we'll have to unmute. He's probably already responded. Are you simulated, Soul Brother? You'll have to unmute to answer.
He's in his 60s. There's a good chance he doesn't know how to unmute.
He might have reached level 8 and he can't make contact with us.
No, in all seriousness, I think he was saying he's a gray alien. I don't think he.
He's
No,
saying,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That at level 8, you would come back as a great alien.
I think when you come back when they recycle you and you come back this time, if you don't know simulation, you be a great alien. Level 8.
Okay.
Wait, this is
Okay,
sounding
so
familiar.
did you hear my question? Soul Brother, did you hear my question?
Yeah, you asked me if I'm simulated, and I say yes. I'm in the simulation, but I'm aware.
You
I'm
are a
aware.
simulation. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm aware.
Thank you.
Okay. So, if you are a simulation, is the only way that you've become aware of it through media?
If I'm aware.
Is that where your awareness that you are a simulation came from?
We was in base reality.
Okay. So I tried a few times. So, brother, I appreciate you coming on and trying to answer the questions the best of your ability, but I think we're going to move along and see if Allison has a belief in anything. But first, Allison, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 30.
I'm sorry, did you say 30?
30.
Yep. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I am currently on a path of discovering that. I feel like I believe in deities. I do not believe traditionally that they are good or evil. And I will state that originally I was born in the Southeast United States. So in the Bible Belt, I was raised Christian, several different denominations. As I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains,
You're giving a lot of details I don't need, but ever anything like it.
I would say gods, yes.
Multiple gods. Is that a particular pantheon, or is it just every god?
I cannot say necessarily that I agree with like the Christianity, like the Abrahamic religion. I guess my belief is more pagan based, more like Mother Nature. Like I want all of the lore. I want to read and study and grow in what all of our ancestors, have continued down for us. And I know that's opening a door for a lot, but I feel like knowledge
What
is
all of our
power.
ancestors have done for us, does it matter if any of that is true or not?
Can you please reword your question?
Does it matter if the supposed knowledge of our ancestors is true or not?
I feel like it is important for it to be truth, yes. But I feel like this day and age, so many people have their own interpretation of what that truth is.
I'm not sure what this day or age have to do with this, but do you think that you have your own interpretation of the truth and that it is somehow more correct than others?
No, I do not believe follow is the absolute truth and that is the only correct answer and that is the only correct being or power or energy. No, I do not feel that way.
And for you, it's multiple beings. Do they have names? Or is it something else?
So please bear with me as I try my best to elaborate. As a child, I've always loved the moon, and as I've grown in my path, I have learned that culturally the moon has many different names. For me, I know that she is a I don't want to say woman because that's more fleshly. But she is more divine in a specific way, and the sun is more like masculine, if that makes sense.
Not quite. What does divine mean?
Divinity gendered?
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you.
Is divinity a gendered thing?
Is divinity a gender? Sorry, Kat, you're a little muffled.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, is divinity gendered? Like, is
No. I am saying that I feel that, the moon for me is more feminine, and then the sun for me is more masculine. I'm not saying that everything has to be gendered, because I know that there are lots of different gods and deities and things that I study, that those type of categories, that you can't fit them in. It doesn't work.
The moon is more divine and the sun is more masculine.
I think she misspoke.
Yeah, and that's why I am kind of hesitant to do big group speakings, because I have terrible anxiety and I think too much about what words I need to say.
So you were thinking divine feminine, divine masculine, said divine.
Well, for me, when I go outside and I look at the moon, that is magnificent. Like that.
Why would you associate it with feminine?
Because that's the type of energy that I feel when I look at her. Like, it's not necessarily something that I've read. It's not something that I've been told. It's just always been something that I've been drawn to, right? Different things along my life, different associations with symbols and things.
So it's a personal association?
Personal to me, but yes, others would probably say that it's not necessarily personal, but personal to me in this specific instance.
But you don't hold like a whole lot of weight on it, whether it's real or not, is what you're saying.
Well, excuse me, I believe that my gods, are the true gods. They're the old gods. Well, I definitely feel in modern age society that there's so many different ways to manipulate the masses, and I know that is like, whoa, a big statement to make, but I feel like it's true. I feel like when you're talking about gods or deities, from thousands and thousands of years ago, ancestral writing, I feel like that this day and age, like there was a new religion, I forget the name of it, but a lot of the millionaires and billionaires use it and stuff. And
Scientology?
Yes, that's what it is.
What about it?
I just feel like people use different religions to manipulate, individuals, and we see that across everything. It's not, I feel like if you go back and you do research and you connect, ancestrally, with nature, with yourself, whether you call it spirit, what I don't want to say the other word that was stated. Yeah,
Source.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, that is fine.
I've got a couple of questions, if I may.
What? Yeah, I guess. Go ahead, Jack.
Thrayle had asked earlier what divine means or what divine is. I don't think we got an answer to that. What do you mean by the word divine?
Divine for me. Let me have a moment to think. I guess divine, and maybe that's not the right word to initially use, but I feel like when I am using that to describe something, it has energy or its will, whatever you want to call it, freely, right? Like it's not on the phase where it has to work through things, right? Like it is what it is at that point. It doesn't have to work. I don't know. How do you
It's
I feel,
unconstrained.
yes, there you go. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So when you say that the moon is femininely divine, what does that mean? The sun is masculinely divine. What do you mean by that?
I feel like the type of energies, and I use that, and maybe associating them necessarily directly with a gender wasn't the right thing to do, because I see that's a point of question. I just mean like the type of energy that it has, right? And everybody's energy and what, their power, whatever, as is that making any sense, or do I need to start over?
What is energy?
Yeah, that was my question. What's energy frequency? I'm willing, like, if you feel like using gendered language for the sun or like the types of energy is adding more confusion, that's fine. I just am more curious as to what do you mean by when you say that it has the ability, divine is the ability to use the sun or the moon to be divine in that sense. And like Thrayle said, what do you mean by energy?
And also, real quick, everything will be questioned, but that doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just means there are questions. So don't think that like
No,
there's a wrong answer.
no, I'm just trying to think about how I can appropriately word my responses. And that was quite. Can you start with one question and then we can work through?
Well, let's start with what is energy? What do you mean when you say the word energy?
So I believe that. Okay, how do I explain energy? Science-wise, when you think of like the atoms and different things, how things react, right, with special metals and things, that energy for me is a different energy than when I use it for like what we have inside of us. Some people say like frequency, I guess. But I feel like everybody has a power inside of them, whether they tap into that or not. And I honestly just feel like a lot of times we get lost in a car, we have a cell phone, we use a microwave. People don't understand all of the reality that's around them. And I guess in the simplest way that I can try to explain it is we have machines that, read frequencies from our bodies, right? Yes, we can all see how the machines work. We all have got an x-ray, hopefully at some point or whatever. All of those of things, like my phone right now, I have a device that I'm able to talk with you on. That is literally insane. You guys are all over the world, right? There's frequencies all around me connecting me to you right now, even though that's my phone. So for me, the power within us is like the more of a, oh goodness, we have a soul or a spirit or a mind, consciousness, fucking source, whatever you want to call it, right? When you grow in your spiritual path, from what I believe, that you can call out that power. And I'm not saying necessarily like I can open a door before I touch it, but there are things that you can manipulate. You can close your energy off to things. You can open your energy up to things. That's a can of worms to try to. This is harder than I
You're saying a lot
originally
of what
thought.
you can do with it, but not what it is.
Yes.
And it's okay. You can say that you don't,
No, I
or it's
joined
or that
because
it's ineffable to you. I identify certain things.
I joined because I do want to challenge myself to speak about my beliefs more openly in a group like this, to challenge those thoughts, because questioning beliefs and thoughts is how I am on the path that I am today. Not just taking everybody's word, being fed information, having that thought, that seed of wonder, and trying to seek whatever that truth is that I need to know for me.
Is it possible that the energy source, frequency, vibrational God thing is you taking other people at their word?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of really good discussion with Phoenix earlier, becoming internalized and, of course, externalized with how she interfaces with individuals. And I think that that's beautiful.
When you talk about frequency and energy in regard to feeling people having different frequencies and energy, is that frequency and energy, or is that just your internal emotional experience of the situation?
I would not say that I have, that I always have emotional, external, or idea about something. And I say that because it was something that I said in the chat below when Phoenix was speaking. She talked about she's been through some challenging things in her life, right? So she feels like her God put it in her to help other people. Somebody that she helped that she's still friends with today. For me, in that instance, when I talk about energy and frequency, I don't have to know anything about you. I don't have to know your name. I don't even have to look at you. It's something that I can only express, that I can feel inside of my chest. And it's happened so many times across my life.
How are you verifying that the thing you're feeling is someone else's energy?
Because I reach out to them. I call it the darkness. I have been through a lot of unfortunate life events that all of that, I have grown to have the ability to be able to sense what I call the darkness inside. And basically, it's just like somebody that's close to the edge, that's battling some mental illness or depression.
You said that you weren't getting any external emotional information. So wouldn't that be more likely to be your own internal emotional experience or interpretation or presupposition of the situation?
No, because I way and I have not known why what was happening in that situation. I just knew that for some reason I needed to be a specific place or near something or like a color, like it's very hard to describe, but I always end up being right where I need to be with somebody. Like, I know what you're trying to say, like, oh, well, you can kind of pick up due to social cues. That's not what I'm trying to
I
describe.
think you're kind of straying far beyond the bounds of what my question really was. I was more just speaking personally, or I mean, not personally, but specifically about when you're expressing that, like, people have like a specific frequency or something, and trying out what you meant by it in that situation, because it seems like you're expressing energy very differently depending on the situation in which you're using the word. So, like in the situation where you're saying that somebody has an energy or a specific frequency, you're saying more than just that they have like a specific vibe or something that is like, it's like beyond that for you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So you, what is it that makes you think that this is some?
Supernatural? What do you mean? Like, because for me, supernatural, I don't know. It's just the way that I was raised. When I hear that word, I have to remind myself to not be constrained to that thought pattern.
Yeah, that's why I asked if you considered it to be something that was super. Like, would you consider the divine to be supernatural?
Mm, I don't know if I would use that term. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree.
Okay, well, I'll use a different term. Do you think that this ability? I assume you believe this is part of like divine energy. Why do you assume this is some kind of special some kind of special something as opposed to something natural? Something that maybe you're just like uniquely good at.
Well, I mean, it is natural. I don't think that it's. I mean, it's completely natural.
Maybe I have a different conception of the idea of natural than you do. Because when I hear or think about the word natural, what I'm trying to relay or articulate is something that happens within accordance to the laws of nature, physical laws, natural laws, things that can be tested, understood, and measured.
Yeah, well, I mean, it can be tested. We have all kinds of
You
different.
believe that your abilities can be tested.
Yeah, I don't think that it cannot be proven. Like, we have so much technology. Yeah, absolutely can be proven.
Interesting. So then I guess let me rephrase my question. What is it that makes you think that this is some kind of divine energy ability you have as opposed to like pattern recognition like others have described?
I feel like everybody can have the ability to tap in if they want to take the veil off of their eyes if they would like to dive in and connect themselves,
Take the veil off their eyes. What do you mean by that?
Does that require us to, how do you put it? Does that require us to basically put away everything we know? Are we supposed to believe in a presupposition in order to be able to see this?
No, I don't think that you have to forget everything that you've ever known. I live a, normal life like everybody else.
Not forget, but if we have evidence that things are natural, but you believe that this God is supernatural and you can see it, does that mean in order for us to see it, we need to ignore the fact that that's a presupposition in order to be able to see it? Do we have to in order to be able to see what you see?
My apologies. I don't think what you said makes sense to me.
What part?
Okay. You said that you would have to forget your beliefs or something. You would have to believe in it. You would have to believe in a God.
Let's just ask Tutski, what does she mean by remove the veil from our eyes?
Yeah, what does that mean? Because I try to strip everything to the bare bones in order for me to understand what's going on around me. So what does that mean to remove the veil from your eyes?
To be able to just have your own mind to do research. Essentially, when I see people are veiled, it can mean, I guess, a variety of different reasons, whether they just completely, are not.
Well, I worry that's just going to get us in the roundabout of it being kind of ineffable again. Well, I worry that's just going to get us in the roundabout of it being kind of ineffable again.
Well, I feel like Tutski was almost implying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because that's the last thing that I want to do, that you would have to believe in something first before you will be able to. This isn't like Christianity. You don't have to believe in the Son and the Father and the Holy Spirit to get saved. That's not how any of this works. It's there. It's around you. You have energy around you right now. You literally have. You can read it in how they read brain waves, echocardiograms, ultrasounds. Those machines interact with the energy and everything that you are.
Electricity? When you say energy, do you just mean electricity?
It's not just electricity. This is more than
electricity. Electricity, when you're reading a brainwave, what you're reading is electricity. When your phone receives a signal, that's a radio wave, right? When your eye sees something, that's a light wave, right? These are different forms. It's all radiation.
It's all energy, whether you want to, strap.
Energy is a very broad, vague term.
Yeah, it's all radiation of a different kind, in a different wavelength.
When you say energy, what Jackdaw and I both probably agree upon as energy is just anything that has the ability to do work, or it's the ability to do work. So it's all that. That's all energy. It's not I don't know. It's less mystical than what it sounds to be.
I mean, I couldn't disagree more with what you said. I believe the fact that people who have a cell phone in their hand right now, connected to everybody that has a cell phone, we have logs of all this data information flying around, right? There's so many things around us. Like, does that not mean anything to you guys? Like, you're like, oh, it's just a phone, it's just a radio wave. Is that not magical? I feel like we strayed away so far from.
It's distinctly not. It's
Why are you
distinctly
calling
not
it
magical.
magical?
Yeah, it's distinctly not. It's natural, right? It exists within the natural world. Like it's a reaction that I can cause when I build certain things in certain ways. I can take certain materials, I can modify them, put them together in certain configurations, and I can make these things happen reliably. There's nothing like magic. When you say magical, to me that means like you're supervening natural
science.
Well,
Yeah, are
I'm
you just saying
sorry
it's like
that.
awe-inspiring? Is that what you mean? It's just like awe-inspiring?
If that's what you mean, it's cool. It's cool as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like downplaying it. It is definitely something to recognize and to admire, but it's not magic.
I feel like Hollywood and culture has ruined definitions. When I say the term magic, you think of Harry Potter or a magician pulling a rabbit hat.
Well, I just think anything outside of the natural, anything supernatural, is what I think of magic. So, when you say magical, are you using it as like just awe-inspiring, like a synonym for an adjective of awe-inspiring?
No, the fact that I have stacks of crystals in my house. They're full of energy.
What kind of energy?
What do you mean, what kind of energy?
There's different types of energy. So
I don't know.
So like
I don't know that's going to be.
I mean, I'm just like you say that there's energy, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I think that that crystals have some crystals have potentiality to create like electromagnetic fields, but I don't think that
Do you
they
know that
all
an
have.
ultrasound machine that you use to see inside of a womb and
Yeah.
inside of your body is powered by crystals?
Yeah, but
And so is your cell
it's
phone.
crystals that are,
And so
again,
is your
it's like
TV.
it's crystals that are, we introduce electricity into these crystals to have a specific output, right? It's not like the crystal itself is generating its own energy for us to be able to see, images on the screen.
That's so crazy, because I think that you can take like a lemon and cut it in half with some salt, and for some reason, if you stick some metal in it, you get a current.
Yeah, it's because you have sodium, it becomes like a diode, right? You have an acidic base and you have sodium positive charge. No, it's science. It's all science. It's all naturally occurring. What you're seeing is an electrical chemical reaction. It's not like it's magic or anything.
It just being a chemical reaction, right? Like it being based off the chemical composition of the specific crystal, right? Like a piece of uranium. If you had a uranium crystal, it would sit there and constantly emit radiation. Do you think that magical?
Well, absolutely, I do. And I mean, which uranium are you talking about? Are you talking about 232, 235?
It doesn't matter. Like we pick any of the isotopes of uranium, they're all going to be emitting radiation. I mean, everything emits some
Technetium-99.
level of radiation. It doesn't really matter. But I'm just talking about like if I took a hunk of uranium 232, doesn't matter, and I set it on a counter, it's just going to be sitting there constantly emitting radiation because it's undergoing radioactive decay.
It's
right?
just metal. Cadmium.
It's just, I mean, yeah, and it's constantly like undergoing. It's like it's decaying, right? At a specific rate, it's emitting radiation as it does that. It's shooting out beta and gamma rays as it actually, sorry, no, unless it's going fission, it's not doing gamma. Out.
Heading out, Jack.
And we can detect that.
We lost Jack. Now you're back.
Am I back? Hello? All right, there we go. I'm just saying that, like, so why is it that I guess what I'm most curious about is these things that, like, Tusky and I understand to just be natural, just be a product of physics and chemistry. Why are you calling that magic?
Because the terminology that you're using, that was just other words for something that was already natural, that was here to begin with. Like you're saying science, or this is a reaction. Or no, that's not natural. It's all natural. These are all things that are here. These are all reactions. Nothing is...
That's the opposite. Sorry, hang on. Let me clarify. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. I am saying specifically it is natural. All of these things are natural. It is a byproduct of physics or chemistry in the specific ways that these things interact with each other, right? I'm asking you, why are you calling that magical? Because to me, it's all just natural. There's nothing magical to it.
Well, my friend, I hate to say it. I truly hate to hear that you have no magic in your life. If that's how your brain categorizes that.
We're just trying to understand what magic is.
Dial back the condescension, Allison. You're up here by my grace. If I sense it one more time, you're gone.
Yeah, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand your worldview. And like all I
And I wasn't trying to be rude. I do apologize. You cut out. I couldn't understand what you're saying. Where I am in this conversation is I was saying as far as where I am, I apologize like that you don't have that magic that I feel.
No, it's not a thing to apologize about. It's not even that anybody has said that they don't have it. It's that we're trying to understand what you mean when you say you have it.
Yes, and
that's all you're saying.
So, if I might interject, may I ask you, could you possibly consider that what you and I, because I experience this the same way you do, the way you and I experience magic, could that just be something we don't have the technology or knowledge to explain with science yet?
Who's that question towards?
That's towards Allison.
I definitely feel like we do have so much advancement in technology that we can prove, more than likely, so much that it would be undisputed.
With the current technology we have now?
Correct. With the knowledge that I have of the technological advances that we have in our civilization. Now, if that is given to the public or not, that's another story.
I see.
So I'm gonna, you'll hear me. Is my connection back or no?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Because there seems to be a disconnect. The things that I'm calling physics or chemistry or nature, you're calling magic. And if we're just talking about the same thing, I'm indifferent to the usage of the term magic. It just, to me, it's a silly use of the word. Because when I think of magic, I think of something like entirely like different. So what do you mean when you say the word magic?
And before you answer, thank you everybody for 100,000 likes. I really appreciate it. Keep tapping the screen and share the live out. If you know somebody who has a belief in a god or gods or something like that, they can question that belief. Share it to them. Or don't forget to repost. Go ahead, Alice.
I believe earlier I tried to say that I think the terminology, I think that's really the hang up here. Because lots of times when somebody says magic, they think, Harry Potter or, pulling a magic that what I'm talking about. And I
Then what are
believe,
you talking about? What do you mean?
well, okay, hang on. When I say that, I'm not talking about the Harry Potter magic. I'm talking about the reality, the natural reactions that you're describing. That, to me, is magic, right? Whether you call them reactions or whatever term that you use, I feel like we're more or less talking about the same thing, but I feel like culturally or socially, for some reason, the words internalized mean something so different that it's causing a little blockage here.
Well, we can all.
Well, because
Sorry.
typically,
Sorry.
like I have an association. Most people have an association with the term magic, and it means something other than the natural. And if you just mean chemical reactions or physics, when you say, like, if a gun firing a projectile is magic to you, okay, that's all you mean. It's just you have.
Yeah, we lost you again, Jackdaw.
I'll pick up. Did you get that, Alison?
No, I'm terribly sorry. I've been trying so hard to listen as good as I can because the service.
Alison.
Okay, so yeah, go on.
Go ahead. Oh, it's all right, Logica. You can go ahead.
So yeah, the jackdaw was just saying. How do you distinguish what you were saying between something that is magical and what we just perceive as the reality? Because it seems to us that you're just stating that things are just magical, but it doesn't have any actual meaning beyond just, say, the wonder of nature. Are you suggesting that there is something more to that, or are you actually just saying things are the way they are, aren't they magical? Like, is there any more meaning to that word than you just positing how wonderful things are, how lovely they are, because they all seem to work like magic, but actually there's no magic there. It's just that's the way things are. Do you understand my question?
Yes, I'm trying to think before I answer.
Okay, fair enough. Are things just things and you're calling them magical? Or are you describing something more than things we can already describe?
No. Yeah, well, yes and no. Things are just things, yeah. Like, I don't think that my plushie of Squirtle that I've kept for God forever is magical. No. The little dude hangs around in my bedroom because I've liked him for 6 years. He's magical to me because he's my little friend, but not in the sense like there's.
Are you using the word magic for meaning?
No, I was using that as an example of like my Squirtle is not magical. Like he's not doing vibrations or anything. Like he's not
Are
over
you
here.
using magic for like awe-inspiring? Things you are in awe of.
Or brings you joy.
No, because that was I was trying to use the Squirtle thing as an example of that, but apparently that was very poor of me.
We
Well, you would have
understand
to.
your analogy.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to commit to a kind of a definition. If you're using a term, say, I could get on board with like you're using magic to mean something like quantum field theory, which suggests that throughout the entirety of what we determine to be existence, there exists certain fields that have some sort of relationship with why things work in the way they do. But there's no actual magic there. It's just that's the physical process, or not process. That's just how things work. So I could understand, but there's no actual magic there. It's just ascribing a term such as magic to something that is the way reality works. Are you suggesting that there is something more to it than that?
Yes. I don't think that it's just, cut and dry. I like the comment section right now. It's interesting.
Okay. Well, that's all right, Allison. If you're not going to engage with the conversation and what the Logic Cat just asked you, then you can engage with the comments in the comments. But up here, we're asking you questions. Do you just want to be disrespectful, or would you like to respond to Logic Cat's question? It was a great summation of what Jack's been getting at. That you don't seem to be paying attention to.
No, I'm listening.
It's fine. You can read the comments from the comments. We can have that conversation there. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to questioning your belief, well, then go ahead and request on up. But I'd prefer if you actually have the conversation up here with us. I think that's
just
why.
as my connection.
Oh, just as your connection's better. Yeah. I think that's part of why it was getting so difficult. There might have been another reason there. I didn't call out, but yeah, it didn't seem like Allison was quite following the question.
While we're waiting for another, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You believe in magic, Morgan Le Fay. Who'd have thought?
You do. I should hope.
Can I ask you, when you say the word magic, what do you mean?
So for me personally, when I say the word magic, it's a twofold definition. It's like Kat was saying, things that bring, that are awe-inspiring, or, like for the Squirtle comparison, like small things that bring me joy throughout life. But also I believe that in the larger sense that magic is just science we don't have the technology or knowledge to explain yet.
So there's nothing like supervening the natural, in your opinion, for what magic is. It's all just like chemistry or physics.
At some point, yeah, I'm sure it is. But I can't say that I know for sure, because one, I'm not a scientist, a professional scientist by any means. But yeah.
I'm sorry, there's a really important question in the comments that I need to not let get lost.
Okay.
Do you believe in the magic of the Martian fire yetis?
Of course I do. He's my best friend.
Just scolded someone for being in the comments.
I was asking questions from the comments. We do that all the time.
Okay,
I'm not being questioned.
Oh, Morgan Le Fay, do you know the spell of making?
Do I? Of course I do. I'm Morgan Le Fay.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a silly
Did you recite
answer.
Do you actually know it?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar.
Oh. It goes, Anal Nathrak, Uf Bes the Beth du Bach Gien Venye. It's from the film Excalibur.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd heard it before. I couldn't remember which Arthurian legend medium I'd heard it from.
The film, the Morgan Le Fay, Helen Mirren's character, traps Merlin by using the spell of making.
Right, that's when he in the tree, right?
The tree.
I might be thinking of Merlin and not.
But I think back to
Anyways.
Jackdaw's question, which was actually about magic that you believe is magic.
I think I answered that. Unless was my answer unsatisfactory?
You might have. I'm sorry if I missed it. Can you tell me again what your magic is?
Oh no, absolutely. So, like I said, it's kind of a twofold answer. So it things that have personal meaning to me, and as well as like bring me joy, or I am in awe of, because it's not just the little things; it's also big things. I mean, in that regard, I would say the big things that we can currently explain with science I would say like the Northern Lights, since that's been something that's been happening across the United States recently. I find magic in that. However, I also believe that magic is just things that we do not have the science or technology to explain yet. So all of the bigger things like deities and even the concept of religion, etc.
So magic of the gaps.
Yes. I'm
and
very
magic of meaning.
Yes.
Can
Go ahead, Kat.
I had a serious question.
I thought you might.
Can magic, could it be things that we can explain with science and things, even like, but could it be something that we can't explain, but it still gives us this feeling, right? Like, is this?
Yes, absolutely.
For example,
just like the example I just gave with the Northern Lights. The Northern Lights themselves, we know exactly why they occur and how they occur, but I still, for me personally, I still experience magic through that, and I would imagine that going even bigger for like more unexplained things like deities, ghosts, spirits, etc. Eventually we are going to know how and why. We just aren't there yet.
Right. I mean, sorry, go on.
No, you got no. I was just kind of. You go on.
Thank you. So I kind of get on board with that, but at the same time, I wonder if there's problems with describing the world like that, because there's a kind of an issue with communication in the sense of, and semantics, because I would never use the term magic, although I might, in my everyday language, I might use the term magical. Oh wow, that's magical. But when talking about, say, I make a distinction when talking about things that I ascribe as being supernatural and natural. And it seems to me that what you're saying is that you would agree that there is no such thing as the supernatural. It's just that those things that we describe as the supernatural are probably natural. It's just that we don't know what the explanation is.
Yes.
And the problem I have with using terms like magic is that that's not the same way that many people use that term, because they are describing things that are supernatural because that's what they believe in. And I wondered if you'd ever considered it from that sort of angle, that you might be sort of muddying the water, if it were, in terms of allowing people to, not allowing, no, that's not the right word.
I hear you. I'm tracking.
Yeah. So have you ever sort of considered it from that perspective?
I mean, so a little bit background on myself. I'm a practicing pagan, but I also don't believe that anybody has all of the answers. You know, I could be completely wrong. I could be completely right. Who the hell knows? That's genuinely none of my business, except for mine. You know.
Of course, yeah.
But it's definitely like I don't. Sorry, my words just left my brain entirely. Give me a second.
That's fine. You take your time.
Do you... Well, Morgan thinks about that. This is kind of for everybody else. Through this conversation, I've been thinking about the things that we ascribe to gods or deities, or supernatural things, and then the things that feel magical that we do know about. Like I find magic standing at the top of the volcano and watching it erupt. Right, that's magical to me, even though we know why that happens and how it happens. That's magical.
You've done that?
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, it's very cool. It's magical, right? That's what it feels like. But a lot of times the things that people come up here and ascribe to supernatural things are really kind of mundane most of the time. Just they're mundane things that they can't explain, and it's like out of the realm of possibility in their mind that there could be something so mundane that also they can't explain. And that's, I don't know that I'm trying to form a question around it because it is puzzling me. I just don't know what to ask. Do you see what I'm saying?
Not
I think you might have stumped me with this one, to be honest.
So when somebody ascribes... Oh.
No, go ahead.
When somebody ascribes something to supernatural causes, it's like they had a dream that was somehow prophetic, or, you know, we're in the right place at the right time, or there's like just a bunch of little synchronicities, or they're really small, mundane things.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so like miracles. So there are things that we could experience that seem miraculous in the way they represent cosmos, but quite often when people come up, their reasons for their various beliefs are normally just because they've read a book. You know, and they want to believe in that book, or they've been brought up with that book, as opposed to actually like sort of seeing something miraculous and going, well, that must mean there is
physically experiencing that miracle kind of thing.
Yeah, is that what you're saying, Kat?
Yes. So it's like they have these magical ways of thinking about things that are actually very mundane, but because there's like something that about it that they can't explain, they ascribe it to something supernatural. And I know I have questions about them, but I don't know. They're not quite formed yet, but I'm just trying to work out the idea of why
it's almost like they're associating like the repetitive tradition, or like with the emotion that I'm not sure, but like I see where you're going.
We have two guests joining us on the panel. Well, one returning, of course, Jim. Jimmy, and then Jim. Jim, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 52.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I am Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I did. It was like a thing we do at church, like a passage a day for so many days to get you through the entire thing, start to finish.
I see.
And you sign up to do it.
Do you believe that all the stories within it are true and literal?
I do believe the literal and the figurative.
Do you believe the earth was created in 6 days in
Yes.
order written?
Yes.
Which order?
Whichever order that you would deem it to be, because I feel as though you have something very specific you're looking for. So,
well, I was asking.
I do know that
very specific question.
Yeah, God has this capacity to see 1 year as 1,000.
Jim,
so the
okay,
6 days.
I got you. I understand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak over you, except I did have a question in there, which was the order. Which order? By that I meant the order given in Genesis 1 or the order given in Genesis 2. Which one's accurate?
Both of them could apply. You have the ability to take access to both, should you deem it fit.
So
because you can conceptually imagine multiple different avenues as to how we've arrived. These both could be taken by our deity. He could have done both. That's why we're presented with both.
We're presented with two different orders because he could have done
You've presented me with two, haven't you? These both could be done at the same time simultaneously because of the...
How is that?
The deity God is all-knowing, all-powerful. So if he chooses to do something, Thrayle, that you don't understand, he will do so. And you won't need your what do you call that? Your understanding to do it. He'll just do it. So, yeah, that's how he works. He's the creator of all things, so he could do anything. So if it's beyond your capacity to understand it, he could still do it.
So you're saying that if anything is written in that book, it must be true because...
Well, which book? There's 66 of them? Right. Are you counting the Apocryphy too, friend?
We were mentioning Genesis just then.
Oh, just the Genesis book. Anything that you read in Genesis has to be taken with a grain of salt because Jesus was not on the planet Earth at that time.
I see. So only things that are written while Jesus is on the planet Earth can be taken true.
You must also take those with a grain of salt, but we have our
so
deity
do you take the whole
present in the
thing?
New
Do we
Testament.
just take the whole Bible with the grain of salt?
Yes, you absolutely need to as a Christian.
I see.
You test everything as what he told Timothy. Paul did, and not Jesus, but Paul.
Paul told him.
Yeah. So when you pick up that book, you better have the Holy Spirit ready, or else you're not going to fully understand it. You'll be somebody who doesn't have the Holy Spirit trying to understand the Bible, which is bad.
Jim, are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Of course. I do it on the daily.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? I feel as though maybe if I lacked 6 or 7 utterances, that you may say that's not what it means. Is that what you're going to do?
No.
Okay. Then I can tell you what it means to me. I went into a Muslim country, and I was a part of a Muslim community for 12 months, and I abided by their culture and their ways. We didn't eat certain times a day. I didn't talk to certain people because of their gender, even though Jesus says there's neither male nor female. So I abided by their cultures and customs for a 12-month period. Things like that. Like I learned TM, which is transcendental meditation. I would have to separate myself from the Holy Spirit in order to properly transcend, to become nothing. And that's very risky as a Christian, to separate yourself from the Holy Spirit. So I've gone to great lengths to sort of find out if the Holy Spirit, the Jesus and God, those three things are worthy of praise and worship and devotion.
May I ask which Muslim community specifically?
It was a village in Abu Ghraib. We would go into that village and help that community. I was in the military, so
You can proselytize the military to me. Thank you.
Great. Hopefully you're 100%. Or at least 70% with the VA. The Chicago VA is amazing, Morgan, by the way.
Jim, you're saying that you question your beliefs by going to expose yourself to other beliefs. Is that how
That's
you
a way
question your own?
that's a way, yes, I expose myself to as many other beliefs to see if anything runs contrary to the Holy Spirit.
I see. So within exploring other beliefs, where do you question your own?
Well, for one, where do I question my own? And the book is set aside. When I question my own beliefs, I'm looking inward towards the Holy Spirit in my heart, because the book is easily questionable. So that's not how I do it. I don't look at the book and say, where in this book can I question my belief system? It's something in the Holy Spirit that I would go, should the Spirit even exist? And if it does, is it the Holy Spirit, or is it me, or is it a demonic spirit? Is it a jinn? Have I called in a jinn by singing next to candles and blowing them out? That's how you bond with a jinn, the jinn ritual of birthday candles, bonding with a jinn.
It sounds to me like rather than questioning other beliefs, you just adopt other beliefs. Is that what you do?
I do adopt those beliefs.
Why do you adopt beliefs instead of questioning them?
Yeah, the adoption is a form of questioning.
How is adopting a belief a form of questioning?
Because I'll do things that, say, the Holy Spirit wouldn't traditionally ask me to do. So then I'm trying on, say, another set of clothing. I will now have to speak to you in parables as my deity would use, because I feel as though you and I are at an impasse.
I see, Jim. Well, if you and I are at an impasse, then I'll open the floor if anybody else wants to question Jim.
Yeah, everyone else apparently falls to your... You've now claimed it for
Shut up with the condescension. Hold on.
Thrayle had spoken for you, so you can't address me now, I suppose.
I see Jim has decided to talk past everyone instead of actually hearing what I said, which was giving everybody the option to...
I'm in your subconscious mind.
Okay.
I only came here for one reason, and it's to be in your subconscious mind. Not even host, but yours.
Oh, so it wasn't a question?
If you haven't figured out that I am the host, you're an idiot, Jim. Goodbye.
Okay, well, so that was the weird culty guy who's gonna inundate the chat with alts in a minute. So.
I wanted to hear the accounting stuff.
Oh boy.
We didn't make it.
Mm-hmm. The rage I'm experiencing right now.
It was a character. It was a character. We already know this.
And there. Yeah.
I'm amazed he had to abandon the Holy Spirit in order to practice TM. You just gotta do the chant.
Yes, Mateo, that was Loop of Sound. He's been here dozens of times under different accounts.
How many emails do people have? I can barely keep up with one.
I have 8.
I have 6.
What is wrong with you people?
I don't know.
That's not a choice.
I have 2. I have one for business and one for personal. If you have any more than that, you're up to sussy stuff.
You're sus.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm not.
I have a lot of different projects.
SMH. Jim gets a pass only because he does like podcasts and stuff.
I thank you.
Speaking of that, I need to talk to you on Discord later. And
Me?
mm-hmm.
Yes.
I just have some podcasting questions. That's all.
Yeah. So you drop this week. You drop tomorrow. Your interview
Not.
does.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's yes, but that is that's not what I was going to ask about.
We'll talk.
More questions. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue or prove you wrong. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what are those beliefs? And why do you believe them?
And why are they Winnie the Pooh?
I narrowed the questions down to the bare bones on purpose. And you want to throw Winnie the Pooh in there?
I don't understand how those two things are related to one another.
I believe I'm not enthralled to Thrayle, but I could be questioned on
that. I hope nobody's enthralled to Thrayle. Enthralled by, if you're being metaphoric, but not literally.
The weird culty person insinuated that you were culty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I picked that up.
That's funny.
So the reason why we didn't get hit with all of his alts is because I think they've been here so many times that Jim Robert might be the new one.
Oh, is the red one blocked from here?
All three of them.
Let me see. He had another one that was in here too, but I guess he just quietly left because I did see one of the alts in here, and the only reason I know that is because this happened in Tiny's live while I was there earlier.
It might have been the one that used a slur that got muted. Right when he came up on panel. Maybe.
Oh no, the other one didn't come up on panel, but I saw him float in right after Jim did.
Mm-hmm.
It's Evader Nation, something like that.
Oh. Well. Enough giving him the energy he wanted. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. If you can tell me what energy is, if you believe it's a god, well then I'd like to know that too.
You can tell me what God is.
Should I switch back to what the fuck is God?
I really like that post.
I was working on one that was a little more on brand, but it still said what the fuck is God, and I don't know how to put what the fuck is God and then be respectful underneath that. It feels a little, I don't know. A little contrarian.
You put the fuck is God, and then it's kind of cool and contrarian.
TF is God. Is with a Z. God, GAWD.
You could also make it like a new panel and just title it, "Oh, you're God." And then people who already know what's up will just follow along. I don't know. I think plays on words oftentimes are the best grabbers. Or phrases. Plays on phrases.
Thrayle, how about if we hit 300,000, I'll do live backup music to your poetry?
That'd be fun.
If you like.
I mean, that would be awesome. 300,000. We have a ways to go. I don't know how many hours more I'll be here, but we better get to tapping.
Always good to aim high.
Where are the smiters? I'm waiting for like somebody to come up and be like, I summoned my god to smite you. Or something. Nobody.
No, apparently not.
Do you expect someone to summon their god to smite us?
That would be the best way to show that God's real, right? If I like dropped because somebody said I smite you, like I'd be convinced.
But then wouldn't that make them the god? Or would they have to... Would it have to be like, my god smites you, and then you drop?
Yeah,
I remember
they're just a conduit.
It's a level 3 clerical spell, so it's not that impressive.
It's funny you say that, because I'll probably be going live. And it's all based on pagan religions.
I love it. I haven't played since I was a kid, but it stayed with me.
Dorks.
I love collaborative storytelling.
I used to DM to my kids kind of spontaneously. So.
It's been like a year. I feel like if I say it, it's cursing everything to be like another year. There is a section of the Batcolyte Discord hidden from view. Very soon, you might be able to find your way there too. But of course, you'd have to join the Discord, which there's a link in the link tree in my bio, or the Batcolyte's bio, and if you get there and it looks a little lonely, well then you might want to read the rules. And if you can follow those, then you should find out you're not alone. And here, very soon, there should be a pathway to the, to the corner where the bat caves and bone gods await.
Maybe now that he said it on the live, he'll actually do it.
It's very close.
My ears were burning. I need 2 more players.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, that's
soon.
one.
There will be a spot open, but we're up here to question beliefs, Missy. Did you bring us a belief? Oh no, you brought a believer right behind you.
I brought a believer
Star, how are you? You from Sweden, Star, I need your help.
I see, Syria. Can't help you here today. Sorry, I need the box for a believer. But if anybody does
I
have a
have to. Sorry, Thrayle. I have to drop. So thanks very much for having me.
Appreciate you,
See
Logic.
everybody.
Yep. Take care. Now we have an extra box. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. That is what we're doing. And, well, maybe, hang on, this might be ready. Okay, it's taking longer than I expected. Never mind.
My stalker just joined.
Uh-oh. Is that, like, serious or, like, playful?
It's not, like, super serious, but I might drop.
I see. Interesting. Well, here we are, believerless, and missyless as well. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Well then, request on up. We're not here to bite. Well, not hard. We just want to know if you can answer the question. If you can even question your beliefs, well then, what are your beliefs? And why do you hold to them? What reason do you have? Or is it beyond reasoning?
Are there any, like, are beliefs rational?
Can they be rational? Can beliefs be rational?
I mean, this is going to go back to how you define belief. If belief is an acceptance of a proposition, then yes, beliefs can be rational. And as Missy says, they should be. I think should entails some intention, some intender. But yeah, if you would like to be in best accordance with reality, then they should be.
How often do you think they are?
Not often enough.
How do we make what we believe more rational? If you believe irrational things.
The lettering's funky. I gotta fix the lettering. Yeah, it wasn't ready. Not good enough.
Rational at all might be, can we be rational about our metaphysical assumptions? Is a really good question.
Can we just eliminate metaphysical assumptions altogether?
I'm not sure we can. I mean, that's what I'm coming to. So I'm not sure we can eliminate all metaphysical assumptions.
Why not?
Sorry. Because we're limited in terms of what we perceive.
So, but just because we're limited in what we perceive, like, does that mean we have to make assumptions about the things that we perceive that we can't explain? Like, do we have to do that?
No, not that we can't explain. we make assumptions about the nature of the things we do perceive.
Yeah, but why?
No, it's possible that some people don't.
Well, I didn't say that. I was just asking why.
A metaphysical framework within which we posit what's there.
Why? Why does there have to be? Why do we have to posit about what might be there or what is there if we don't understand it?
We don't have to, and you may not. I'm saying most people do.
Well, I'm not really saying if I do or don't, or I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking questions.
The problem is you're asking Jim about his ideas about other people's beliefs, not his own. Unless it's a belief about his beliefs of other people. Wait, the sandwich is gotten too many.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is why we need somebody with a belief to question.
It
to
just
go ahead and
spins.
quest on up. Turtles, all the way down. That's right, raccoon. We are in danger of turtling.
What does that mean?
No one. Still.
You know what time it is?
What time is it?
Time. It's the questioner time, it seems.
Is that what it has to be? Is that what we have to
I mean, it doesn't have to be anything you don't want it to be. I'm just saying it kind of seems like it is.
That's one method sometimes that works. Sometimes. It just means I have to answer questions.
Yeah, guys, don't you want to hear from Thrayle? What questions do you have for Thrayle?
Nobody ever asks me questions. Well, sometimes they do.
I'll ask you questions.
And what will you question?
What are your beliefs?
What do you mean?
Do you hold as the creation and purpose of life?
The creation and purpose of life.
Sure.
I don't know that I have any holdings there as far as creation and purpose of life. I think purpose is a thing that humans,
Could you explain that a little bit more?
I think it's a concept, purpose, an idea that we give things some kind of meaning or value or utility.
Okay.
Creation of life, I have absolutely no idea if there's a creator or if life just came about through natural processes and perhaps could have come about not just in different places but in different ways, in ways we haven't yet discovered.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just have to throw that on there.
Do you think it's possible to know?
I don't know. It could be.
This is why no one ever asks him questions.
With the standpoint, it's people always want more of an explanation when there really isn't one.
What do you think that is?
Yeah.
Why do I think what is that people look for? I think this goes back to the whole purpose statement. People want purpose. They want to fulfill the concept of purpose and will do whatever they can to achieve it.
Why though?
That's a
Why
great
is purpose
question.
so important or like necessary for most people?
Sorry, my dog made a noise and it was concerning. No, I couldn't tell you. Whole social construct, like how, not necessarily like a construct, but just like when you observe like an ant colony or a pack of wolves or like the dynamic between them, it may have just been something that developed as we developed. But I don't know.
Do you have purpose? Do you find a need for purpose?
Who are you asking?
Oh, I guess any of you. I kind of know Thrall's answer, but
what is Thrale's answer, since this is question the question?
See what I mean? I never get asked.
I just asked you a million questions.
I know.
I mean, we can talk about what God is. Like I got so many questions about
You're
that.
really stuck on that one, huh?
I got it.
I'm so
could
am.
also see what the new guest believes. Hey, Edward, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. Yes, I have. Yes.
And what god is that?
It's in the form. It's a of reality. It's not like something outside of reality, but the very essence or core of reality.
Why do you see God as an inherent state of reality?
Because I think that God is the element or the thing that enables reality to exist from within itself. For instance, is God.
You're saying God is the thing that enables reality to exist.
Yeah.
Why do you make that assumption that there is something enabling reality to exist that should be called a God?
Because God, for the concept of God, it means that there is an intelligence, a conscious intelligence. That's why I also call it.
More assumptions. Why are you assuming that it is conscious and intelligent?
Because things were created. I don't think something could come out of nothing. It has to be.
Why do you assume things were created?
Or actually, if not created, it was at least shaped into form by a basic substance that could be God. Because as the original state, as I say that I believe that God is a state of reality that can be shaped into any or made into any kind of universe or reality. Because it's necessary for something to have to exist, because we see when we observe reality, we see that it exists.
We see that reality exists, and so you assume that it is necessary for something to make reality exist.
Yes, I think there is some necessary element for something to even exist.
Why do you assume that?
Well, it's just rational for me.
You say it's rational to assume that it requires something for things to exist, and that thing is a God.
Yeah, because it's my experience, because I'm conscious, and by the same way that I'm because I'm conscious, I live, I exist, I can be, I can do things, I can think, and the same way as for reality, it exists, it behaves, it evolves, because of the intelligence behind it, and I am also an intelligence behind my form of existence.
You assume that there is an intelligence behind everything. Why?
Because for something to behave, to move, there has to be an it cannot just be happen by its own. This just like impossible for anything.
It's impossible for anything. Is it impossible for things to just have happened and always happened?
I think that's possible. Yeah, I think that could be possible, like a function or law or kind of principle.
If things could have always just continued to happen and always happen, a beginner, a God.
Well, I think because God is timeless, so we could say also why could not then equally some law also maybe be timeless, or maybe, let's see. It's kind of, because I think from God anything can be made. Any law and anything can be made. So, but because God is timeless, something could always have existed as well, equal with God. Whatever it may be, could have been.
Could existence not have just always existed? Why have
Sure.
need of a God?
If existence would always exist without a God, I don't think existence would exist at all because I think God is a necessary component of something to even be.
Defining your God to be a necessary component so that it will be necessary.
Necessary of what? What did you say? That God...
Are you defining your God to be necessary so that you can just assert that it is necessary?
Sure, that's possible as well.
Doesn't that... To say that God is some necessary instantiator of all things, doesn't that kind of imply that things must necessarily have been instantiated? But if they had always existed, then why would you need your instantiator, God?
Well, it depends on perspective, but everything that exists is alive because it exists. There's no separation between... If there is no separation between God and creation, there's no problem with this idea that... it's only when we separate God from creation that we have this dilemma of God or creation. But when we see everything as God, only God, there is no... The whole problem disappears. And we can just see clearly from this perspective, at least.
So if we just decide that everything is sandwich, then everything is sandwich. And then we could come up with some reasoning like anything layered or that can be described as layered would be a sandwich, and everything being layered or describable as layered would make everything a sandwich. Now, we've got a perfectly necessary sandwich that can't be anything but a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you've done with God?
Well, what I've done with God, I made God as a state of infinite possibilities, but with our human perception, we have with our five senses state as well, like things being separate, different, when everything is actually underlying the same thing, beyond the human perception. Everything is just God, but from the human lens, we start to see a world. This might just be a kind of a perception we have due to our five senses and the decoding of consciousness. So everything is everything until we make it, observe it, and it becomes... Until we observe it in a certain way, which becomes a reality for us. So we may not... There may not be any kind of separation of anything, but it's our experience from the human point of experience. But we like to think about God and existence, and this in our thinking and ideas about God. that make it very complicated to understand reality.
I see. So you're saying God just is everything, and it is everything, but we think about what God is, and in doing so, we separate God from us. That makes it confusing because God is everything. Is that basically what you're saying? Does anybody else have any questions for the sandwich?
I do.
Sure.
You said that God was outside of time. If that is the case, then how could anything be instantiated without a measurement of change?
Let's see. Without a measurement of change.
I guess I can go back. How do you define time?
I define time as a perception we have. I don't think there is any time actually. But yeah, we can use time as a function for things going from A to B.
Okay, so time as a function is a measure of A becoming B, correct?
Like 3D locational movement, we could see that things are moving in a certain time frame.
Cool. If time works in that way, how can something be instantiated from nothing without the measurement of A to B?
Instantiated, it means like English is not my native language.
No, sorry, I also use words. Okay, brought into existence, right? So if God said, "Let there be light," he would have been instantiating light. He would have been bringing in something new in without the measurement of time,
I see,
which measured as A to B.
I see. Maybe because exactly, because if that would be the case, it must mean that God is also within time. But I think then that things... that was a very good question.
I try.
I have a follow-up.
Sure.
If God is timeless, simultaneous, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So can God be said to have had to have agency?
Well, it's kind of beyond our understanding about that. I see what you're getting at. I think I see what you're getting at.
If all of God's actions are simultaneous, then at what point does God make a choice?
Exactly. So, but the things that from our human experience and our perception, we apply our logic to God, complications and a certain perspective about things, and it may not be as we think.
Does God have a different logic? Is his logic somehow capable of being contradictory or something?
Well, it's beyond the human frame of logic, so it's like beyond logic altogether. Like, you know, Einstein said that logic takes you from A to B, while imagination can take you everywhere. So it's more like in the state of... That's completely a different reality.
I'm sorry, Edward, did you just say that your God is imaginary?
Not imaginary, but the power of imaginary. Like the state of infinite possibilities, which is a state of imagination. Well, but the things that who's to say what this reality really is? Even though we may experience it as real, it may just be an imagination.
But your God just... Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
Is that all right? You also had a question.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I feel this pull. So a tension between. And at one point, you were saying there are no things, but human beings think things into existence. We give them names. We separate things out from other things. But there's no actual thing out there. It's just, from what I understand, what you were saying before. At first, I thought you were saying that God makes things real, but I think maybe you might have been saying that God makes things exist. I guess if God is timeless and God cannot make choices because all of its actions are simultaneous, then aside from the fact that we observe an ordered universe,
well, I think that I'm just rethinking a bit my own beliefs and questioning my own beliefs here a bit. I think God could actually, because to make things function in our questions here, actually to give some answers that would be rational. I think God, with its infinite potential, can create a reality that functions by itself, meaning that it can have its own agency, with its own agency, a universe that functions by itself without the interference necessarily of God. So it could have created countless of such universes. Yeah, and then it means then that God is not necessary to interfere in that creation, in that universe, because it has its own agency. Like every living being in that universe have its own will, like we have, I believe. So God could have made this universe to function by itself without its interference. And this brings a more clear picture of why things are as they are.
and I know that I don't mean to reduce what you're saying, because I think often when we put a label on things, it sounds like we're reducing them. But I think this is the clockmaker model, where there's a clockmaker God that sets the universes in motion. They work a certain way, and then whatever happens in the universe is kind of not interfered with by that clockmaker.
Yeah, exactly. But unless...
Yeah, that's one of those labels. Is that what you think of? That a God set everything in motion and has no interference now, no need to answer prayer or check up on us, change anything?
Yeah, I think that God have made a universe that functions by itself, but it's a choice of the universe to align with God or to live from, like, each being in the universe can choose to connect with God.
We can choose to connect with God.
Yeah, like...
And
yeah.
God is something that made everything. What did it make it out of?
Out of itself, its own...
So not only is everything God, not only is God the maker of everything, but everything is God.
Yeah.
So, not deism.
Yeah, was it a question?
Well, I'm curious. You said that you can connect to, individuals can choose to connect to this maker of everything that is everything.
They are inherently part of that, of God, but can, like, because of free will, they can choose what to do it, what to do. So
what is, because of free will, what is free will?
It's the independent, independent function, like despite whatever anyone else, whatever
Independent
happens.
function, independent of everything.
Maybe, or maybe not. It could be, but maybe also just a little bit.
A little bit independent, or a little bit of everything. I'm confused.
Yeah.
So what is free will independent of? What is it free of?
It's free of the environment. What is it? It's free of, like, it's not default. It's free. It can choose direction and
you can
whatever.
choose direction.
Yeah. Yeah, or it can choose to be anything, do anything, think anything. Yeah.
Okay. And the God has this, or we do?
We do, because we are also made of God. As
so
God.
we can choose to do anything, be anything. And what is will, just to clarify?
Will is the force behind something, whatever it may be, a thought, an action, a state of being.
So we have uninhibited states of being, uninhibited, unconstrained, unregulated. Like, is there nothing stopping us from doing literally anything? So
yeah, actually, in on this planet at least, we have a lot of conditionings because of the society, and so it has created a certain function within the mind of every human being.
Are you saying that the reason that I can't spread my wing, conditioning that I've received from society, that's why I can't spread my wings?
Yeah, you have been seduced with your free will, been choosing to believe in certain things that may limit you.
So I'm limited, and I can't actually believe enough to make my wings grow out and let me just fly.
You can, if you choose to free yourself.
How do I free myself so that I can have this free will you said that God gave us?
Yeah, you have to let go of, like, deprogram every all these beliefs that.
I see. So if I got rid of every belief, every assumption, every piece of knowledge, would I then be able to sprout wings and fly?
It depends on what. Well, from I believe you could do anything from a state of pure possibilities, what you were from the beginning, as God were, actually made out of God. You have the same.
Doesn't that seem like a bold assumption, Edward, that we are just made out of God, and all of the limitations on our lives, everything around us, is we're choosing, or that we're stuck in because we're not
Yeah, but well,
detaching our beliefs hard enough.
I think the original state is unlimited. But if we look at everything, we see that everything is evolving. And towards what? What towards are we evolving? I believe it's evolving towards...
I'm sorry, towards. Why do you think evolution is towards a goal?
To improve.
To improve what?
Yeah, so to improve survival and adaptation to changes and everything.
So the goal of evolution, as far as you see it, is to survive changes through adaptation. If that is the goal, and
maybe not
changes are changing, then you said maybe not only. You said there's another goal.
Well, to experience, to be creative, as God is creating, the God maybe is to create like everything that also make us feel meaning and a sense of meaning in life, which is creativity, like beauty in different forms, all of these things that are more like the imaginary state, but yet gives such a meaning in our hearts. I think that is also something that evolution is part of doing. Like we are here together, evolving in different ways, not only in one way, because we imply different aspects.
Edward, I'm going to talk past you for just a minute and thank Thrayle Ambers, Morgan Le Fay, also Jace, and Cat DeWitch for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Edward, do you not... Do you recognize the assumptions that you're making in order to posit this God?
Assumptions about God. What did you say? Yeah, I see.
Recognize assumptions.
Yeah, I see that. I have a lot of assumptions, like perspectives and things, but it's like it's not necessarily. It's a lot of empty spaces with like that could be filled with answers. Like there's a lot of gaps.
Like a god of the gaps.
My own thinking, my own reasonings could be filled with answers, so I could answer all these questions, and it feels like I have, not that God necessarily is a god of gaps, but that my own thinking could have a lot of gaps.
Do you seek to fill those gaps in with God?
With the truth, with answers to everything we are discussing here, for every question to be answered. I believe every question can be answered, but not maybe in the same way as we may think. And I see that there's a lot of possibility within the questions we have discussed.
Does anybody else have questions for Edward? I don't for the moment.
I mean, I can always talk about free will, but I don't know if we want to get into that.
But I was thinking about when you talked about how can like a timeless being create something into existence through time. Like it really sounds like God is in time, need time to do it. But I think that is something that maybe it never happened. Maybe it's only our own experience of time that make us think like this.
God's own experience of time makes
No,
us think.
our own experience of time, not God's, but as
Our
human
experience
beings.
of time makes us assume that God would require time in order to perform an action.
Exactly. We cannot like imagine how it would be beyond our human logic about the reality. But I think our perception.
So you assume then that God has a special kind of time, and that our time is different than God's time.
State that is beyond our.
So you would say that that it's a special time, right?
Yeah, it's a kind of it's beyond our perception.
Beyond our perception, but we would have to assume that it is there for it to make sense.
A meta time. I also have a question. Oh, you go, Jimmy.
I think he was just saying meta time.
Go ahead. It sounds like a meta time, like another dimension of time. But yeah, it's a leap. I guess my question would be, if we say that God, is the clockmaker, makes the universe, maybe then makes other universes, or makes them all at once if God is timeless, then if we have free will in this universe, aren't we tinkering with things that aren't, that would, I mean, we could kind of wreck it, right?
Yeah, actually, we if you look at this planet, for example, we have, I think the rest of the universe is kind of doing okay or is doing great, but like our planet, we have been doing a lot of harm to nature and to even to humanity. Like we can really destroy things with our free will.
Right, but then is that part of the plan? Like, is that part of the universal structure, is that you'll create tinkerers that will interfere with the original design?
Yeah, I think that is part. Actually, it's not necessarily God's will, but I think it's the part of the process of learning through mistakes. It happens so that we can learn what good is and what evil is. Like we can learn through our true reality experience of these things.
But in your model, God doesn't then also tinker, right? So God doesn't then fix problems that we create.
I think God can fix them if we allow God to interfere.
But then God is definitely within time.
Well, God moves. I think God can frame of existence. So God is still timeless, but can then move, extend its will into this reality.
I think that my question's really gonna help really quickly. Does God follow the laws of logic?
No, no, because if God would do that, I don't think God would have been able to do so much.
No, that's fair. I just was curious because I do know that some people hold to him existing within the frames of logic.
God could create logic, or actually we. Yeah, I think we create logic. I think God can create anything, but it's not confined by anything it creates. Maybe.
Jimmy, does that help you with your line of questioning?
Logic I mean, I guess I was just trying to clarify which version of God Edvard was positing. I guess I didn't want to bring.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, it was your own question for Edvard. I think it's fascinating, and I also get a sense, Edvard, that you're seriously contemplating and questioning some of these ideas.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job, man.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I was listening to you before I came in. You're talking about purpose and meaning and things like that.
Do you think you have purpose or meaning because of your beliefs?
Purpose and meaning if I want to. And maybe I have an inherent purpose. But anyway, I think I can choose because of my free will.
I think you can choose your purpose because of your free will.
Yeah.
And that maybe you have an inherent purpose.
Yeah, maybe I have an original plan that I may follow or not.
I have a counter idea. I mean, is it possible that our sense of purpose simply comes from the way we tell the story of ourselves?
Yeah, it could be. I think that's possible. That what we experience and everything, and what we have been taught or think or believe. But then that, because of the power, and this great power of that, because it really creates our experience and what we do, so it may become our purpose. Like that's like how free will works. I don't know. It can be anything.
If I had absolute free will, I would sort of imagine myself into reality in whatever cafe is nearest you. We could talk about.
And if I had free will, I would totally be on Mars right now.
Nice. Is it like to relax or to take a break from reality?
I just think it would be really cool.
Yeah.
Thrayle.
Yes.
Would you like me to get into the topic or leave it?
You can ask him about free will.
Okay. Edvard, so you hold free will, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Why do you hold to there being free will?
Because it implies it implies freedom and possibilities, which I believe implies one's own existence and uniqueness and whatever. Like it implies one's right to exist and to be. Like it implies everything. Because without free will, it would imply like a dictate. I don't think God is a dictator of like every. I cannot think in another way that right now that, yeah.
Okay. So, and I want to steelman this, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But it sounds as if you're saying free will exists because without it, everything would be chaotic, or that God would be a dictator?
I would say that without free will, there would be kind of no meaning, no point of anything. Like, there would be no life, nothing. Everything would just happen automatically, only like without any kind of intention, without anything. Like it just happens, and from A to B, from beginning to end, without any change or evolution or anything.
But that's like isn't that like clockwork?
Yeah, but like it's like many possibilities. Each being have their own free will to choose direction within. Yeah, within reality.
So free will must exist because without it there would be no meaning?
Yeah, I think let's see. Not necessarily. I think out of free will can come whatever meaning you choose. And without free will, yeah, it's kind of meaningless if everything's just like without any kind of freedom. It's just happens, like it's beyond this kind of, no, it's just a function. No agency, no conscious intention,
What is
no purpose. What?
What is meaning?
So meaning is the fuel for something, for an idea.
The fuel.
Is the fuel for, it's like a life fuel that gives you, it makes you feel that you are alive, or feel that you, yeah.
So without free will, you couldn't choose your fuel.
Exactly. You just be, yeah. Basically, you would not be alive in the same way.
Sorry if I preempted you, Missy. If you had more.
No, it's your life. I think that was really good. Why consciousness to exist? Or to phrase it in the opposite way, is there a possibility that consciousness could emerge from a system with no free will?
I don't think, maybe, that's a good question, because consciousness is so like very inherent to free will in my mind. Exist in a state without free will, it would be like, it would not really be itself. It feels like it would just be a program that, and then consciousness is the fuel for that program, just a kind of a program.
I guess I'm asking, is that impossible? That's my favorite answer. That's what I say all the time.
Yeah. But I hope no one has gone into that state. It would be like being lost.
How would you define will?
As a conscious intention.
will is a conscious intent. And so all of our intentions are free. So this means that if I have the intention to go fly off of the Eiffel Tower, would I be able to do that?
It depends. Existence or consciousness. I think it would be possible if you'd like have such a level of consciousness where you could interfere with matter directly, like have such an well, just like for example, like
sure, but I don't have that. No.
Yeah, so lie like that, even though you'd have the conscious intention to do it. So it's like, yeah.
You just need a hang glider.
Can will be limited?
Yeah, I think will can be limited to one's own existence or level of consciousness. Then we are bound by the logic of the nature of our current state of consciousness. Yes, we can imagine anything, but without necessarily be able to do these things because of the logic behind our existence currently.
Okay. So we have limited us through consciousness. You say a higher state of consciousness. Can you explain that a little further for me?
So it's a state that works beyond the conditioning, or with less conditioning of the natural human finds of limitations, human limitations. It's like but it doesn't really have to be like, actually it's, if you only talk about the state, it's a state beyond it didn't expand. You expand beyond matter or form.
How can I accomplish this?
So by maybe through meditation or like thought perceptions, your inlearned beliefs, you deprogram yourself from beliefs.
So if I deprogram myself from all belief, fly off of it.
I think you could. I think so. Process that take years or something before you could. I don't know if it's possible like instantly, because it would like burn the whole body if it's suddenly transformed into full potential. I think it's a gradual
years, right? I go, I learn everything I can about flying. I learn how to deprogram myself at the tower.
Yeah, I think it's possible, because then consciousness is free from all constraints of any kind of program or belief. For example, like Jesus or whatever person that demonstrated some miracles. You could do anything like they could do. I believe that they.
That's kind of my line of questioning. But thank you for answering so honestly.
Thanks. Yeah, I act out limitations.
Why do you believe that?
Yeah, because I think it's possible.
Because you think it's possible, therefore.
Yeah. Actually, I think there's like a purpose behind the whole performance of Jesus. Like he tried to wake everyone up to the potential of consciousness by showing us miracles.
Burning question here. So let's just say that Missy does meditate, learns how to fly, jumps off the Eiffel Tower, constraining beliefs about the nature of reality, and that enabled her to do this. I'm sorry, am I misgendering? I don't want to make any assumptions.
You can any. I don't care.
So Missy flies off the Eiffel Tower. They have not changed their perceptions and beliefs about the nature of reality. Therefore, they can't see it. So how is it that miracles are ever seen by people who have not conditioned themselves, that are put on them about the nature of reality?
So I believe from one level they may see it, on another level they may not see it, in the sense that they don't believe what they have seen. I think it's just like a trick. Missy is flying within the physical spectrum of reality that we can see and touch and everything. They actually see it. It's only if she frequency of reality that is beyond the spectrum of the physical that we cannot see it, becoming invisible to our naked eye. But to you, because they don't believe in it, and how can they ever? Well, they have to start to what they see, to open up to a possibility of whatever that could be, to start to see those things. As long as they're expanding beyond them, they will never really see anything. It's just like Jesus had also difficulty with people, so that's the same case.
But then couldn't the people who can see miracles also perform miracles?
Reach that same level, like Jesus said that when you believe in me, you will do the same works as I have done, and even greater works. They may believe in it in one level, like see it and believe in it, without having reached the whole. So there's like a gradual process, level to level, until you reach, the highest level. You see that someone is, for example, playing chess, and you see the masters playing chess and how great they are. You believe that they are very good, that it's a very good game and things. You believe in it, you see it, but you cannot yourself put yourself in that position yet, until you have practiced, reached the same level of game. But you still see it. Whatever.
Did he win you with the chess metaphor?
I'm in, and however, so if reality is malleable, and that really it's our beliefs that are the constraining factor,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if God made us itself, like into his own image, meaning that we could also be not need, but I don't know, like, yeah, like God doesn't have to into without needing God and go completely our own way and create our own destiny and reality and everything.
Yeah, even more, God is only a constraint.
I see. And that's why, but God is still, so he will not be a constraint to us. Even that evil can exist.
Why does free will need to be given? If reality is illusory, and it depends on our belief, then why?
Yeah, I think given, maybe it was not. I need to see. Given in the same point, it was the being was created from free will. Maybe, yeah. This is very. Maybe it was not given. Maybe it was just from God into a being or into given to the being, but was in the being as it was created out of God.
You hear? Is it possible that you have two different models and you're trying to get them to work together? I think that you have two contradictory models, in fact. I would look at that, maybe questioned a little further.
Yeah, could be possible if I try apply my logic to certain questions about these models.
One model has a God that created everything, and the other has absolute free will if we train ourselves sufficiently to overcome our preconceptions.
Yes, I think actually it is what we make it. I think God created the level as God. We can defy the laws of that, the natural universe. So actually, I think it depends on our state of consciousness. We may exist in the natural universe if we have not attained the God level. And if we have attained it, we will exist in that infinite possibility state. But it's in the same universe. It's just our state that makes it a different universe for us.
Okay. But it is an illusory universe. Is God illusory as well, then?
Well, if reality, well, maybe, but maybe not as consciousness, but as existence. I don't know how to, yeah. At least we know we exist, or God knows it exists, because we we know we exist. Actually, that's a fact, but everything else may be just a kind of illusory, the experience and everything. We know we exist, at least. That's a fact, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to know that we talk here. But everything else is like, on top of that, is a fluctuation within it, or a like layers of illusion, different dimensions, different universes, different realities within the same fact, reality, the consciousness that makes us enable to, that we know that we actually exist in some form.
It seems like every moment that you talk, we lose 10 more viewers. Edward, do you actually, do you know how to question this belief at all?
Yeah, I have to observe the belief and think on different possibilities from different angles. Well, I may not have done this so much this live now.
What do you think is the biggest critique of your own worldview?
That I may not have a complete view of my own, my perception of reality. It may not be a coherent understanding. That I may not have a coherent understanding of what I believe, everything I believe. Like, it can contradict, it can be changed, it can there's no coherent. It's not a coherent state of beliefs. Like, it can be anything. So, yeah.
I would say that's a fair critique, Edward. Is that necessarily a bad thing, that your worldview can change? The coherent thing might need some work.
I think it's a very good thing in terms of evolution and adaptation and change and improvement, that I can upgrade my beliefs, so to speak, or I can actually upgrade my beliefs or change them. I think it's a very positive thing to be unstable in this sense, to not be in a fixed, narrow mindset my whole life and never change and never question anything.
This isn't a question, it's just a comment. I think you have done a pretty good job questioning, but I encourage you after the live to dive into what we said and really ponder it. Right? Because that's where the true questioning of your beliefs comes. It's you questioning your beliefs internally as well.
Yeah. Thanks.
Edward, I appreciate you answering the questions to the best of your ability. I really do. I'm curious if in the end these assumed beliefs that you have, does it matter if they're true or not to you?
It doesn't have to matter when it comes to the fact that I exist. But it can matter if I want to reach my own goals or meaning.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't have any more questions for you, Edward.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. I think we're going to move on.
Sure.
Unless anyone else had any. All right. Take care, Edward. Keep asking questions. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, I think we have time for one more guest to question their assumptions, to challenge their beliefs. Hello, grateful human. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have a belief of something like that.
What is this something like that?
I believe that that we are we are learning, we are discovering, we are applying to acquire an inbuilt intelligence. And so I think that the intelligence is already there, which presupposes to me an intelligence beyond us.
So there's an intelligence beyond us that was already there before us.
Yes.
This.
Well, basically, I look at the way things operate within my sphere of reality, and if I create something with my intelligence, and then someone comes along and gains from it, then then I put it out and made something to be gained from. If it were never created, then nothing could be gained from it. So when we talk about physics or any knowledge, no knowledge, all knowledge fundamentally is really just the discovery of the intelligence that's built in fundamentally into all creation. So I just can't logically conceive that there wasn't an intelligence that made it that way.
You're saying that even the creative connections that we make between things were inherently already there.
Yes. And the fact that...
And would that include things, that were not physically already there? Did
yes.
The connections between those physical things, ideas and conceptions that we would come up with later already existed?
Well, maybe, I mean, anything that comes from has the thing inherently within it. And so the choir, like if we talk about the quantum or the fundamentals of energy, or at the deepest level, it's an infinite task, and it's really just about us developing the tools or the awareness to acquire more knowledge of the intelligence that's already there. And so if we have unique ideas of what's inherently connected.
How are you verifying that these ideas, connections, these things, this knowledge was already there? Where was it?
It's inherent in anything that's being observed.
What does that mean?
It means that if we say we have knowledge of something, then that something was there to acquire knowledge from. So if we have a idea and we think it's there, because if everything in the universe is fundamentally operating within laws that are there, then we're just attempting to understand the laws, and all this
Okay,
knowledge is just
but
that.
if 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 a new idea about something that is already there um, comes to us, are you saying that that new idea was necessarily already there, and the thing that it was about, the idea for it was all
Saying that the idea is it's secondary. It's so it's not unique. So anything from that platform
You're
is,
saying the knowledge of, so
yeah.
the knowledge of my new idea already exists where?
It's like ball. Like you might have a new idea about how to throw the ball, but if the ball didn't exist itself, then whatever idea you have to do with that ball, then cool, it can be a quote unquote new idea, but without the ball, it wouldn't exist.
All existed before balls.
Well, inherently to a degree because
To a degree.
well, yeah,
Inherent where?
because whatever could exist has to fall within the fundamental laws of existence, and those laws of existence had to be set.
I'm sorry, you're aware of the fundamental laws of existence. Where do these come from?
Well, that's a good question. So, we only have a certain. This is as far as our logic systems can go, and so yes, we have the furthest that our logic systems can go, and we can say, well, according to our logic and our observation, these are the fundamentals. But
So,
we also know that there's
just to
further.
back up, so the fundamental laws of existence, what are, how many are there?
Use a hermetic model.
So, when you talk about hermetic model, the fundamental laws of existence are the hermetic principles. Is that what you're saying? Mental laws of existence.
Existence probably isn't the best word. I wasn't coming from the bottom up when I said that. But yeah, fundamental laws of fundamental. I would even use the term fundamental is again because it leads you to a point to where you can look and see that there are beyond, but we can't go beyond.
There are beyond.
Like in other words, there's a veil.
What do you mean by veil?
Well, there's that thinking and conceptualizing can reach, and beyond that, the thinking and conceptualizing sort of folds in on itself, and you can be aware that beyond that there is more that's there. You can logically conclude that there's more intelligence beyond our capacity. I mean, right now we all know that there's more knowledge and there's more intelligence to be gained in the pursuit of the nature of consciousness. It's not a closed book.
What was the question I just asked?
What knowledge? How do we know that there's more knowledge to gain? I think it was.
I don't think that was my question.
Oh, well, as far as that goes, yeah, the way that my mind works, and I think thinking works, when we're not like scripted, is there's definitely a direct connection between where I ended up and where you asked me to begin. So, it's not like I just said something random that wasn't directly connected to your question, even though I couldn't answer exactly what it was directly.
I didn't say it was random.
Okay. So what was your question? And then I can tie it right back to it if you'd like.
Grateful. Let's just move forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, with the Hermetic principles, you were assuming that these were somehow laws of existence or not existence. Are these related to what you were saying about laws of existence?
Mm-hmm. With the proper understanding of them, anything in existence can be applied and
with the proper understanding, anything in existence can be applied to the Hermetic principles, you say?
Yes.
Is there anything that could be
no.
I'm sorry, well, you were responding before I finished my question. What?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, what?
Is there anything that is in existence that cannot be understood or dissected to a degree with the use of the Hermetic principles?
That wasn't what I was going to ask at all, no.
Yeah, that's why it's foolish to answer before a question is completed.
Probably best not to do that. So, is there any possibility that things might contradict those principles?
Absolutely.
So then why would you use those as fundamental laws of existence if things that exist might contradict them?
Because I haven't been able to find anything that does contradict them.
You haven't found anything?
Not in a more sound way than the argument that I can produce with them, no.
Can you tell me what the principles are, just in very short? There's 7 of them, right?
Yes. They are rhythm, polarity, vibration, let's see, rhythm, correspondence, polarity, vibration, what's another one? Do you know them?
Not off the top of my head, no. That's interesting that you would consider them part of the fundamental laws of existence. existence.
Or if there's anything in existence that you could, and there's nothing that you could mention that I couldn't apply them to.
There's nothing that you couldn't.
Yeah, so the first principle, so I guess this would be the fifth one, would be mentalism.
Causality and gender.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, those are the principles. Mentalism, polarity, vibration, and there's one more. Oh, correspondence.
Does gender apply to everything?
Yes.
Everything in existence has gender.
Yes.
What does that mean?
A negative and a positive aspect, a masculine and a feminine aspect.
Negative, positive, masculine, feminine.
Be the feminine, but it's not negative in the terms of negative. It's more negative in terms of like the black on a battery.
What do you mean by that?
Like on a battery, you see a minus on the black, and on the red you see a plus. So it's not negative in terms, that sort of idea.
What does it mean then?
Well, it describes how it acts, what it does within a thing. Not negative in terms of acts negatively. But in other words,
you're not saying.
Yeah, receptive. The way.
Saying.
Yes.
It's receptive. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. There's a receptive way about it.
A receptive way about it. So is this more of a?
Well,
a visual metaphor.
No. So like fundamental, like if we said, well, what's the deepest knowledge that we have about the fundamental nature of reality, then we would probably go for the smallest components of energy. And within the smallest components, you have like the proton, neutron, electron kind of thing. So when you talk about
sorry, what is energy in this context?
Energy would be the smallest. Well, where I'm pointing is the smallest unit of something that expresses all of the 7 principles within it. So
I'm sorry, you're saying energy is, in this case, the smallest something that has all of the 7 principles within it.
Yeah, that's not what energy is, but that's where I'm pointing, because I'm.
So the smallest measurable unit of Hermetic principlery would be an energy.
No,
is that one energy?
Yeah, but so the smallest metric understanding or conception, because there's units of energetic measurement that we can conceive of that are there that we just haven't discovered or don't have the tools to measure.
The smallest measurement of energy is what? I was asking what energy is. So the smallest unit of energy is energy.
No, the smallest unit. I'm not a quanticist. They have a definitional term for the smallest unit of energetic measurement that their tools can identify. I don't know if it's a quark, it's beyond a quark, it's a neutrino maybe. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, that thing, it has a mass.
It sounds like you're kind of sandwiching here. You're saying that whatever is the smallest thing that can be smallest of whatever, and you're using the word energy here, but just whatever the smallest thing is a thing that you can apply any of the 7 principles to.
Mm-hmm.
You've just decided that, or is that something that you will definitionally?
Definitely, by looking into it, I could definitely show how each of the principles is inherent within that, because I'm pointing to fundamental.
You said the principles. What was meant like mentalism? What does that mean?
Well, that's really the doorway into why I believe this to be the case. Mentalism is basically all is mental. Mm-hmm.
What implies that all is mind?
So it really goes back to the very first supposition that we develop tools to understand what is already there. So all is mind is really pointing to that intelligence is within all. You know, that's the point.
You're saying just that intelligence is within all, and that's the point. It kind of feels like you're beginning with your conclusion that all is mental because you've decided that intelligence is within all.
That we can't, with a study of it, that we can't find intelligence within it. And that's why I think it's valuable.
What do you mean by intelligence? How are you defining intelligence to be able to find it within everything?
Something that moves according to a preset, a pattern that's rules and operations.
Rules that are inherent.
Mm-hmm. Movements. It's foundational. So when we find
just to be sure, you're saying that there's some intelligence that you see in quantum indeterminacy. Can you tell me what that intelligence is?
The restrictions, they themselves.
What are the restrictions?
Permanency. Oh, I don't know what quantum indeterminacy is. I thought you said within quantum and determinism, within the quantum and determinism. So there, within the quantum, within any thought that you could possibly
let's try
think.
the decay or photo emissions were fundamentally probabilistic within a quantum scale, not patterned. Would that show some kind of design if it was truly random?
Okay, well, a lack of randomness, but as far as
lack of randomness,
yes, there's a the perception of chaos is just ignorance.
You're saying the perception of chaos is
not in this universe.
How have you determined that?
Well, logically, whatever we, or the perception of order versus chaos, it's only ignorance, because the greater the intelligence that we exercise.
Are you saying that if we did find something, if we found something, then we, so like radioactive decay, and you would say that that is actually not random, that there's a pattern we just cannot see? You've determined, how have you determined that that is so?
We've thought from the beginning of science.
Would you disagree with physicists if they said that part of the reason or part of the way that I'm sorry, you didn't quite get to finish the question.
Okay, sorry about that.
She seemed to not want. So you would just disagree with a physicist if they said that it was absolutely random, and that.
Well, sort of. In other words, it has utility, just like the concepts of infinity, like, or pi, like it never ends. You don't place an ending. So,
is it possible that the patterns that you claim might be there or should be there, that those are things that you assume because our brains do seek patterns? Matter to you if the current neuroscience said that we do seek patterns?
No. I understand that that's the fundamental nature of like how our brains operate, but with this brain that seemed to be chaotic or random, depending upon the tools or the intelligence applied, you realize that it's actually not. We used to think rain was random.
You say that it's actually not. How have you verified that there's no such thing on this? And why are you so unquestioningly dogmatic about it?
Because if the most fundamental, the deepest dive that we can do into the deepest thing that we can conceive of, if we find an order there, ordered laws.
You're saying if you assume, then your assumptions are assumable.
No.
I'm not hearing actually how you've gotten past assumptions.
Okay, so like before we had the understanding that we do of gravity doing what it was doing logically. It was obeying laws. When we didn't understand the laws, it seemed random. But once we went deeper, we realized that it's
Please
just an
begin to
example.
measure. Yeah, it's not analogous. I was talking about radioactive decay. How have you determined that something like
Logic.
that is not? How have you determined that something like that is not random? If you answer a question one more time before it's completed, we're done. You don't seem to have.
I get really annoyed quickly because, okay, so did you finish the question? I heard the question. Would you?
I'd like to read a poem. I haven't finished preparing the poem. I don't get to finish preparing the poem because that was the conversation we got. It wasn't the conversation we deserved.
It was frustrating.
I've never heard a fundamentalist, dogmatic energyist before. It was really disturbing.
I think there was something hidden in there, some other point waiting to be proved. The hermeneutics was disturbing. That was.
I couldn't figure out why the tooth just decided to stop.
We didn't hit the tap goal, but I would still supply music if you want. You can say no.
Oh no, I did get it back. We have the music again. I don't know if we're about to be put through.
What you should do is you should send it to Jim and make him sing it while he plays his guitar.
Make him sing.
That was a mean suggestion, but it was fun.
That would be. I like Thrayle's voice better than mine.
This was a rough Monday.
Always difficult to determine what day these occur on.
Oh, see, for me, it's just the day it starts on, which is Monday. Right. Even if I'm right.
Yeah.
And it felt, every single guest felt like it was Monday. Not every single one. Lots of them, though. It was like we muscled all the.
Able to join something about it, a powerful other.
That was a really good question. Yeah, no, it was a great question. I liked it a lot.
When my kids are here, I don't wonder if I've lost my mind. What's going on with Dad?
That's funny.
All alone in my room, talking to myself. Not a good look.
How are they? How are they this week?
They're doing great.
Good.
They're doing great.
Good.
Yeah, thanks for asking.
I like to hear that. Take this time while Thrayle proofreads the poem to do some shameless panel promotion. Thanks for being here, as always, every night around 11 p.m. Central, but definitely later than that because Thrayle doesn't know what. It's okay. We still love him and appreciate him being here. Also, let's see, Jimmy has a podcast that he puts out every Wednesday called Funny Not Funny, and this Wednesday, so tell us where we can find that.
Sure. Anywhere you get podcasts, just Funny Not Funny with Jim and Lionel. It's just a conversation I have with my friend Lionel every week, and then we have guests. So, yes, there's a lot of men kind of talking, but we kind of can't help that. I just want to have a conversation with Lionel every week.
Like I said, anytime you want to have me again, I will gladly be there. It's super fun, and they don't mansplain to me at all the whole time. It's great. Thrayle, I think, what is Thrayle next week? Is Thrayle going to come out next week?
That's right, yeah. So it's Cat in a Bat, and then make sure that attribute.
Yeah, whatever you want to put is fine. So this on Wednesday, my episode will be out, and then next be out Connie.
Yes.
And then also, not this coming Thursday. This isn't about you. This is about me.
Go for it.
Not this coming Thursday. It's giving, but I think the next thing cooked up that we're gonna try to do every week. Here, and then I'm gonna try to make it into a podcast as well. So check that out because I think it will be fun. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, and also thanks for being here. Tap the screen, share the live, do all the things. There's a Discord that we hang out in and play chess and do other things in, so check that out. Check out
there's
Thrayle.
A test of the front page. Yeah, you have to pass.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna let him check out Thrayle's Cash App and Venmo, and YouTube channel, and check out my Venmo and not my YouTube channel. I don't have a YouTube channel, but my music. He has books. He has podcasts. He has all the things, and they're all really good. And I feel like there's something else in my link tree, but I don't remember what it is. Maybe I have a link to where I sell some art in the link tree. I don't know. But check all those things out.
All the plugs, all the shameless plugs.
Time, so I plugged everything. Yeah.
I might have proofread the poem. It might be ready.
Look at that! And did you see that? I plugged everything, and it took up the exact right amount of time.
Raccoon Trio, who is an amazing moderator, just asked, "Is this what we do now?" And I was also wondering the same thing.
Well, look, I plugged everything, and it took up all the free time. Also, W mods, especially Huggy and Raccoon Trio, who have been handling kind of a wild chat for the last few hours.
Absolutely.
You guys are the goats.
Thankless work.
Oh, gosh, just out here doing the hard stuff. So thank you to them for being great and wonderful, amazing people.
We are at 150, so Thrayle, I have the guitar tuned up. It's up to you.
Sure. Let's do that.
Oh, sorry. Just to answer, no, I don't think my podcast is on Podbean, but I will adjust appropriately. There's a website. You can Google it. All right, I'll get set up.
Thank you to
And
everybody.
I'll take the route.
I'll
take the route of the voodoo chicken.
Thank you, Kat.
Let me know it's too loud.
It might be just a little on the loud side.
Moving the mic
a little close. Yeah. That might work a lot better. And I'll just speak up, I guess. But thank you to everybody for being here. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for being, well, the best audience on TikTok. Thank you for respecting each other and respecting those mods. Big W's in the chat, and do this without you. Thank you, of course, to everybody who fell asleep. Even the sleepers keep us going. And thank you to everybody who helped with our gift goals. We didn't quite clear this one, but I'll make sure that I definitely thank Cat DeWitch, Philly Red, Ira, and Hazelnut for helping us with that. And if anybody does want to join the community, as Kat said, Linktree in my bio or in there. And you gotta read the rules, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo and the Cash App in that Linktree and you want to show your support, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank everybody who helps that way. It does make all the difference in the world. I think there's only one thing left. We walk through worlds of borrowed light, lanterns lit by ancient hands, smoke-stained doctrines held up high to chase the dark from unfamiliar land. These crafted flames, each glow with promised truth. They warm the fears we never name and hush the trembling voice of youth. Some swear the sky is signed with law, etched by gods who never blink. If we just feel hard enough to think. Others trace their fates in stones, in whispered rites or sacred threads, in visions pressed into the mind like restless ghosts beneath our beds. But oh, how swiftly certainty can match. We fill the cracks of doubt with stories polished, clean and bright. We paint the unknown, gold and grand, give thunder minds, gives obey a hidden will behind the storm. Yet still The night keeps breathing in, a pulse beneath the practiced prayer. And every time we claim, I know, a deeper question gathers there. So stand with me where shadows pool, where wonder hums and fear bends low, and dare to let the dark be vast, to let the honest edges show. For truth begins where answers break, where certainty trembling, sacred space, where I don't know becomes a field. And in that field, untamed, immense, where ancient faith and new myths meet, ask what waits beyond the tales, and what new truths rise at your feet. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom